Welcome everybody to week 2 of season 1 of Call of Duty Challengers Elite here. We're well into our second week. We're about to get into the final day of the round robin segment. We came in with 12 teams. We're about to cut that one down to 8 for the European segment of today's broadcast. My name is Infinity, and joining me on the desk, as always, I do need a co-caster, a man that even online requires a booster seat to cast. It's Proper. Buddy, how you doing?
I don't know, you're looking pretty short over there, Brody. You might have to check your posture, but I'm doing fantastic, man. It's been a wild ride, taking a look at some of these best teams that we have duking it out in the European region. Things are not done yet. This playoff bracket is not solidified.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, this is the final day of the regular season segment. We've had a round robin stage, 2 groups of 6 teams. I think before we get into any of this, we probably talk about kind of those groups, what's kind of happened so far, because these groups have been, for the most part, I think pretty regular. I think we've kind of expected a lot of the results that have come through to have finished in the way that they did. Here's a look at Group A, kicking things off at the very top there. You guys can see Wubble Bobs and Team Notorious. Andy, I think we kind of expected these two to finish on top of the group.
Yeah, this Group A is completely solidified. The only thing that's kind of been up in the air is what the seeding is specifically looking like. I mean, Wubble Bob's even come into their previous cup number 3 as the #1 seed. They bail out pretty early, but they look to be in top form. Only dropping a single map along the way. That was one map versus Team Notorious, who currently reside in 2nd place. But eFuse, who's in charge, going to have to go back to the drawing board and prepare maybe for Boston and the other elite qualifiers down the road.
Yeah, and that's the big underlining factor here with Group A today, is that the teams have effectively already decided. Wubble Bob's, Team Notorious, Nave, Del Mysterio, and Clutch Rain have all qualified for the next stage of play, which will be that playoff bracket. eFuse and Who's in Charge at 1 and 3 and 0 and 4 respectively are already out. Group B, on the other hand, things are still in flux, at least a little bit here. 3 of the teams have already been decided, only 1 still left to go. The top 3 teams there, Elevate, Nixa, and the Originals at 3 and 1, have all clinched a playoff bracket spot. Still looking to see who gets that final one between Team Veer and Falcons, though.
Yeah, I think the biggest story coming out of Group B so far is this Nixa roster. You know, Rafi, D-Frag, Dave, Henry, a lot of people ended up writing them off as potentially going to be that number 3, if not number 4 team coming into the group, but they come through. They 3-1 the Originals, as an upset as it may be. They've been looking pretty darn good along the way. All of that said, as you were kind of pointing at, this Team Veer roster is very content to make sure that they are going to be that 4th team to be able to make that playoff bracket, but we know a specific team, Falcons, are looking to play upset for their future.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said, you can see the 6th team at the bottom there, signs, just like eFuse, just like Who's in Charge, they are out. They are going to have to qualify again if they want to make it back in a Challengers Elite for Season 2. So that final spot today will be decided between Team Veer and Team Falcons. And don't worry, those teams are facing off against one another. We will have that match later on today. Let's talk about what we actually have today then. Let's go for the schedule for all of today's matches. As we've said, only a few of them are actually relevant to deciding which teams will be qualifying. But regardless, we've got some Call of Duty action to show you guys. Kicking things off here on Call of Duty Bravo. The Nave, Del Mysterio going head-to-head with Clutch Rain. Both teams have qualified, but there is still a battle for 3rd seed, and we'll be kicking things off today with that battle, followed up by, of course, the most important match here in Europe. Team Falcons going head-to-head with Team Veer for the final spot. But that's not all the Call of Duty action. If maybe a map is over and you want to go check out some more here in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, there is a stream that's live over at We Are Clutch GG. Team Notorious taking on eFuse and Elevate taking on Nixa again. If you want to get a taste maybe for what those teams are like ahead of the playoff stage, that's the place to do it.
No, it absolutely is, right? You know, Elevate, Nixa, obviously both solidified as far as their groups are concerned, but maybe get an extra pep in their step ahead of the playoffs. Same could be said about Team Notorious, you know, losing those first 2 maps versus Clutch Rain last week, looking very uncharacteristic, might I add you. Could definitely use the confidence boost, and they're going to have their wits about them as they go up against an eFuse roster that I know that have been hitting the grindstone. But just to look at our schedule as a whole, Brody, yeah, that second match, all of our eyes need to be on that one in particular. That has a you play, you win, and you are in type of mentality when it comes out of the playoff bracket.
Two very good teams as well. That's the key thing, I think, that matchup, right? Team Falcons, I think, have surprised a lot of people, but Team Veer also, that roster that I think they got like top 32 in the last Challengers Cup before they entered into Season 1 of Challengers Elite. I think they've surprised a lot of people here, especially with the victory, I think, versus the Originals. I think is where they got their victory in Season 1. So there's a lot, I think, to look at for that team. Let's go over to Group A matches, though. Again, only one of these really matters for seeding purposes, and that's Nave Del Mysterio versus Clutch Rain. But we will also have look-ins, and again, that second stream for Wubble Bobs versus Who's in Charge and Team Notorious versus eFuse as well. But, you know, as we've said here, we've kind of beaten it to death at this point, Andy. It doesn't matter, really, for Wubble Bobs and Team Notorious. I think for Wubble Bobs, they want to go flawless on the day. They want to 3-0 Who's in Charge. They can only have lost 1 map going in the playoffs. But beyond that, I don't think there's really much to say about those matches. It's just going to be kind of a cruise of a day for those teams.
Yeah, look, no shade to Who's in Charge, but Wubble Bobs should probably be walking away with that with a clean 3-0 comparatively to what we have seen from Who's in Charge versus other teams in that group in particular. But, I mean, as far as Group A is concerned, you definitely have... I guess the great seeding for the one match that does have any sort of implications, maybe, you know, that 3 and 4th seeding specifically for Nave Del Mysterio and Clutch Rain are very much so up for grabs. We don't even know which seeding might honestly be best. They probably don't even care as well because you don't know if you're going to be going up against the 1 or the 2 on the opposite side. Both are going to be very difficult matchups ahead of them.
Yeah, indeed. So Nave Del Mysterio going head-to-head with Clutch Rain. Let's start by talking about Nave Del Mysterio here, the sole Spanish team in the league, and they're looking pretty good off the back of some roster changes before we got into Season 1 of Challengers Elite, of course, with Lucky and Journey emigrating over to Elevate. They had to bring in the subs. Sukri and Rencor pulled out of retirement for this roster, and they haven't done half bad.
No, they haven't done half bad, and you know, this is something that we need to talk about for Nave Del Mysterio, so that they're trying to prove themselves as better than just a top 6 team. You know, even when Yako and Super, they were playing along with Journey and Lucky on that Poyodrome roster, they ended up making the group play-ins for the Pro-Am back in Raleigh just last month, but ever since then, and really since the beginning of the season, those two in particular, along with Lucky and Journey, have not placed higher than top 6. Sukri, Rancor, as you were saying, pulled out of retirement. They have been looking pretty darn stellar as far as group play is concerned. This will be their final test ahead of playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. That is, I think, the storyline, right? The underlining for this team is that they are trying to break out of top 6. They haven't placed outside of that for a Challengers Cup, and I think rather more damningly, again, we are kind of mixing in the Poyodrome roster that preceded this Nave Del Mysterio team and this current Nave Del Mysterio team, Andy. But nonetheless, I think this roster, again, top 24 at Raleigh, it's not a good placement, and they do not want to fall in that same trap that Rocker Academy, early AIM Esports fell into last with the Vanguard season, where they were placing top 16, top 24, top 32 at LAN, and kind of became known as onliners. As bad as a term, as much as I don't like that term, I think that was something that was thrown around until the end of the season. AIM definitely proved that wrong. I think, again, for Nave Del Mysterio, especially ahead of Boston, they want to shake that concept. They've got to do it, and they've got to do well here, I think, in Season 1, at least, to start changing that narrative. They do go head-to-head, though, with Clutch Rain, and this Clutch Rain roster, again, one of the 3 French teams that we have in Call of Duty Challengers Elite this season. And Clutch Rain, honestly, I think they've been a pleasant surprise, I will say. You know, they've managed to make their way in towards playoffs. All 4 of these players have made their Challengers Elite debut this season.
Yeah, Isaac, Fibron, Twiz, and Yaza definitely putting their roster on the map, you know, with wins over Who's in Charge and eFuse. That was all that was really required for them to be able to make playoffs in that 4th or 3rd seed. That's what's up for grabs here. They really need to showcase their grit, you know, being able to take those first 2 maps over Team Notorious and then getting reverse swept. Say it as you will, definitely sucks. It would have been a big win for Clutch Rain. It's definitely notable. Nonetheless, they have to be able to prove that they are better than Nave Del Mysterio, I want to say, for the rest of the region to truly take them seriously coming out of the group stage.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Clutch Rain, this is, again, one of those moments that for this team, it is a very similar storyline to Nave Del Mysterio, are a little bit different, I suppose, in the situations that they're in. For Nave, it's trying to break out of that top 6 zone that they're in. For Clutch Rain, a little different. You're not even anywhere near that at the moment, I think, in that kind of global rankings for Europe. you want to get out of that top 16 spot. And beating Nave Del Mysterio, I think, would be a good start here for this Clutch Rain roster. Let's talk about some players, though, for this roster. Let's talk about kind of the star players for the team. And it might shock a lot of people because especially for Nave Del Mysterio, you would think we'd be talking about Super, especially with the way that he performed, one of the best players to come out of Europe in the 2022 Challengers Elite season. But no, Rencor has actually shown up as the star of the show for this team.
Yeah, albeit just absolutely adored by the community. This dude's been cooking when it comes down to the Challengers Elite. It started off in the qualifier and has constantly just been proving themselves to be better and better. You got the stats on your screen. As far as hardpoint and search and destroy is concerned, this guy is an absolute phenom. Whether it comes down to their first blood, turnover percentage in search and destroy, or their overall non-traded kill percentage in both the respawn game modes, Rancor has definitely been something that you want to be looking out for, especially when it comes down to your flanks, when it comes down to the rotations and hardpoints, when it comes down to those very annoying 3v4s. He's the guy that constantly makes a play, but on the other side, I mean, statistical advantage is all apart from that. Veer has been showing up in such a massive way, specifically in the control, 1.42 control KD ratio. Their non-traded kill percentage is really not too far away from Rancor, and a lot of that got boasted off of their second week matchups by Clutch Rain when they were facing off against Notorious and eFuse. This guy was frying in those first two maps versus Notorious.
Veer, I think, is definitely kind of the head-to-head player here versus Rencor, and that's why we've got them up on screen right now. Veer, again, if he can start to set things up in hardpoint and search and destroy, might well go toe-to-toe with Rencor in a way that Nave Del Mysterio might not expect. But right now, for you guys watching the Twitch chat, we should let you know that there is a poll going on at the moment. Who do you favor in this matchup, Nave Del Mysterio or Clutch Rain? A true Spain versus France matchup, and I presume both of the fans of those regions and fans of those respective teams will come out to play. As always, there's a dedicated Spanish fan base for a team like this. You love to see it. Although, I always kind of wonder, Andy, to an extent, right, what happens when Nave Del Mysterio face off against Elevate? You know, what happens in that situation? You know, where did the Spanish fans go?
I mean, you really just kind of have to feel for where the Vamos is going to be split and at which continent it's going to be split at, right? Because, I mean, you just have so much love, especially when it comes down to the Spanish community, when it comes down to Call of Duty. I know a lot of people were very happy to see Vehicle be picked up by Florida Mutineers and what they were able to put together when it comes down to Ultra Academy North America just last year. And the rest of the Spanish community are definitely continuously proving their worth, one of which Super, Lucky. It's kind of hard to be able to gauge which one you truly do vote for, but I mean, when it comes down to this matchup in particular, I mean, my hairs are split. It's very tough, even statistically, to be able to say which team, honestly, is going to eke her out above the other.
Yeah, absolutely. It is interesting to see, I think, again, just given the fact that these two are kind of mid-table teams, you know, which one is going to get the better of the other here. Again, it would be a massive victory for Clutch Rain. For Nave Del Mysterio, I think a necessary one, especially moving into playoffs. You want to come in as the third seed just below a Wubble Bob's or Notorious. Ideally, they wanted to come a little bit higher than that, but they're not going to get the chance to do that now. Nonetheless, we have a map set, I believe, ready to go in just a second here to show you guys. Let's talk about the battlegrounds in which these teams will be facing up upon. And if you like Hotel and El Asilo, this map set is for you. We are going to be closing things out with Hotel, as starting it with Hotel Hardpoint as well. El Asilo for maps number 2 and 3 on Search and Destroy and Control, respectively. Mikado will be the odd duckling here in the series for a map number 4 Hardpoint. Kicking things off the discussion then, Hotel Hardpoint. That's going to be the first map in this best of 5. Not a great map so far, I think, in this season for Nave Del Mysterio. No,
it's not. They played it twice. They lost it both times, Notorious and a Wubble Bob. So I guess you can put a little smiley face next to the Wubble Bob's matchup because Abusa has just been absolutely frying everybody when it comes down to respawn. But regardless of that, you definitely have to look at this Hotel map number 1 to absolutely favor that of the French. Clutch Rain have played it 3 times. They've won it twice versus Who's in Charge and eFuse. This was map 4 versus Team Notorious, and it was the second map that kind of started and really cemented the reverse sweep. They lost to Team Notorious 140 to 250. They were getting outpaced. You cannot allow Rancor to get hot in this map. If Clutch Rain want to find success, you're going to be leaning on Fabrone to be able to match that pace.
All right, well, we do actually have an update on the poll. The poll has finished, and 64% of you thought that Clutch Rain would take this matchup. We'll bear that in mind going forward. The French have a fan base behind them, but we've seen in this series, can they execute on that as we get in a map number 1 in this best of 5? It's Hotel Hardpoint to kick us off. Clutch Rain will start things on the better side of the map. The question for me, Andy, is whether they can keep that.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job of just making sure they're maintaining that 50-yard line. The only player that's pushed up is going to be Isaac. Thebrone is right there, right next to the host stand, maybe try to help things out just a little bit, but you got to be careful because the flank was a little bit open. Yaza, Spidey senses might be tingling. You see it on the mini-map. Yako has slipped the net off screen. That battle might just end up consuming Clutch Rain for starting off on that favorite side of the map, but they're slaying out in the hardpoint.
Brown here starting off at 3-0, make that 4-0. Great kill there versus Yako, and that's the player you did want to deal with behind. Still yet. Another one in Rencor. There's that battle going down. Rencor actually pulling out attack there, or maybe picking one up the ground to try and get those early gunfights here for the rotation towards P2. For Clutch Rain, though, on a bad spot here to try and grab that rotation. Nice nade from afar from Rencor there to take down Isaac. So now, going to be Twiz, Yaza over here to try and deal with this pressure. And Yaza in a bit of an off-angle spot there on towards Sukri on the other side. Super is starting to fly through, though. He gets taken down. The first wave of gunfights will go the way of Clutch Rain here. Nave Del Mysterio, though, it won't be long before they spawn back in.
Yep, and now you have to be staring down the barrel of how the heck do you just break this P2 hardpoint. Head glitches galore. You would almost think that it has to start through the lobby where Twiz is located at. Snaps for the second on Yaka over by D2 will inevitably be traded out, but that damage has definitely been felt. Well, Nave Del Mysterio, though, they're spawning towards the Atrium side, now going to be pushing from Chandelier.
Still a couple of last-ditch efforts here from the Nave Del Mysterio. Why not? It's 20 seconds worth going for. Yako flies through, but Isaac soon shuts him down. So Clutch Rain getting a wealth of time there, basically the full 60 off the back of P2, and as we move over towards P3, it becomes a very important hardpoint for Nave Del Mysterio to hold. It's one of the easier hardpoints that we have here to hold on Hotel hardpoints, so maybe they can get it done. Super is starting to get the snaky strategies out here. Looking over towards the door, but it's actually going to be the route from behind from Isaac here. And Twiz too, both of them taken down from Super, though. They never quite expected that. The first couple of gunfights here going the way of Nave Del Mysterio. And the first wave of kills will give them the early control. Some more still to come, though, as Clutch Rain spawning in that backline. The Nave, they are not giving up just yet.
How about the meta that Clutch Rain or that Nave Del Mysterio have actually been playing with? Super has actually been playing along with the SMG a lot more than Rancor in this map in particular, so we'll have to keep an eye on that going forward. A spawn out did occur right behind enemy lines over by the half wall. That was going to be Twiz that did spawn over by the back door. Yako knows that they're weak, needs to deal with that player in the back. This is the emphatic hold that you need for Nave Del Mysterio to bring themselves fully back into the game.
As we said, that was a really important hardpoint for them, and they will get the vast majority of time off the back of it. Basically a full 60 as Clutch Rain now going to be focusing on the rotation. Isaac looking long here, 1 versus 1 against Sukri. Will have support from his teammates as they spawn up towards Spa, so Isaac going to be in a world of pain sooner rather than later. Those players will be making their way slowly but surely around the backline, and it is only Isaac at the moment that is here to deal with it. Isaac taking shots, and is able to get a few shots into Super, but no more than that. Yaza falls in the lobby too. Lebrone, what can he do here? He's the player that we looked to watch before we got into this map. He's able to get one. Hold off Nave because they know they need to deal with him. And Febrone is there! Febrone for 2! Massive gunfights there as Nave forced to spawn out.
Yeah, but the numbers aren't really here, as you were saying. I mean, Clutch Rain, they were able to at least get a couple of illuminations in and around the lobby over by Spa. Febrone, that was a wonderful 2-piece, sure. Well, Nave Del Mysterio were playing from the future, working away from P3. They made sure that they got those backlot spawns. That'll cement themselves as far as P4 is concerned. Just down to scrap time. The Clutch Rain, they need to be able to make the executive decision here. Do we just fully embellish ourselves for the scrap time, or do we just try to rotate over towards Duke? The double-edged sword does not work out in their favor, as Super's able to find 2 over by the bar hardpoint. The rest of the team for Clutch Rain spawning over by Jacuzzi ahead of this restaurant hill.
Smells Rancor from far away. He wants this gunfight. Rancor, though, he's absolutely ready for it. Makes Febrone weak. There should be an immediate trade in from Yaza, and there will be. Still the fight from the restaurant far from over here as Twiz still in it. I thought for a second Isaac might join him in the fight, but actually goes for a wraparound through Freezer, and that'll delay it enough that Nave Del Mysterio will get the better of Clutch Rain on those initial gunfights. And now the overextension coming through from Super as well. 4 in a row. Looking for number 5, playing this one slow. Knows that Clutch Rain have to come to them, and there's players on both sides of their kill for Nave Del Mysterio. Sukri staying alive here on the other side as well. This is beautiful play coming out from the Nave to keep Clutch Rain at bay. Finally, they break on through. It's Twiz that gets it done, but again, the trades are so strong for Nave Del Mysterio. Super on 5 in a row. Sukri on 4 in a row as well. The Nave starting to heat up here.
Super able to get that 6th elimination in a row. That's going to be a cruise missile accrued for Nave Del Mysterio, and it really does feel like over the past 3 hardpoints that Clutch Rain have only been able to collect 10 points comparatively to about the 100 that Nave Del Mysterio have been putting on the board. Super 3 will finally be put to rest, but they're double positive, 15 and 7. The SMG in their hands is something that you definitely have to be looking at. We've only really seen it on a Fortress before, Brody, but he's looking very comfortable here on Hotel. Or this garage hardpoint, this rotation. Clutch Rain again. They were spawning out. They have to fight through the previous hardpoint now to be able to get into the back to upset this setup that Nave have.
Well, that's a pretty big 2-piece coming out from Yako. If he can make it through, that would be nice, but it doesn't matter because Sukri can take the drone out from far away. Nonetheless, the result is the same. Nave Del Mysterio, you were talking about how the last 3 kills have been so fruitful for them. Well, this one might be well the same, especially if Super can start to get some of these kills in and around the hardpoint, and he might well found a route through the bottom of bedroom.
Woo.
There's one. Still a few more kills to get here. I guess the shots towards the second. That player will actually end up falling. I believe that was Wrinkle that takes them down. And another one goes to Nave at the moment. The way they are playing in and around these hard points, the supporting gunfights coming out from players like Super is sublime. 18-8, Super doing super things. That's why this guy was one of the players to watch in Challenges and Vanguard. He's doing it again here in Modern Warfare 2. And the Nave now well in the lead here in this game. Clutch Rain really starting to feel out of the picture.
Just about double the points that Nave Del Mysterio have over Clutch Rain going in towards the second set. You really need to start manifesting a whole lot more firepower if you are Clutch Rain, because Super, 18-9 like you were talking about, has just been absolutely making Clutch Rain feel silly with their flanks not being fully secured. And Rancor has been going almost unnoticed as well. I mean, 17-10 on a 4 spree now, playing up against this desk. There's number 5, so almost able to get number 6 in a row. That would have been a snap and a half into the double arches. But where Rancor falls, Super picks it up, finds yet another 2, is making sure that Clutch Rain do not have numbers to contest his hard point.
Twiz still wants to try and upset things here for Nave on the back 30. It is an important 30 seconds that would get Clutch Rain over that 100-point line and a little bit further than that as well. If Twiz can actually get it. Right now, I think he's a little bit too cautious about the fact that Nave players might still be hanging around the joint. Finally, they take them down, and now a lot of this responsibility will fall on the shoulders of Yaza. He falls towards Rancor in the backline, and once again, for the umpteenth hill in a row, the Nave Del Mysterio will be the first team to touch, unless Clutch Rain can come out here and storm the kill fast. Rancor around the backline, loses the one to Isaac, and now things might well open up for Clutch Rain here. Sukri, all on his lonesome. Sukri, all on his lonesome, picks up 2, looking for another one against Yaza. It doesn't matter because the Nave's still spawning pretty close here, still in with a chance of breaking in towards this hard point, and Rancor off screen for 2 will leave Yaza and Brone all on their own. Yaza falls, so Brone goes as well, and the Nave Del Mysterio win.
Yeah, how to turn a 50-50 split situation as far as spawns are concerned into your favor for Nave Del Mysterio. If Rancor does not pick up Statue and finds that 2-piece through the atrium, things might go a little bit more haywire for Nave Del Mysterio, but they completely rectify the issue that was getting broken up from the back. And Clutch Rain are now looking from the outside in. They might be able to contest this hard point just one more time, but you're just battling for scraps at this point. This is 18 seconds. Nave Del Mysterio don't care about that. Already look, just Rancor on a 2 spree, hitting the rotation past the garage is going to help, or have Yako, excuse me, in their assistance through the side door. Clutch Rain, they do have 3 players already hoofing it through the restaurant, so this is by no means guaranteed for Nave on the rotation.
It's not guaranteed at all. I thought it might be, especially considering Clutch Rain will really concentrate on their back 18 seconds, but nonetheless, the Nave now just forcing their way in. Yako making it look so easy, but in the end, Twiz does take him down, and now it's Supri left up here, has support from a player in from behind. That will be Super who's in. Their journey isn't over just yet, though. Super and Sukri still holding on towards this hard point time. Rancor also providing the support around the hill, and I said the journey wasn't over. I think it might be now. Just 25 seconds here left before the Nave say sayonara here in game number 1. It was the Clutch Rain roster. Yako once again starting to heat up with 3 in a row. Isaac under fire from Nave Del Mysterio, has to back down for a second here, and again, pivotal moments going the way of Clutch Rain. Rancor in for another in the kill feed. Yako still continuing on here, finally falls to Fibrone, but he will go down. Super once again on 5 in a row. Super on 6 in a row. Finishes things out in that fashion, and Nave Del Mysterio slot themselves in the driving seat towards the back 80% of that game. They never left.
They really never left at all, Brody. And it, again, just feels like it's shades of the last time Clutch Rain played this map was versus Team Notorious in that map number 4, and they got put in the absolute blender that was that P3, P4, and then P5 rotation. Again, that Nave Del Mysterio were seemingly unstoppable, truly. I mean, someone trade Super. I mean, the guy went on back-to-back 6 sprees. You saw that 7 spree through the middle of the map as well. He was just completely going unnoticed. Those things cannot happen. It's like I was framing up at the beginning of this hotel map number 1. This can absolutely go crazy and ballistic for the team that is looking from the outside in when you do have a player of Super's caliber just going rogue through all the different fixtures, through all the different alleyways that you have available to an SMG of the caliber when it's in the hands of Super. Still can't believe I'm sitting there saying that, but the guy was just everywhere that he needed to be at the right times.
I mean, he's an AR flex, right? A player that we've known to run an AR. Obviously, Sukri joining this roster has kind of relegated him to that role, and he's just been playing so well in that map there. There's the flex part of Super coming out to play. 2 consecutive sprees there on the same kill, and he's looking so hot. But it wasn't just him on the team. Pretty much everybody had a day there in map number 1. Rancor, again, the player to watch at the beginning of this best of 5 at 26 and 15. Sukri, though, we said it, 24 and 18s, and it was those sprees, I think, just Nave really did take control of that game. Non-traded kills really high there for Nave too. And I think the big thing that stands out to me, a lot of those players are sitting inside the hill getting kills. They're getting crucial kills inside the hard point. 1 minute 30 for Sukri, 1 minute 50 for Yakko, 1 minute in the hill for Renkor. Like, everybody had their part there towards the objective.
I mean, Isaac, you know, the 35 seconds that they were inside the hard point, 9 of their 18 eliminations actually came within the hard point. It's just when they were able to cement themselves as the team that was in control, you know, barring that first 2 hard points that we had for ourselves, it really always felt like that Clutch Rain were battling for the back 20 seconds, battling for 30 seconds, and then those first 15 were always contested. And why is that? It's just because of the Nave del Mysterio, as the mysterious shit might honestly suggest, they were constantly on the flank. They were always exploiting all these different angles that Clutch Rain were not looking at, because the upfront gunfights were always being traded out. You called it when we were in P2 for the second set, Brody, that the trades were that much better for Nave del Mysterio, and it just makes Super's job so much easier when they're just looking and spawning out, hitting all the way through Smog, going through P4, coming behind enemy lines, behind Statue. They find 3 seemingly for free. Those things just cannot happen in a map mode combination like Hotel Hardpoint.
It's not great. It's not great. It's not a good start at all for Clutch Rain, especially because, again, the headliner going into that one was Nave del Mysterio. Despite the fact that they lost them both to Wubble Bobs and Notorious, they had lost 2 hotel control maps and hotel hardpoint maps, excuse me, and hadn't won a single one going in that one. Now they have against Clutch Rain. Things looking up then in this best of 5 as we move forward. It's El Asilo Search and Destroy up next. And this is a bit of an interesting state of affairs, because you and I had a conversation about this, whether or not we'd see, or what Search and Destroy maps we'd see outside of Hotel for Nave del Mysterio, because they've only played Hotel, Search and Destroy. Now they have to play El Asilo.
Yeah, and it's interesting, isn't it? Because, I mean, obviously, for that map number 5, if we do end up going that far, will be a Hotel Search and Destroy. That is going to be the wheelhouse and a half when it comes down to the Nave del Mysterio. And, you know, we say that through the 4 matches worth being played, they've only played a single Search and Destroy map. All 4 matches that they played have only gone as far as map number 4, and that was versus Team Notorious in their first matchup. But, yeah, you really do have to feel like that this El Asilo map number 2 needs to be online when it comes down to Clutch Rain. The only time that they did play it was actually against the Wubble Bobs. They lost it 3-6. But you almost have to feel that the pace might need to be slowed down ever so slightly, especially against this Nave del Mysterio team. They love to play very fast and very tenacious, but when it comes down to this Clutch Rain roster, as long as you can deal with Super on the Sniper or the AR, whichever they're pulling out as far as a long-range combination is concerned, you should be feeling pretty darn good to be able to play your own Search and Destroy here.
Yeah, I think for Clutch Rain, I think that there's 2 key points of victory for them, really. I think it's Yaza with the sniper rifle. Again, you kind of noted it there when we saw them play Team Notorious. His sniper rifle was actually pretty fruitful. It was just getting into positions where he could actually take out players that really was where they struggled. And then I think the second thing for me is you're looking at players like Twiz that absolutely do need to go ham. I think just getting behind enemy lines caused some serious damage towards the Nave del Mysterio roster. On the flip side of that, this Nave del Mysterio roster, you got to make sure Renkor doesn't do exactly that to you, because he has been doing that in Search and Destroy. He's been an absolute beast, and that's really a problem you're going to have to deal with. And of course, the big thing, I think, thing for this team in Search and Destroy, a lot of teams worked it out with Vanguard last season on the AIM Esports roster. Deal with Super as a sniper rifle player. As long as you deal with Super as a sniper rifle player, a lot of the coverage, I think, for the map for Nave del Mysterio might well just crumble. So Clutch Rain, they still do have an in here in this best of 5. It's not over just yet, but a reminder for you folks at home of kind of the state of play, what we're looking at here for the context of this series. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. Outside of seeding, Nave del Mysterio and Clutch Rain both have qualified for playoffs regardless of what happened. They are in 3rd and 4th place in Group A, respectively. So this match is effectively for seeding, and they don't even know what seed they're really playing for, considering they have no idea how Group B looks.
Give you some updates across the board when it comes down to our first set of matches. Wubble Bobs were able to take the Fortress Hardpoint over Who's in Charge, 250-145, and then Team Notorious beat E-Fuse on the Embassy Hardpoint map number 1, 250-154. But into this map number 2, yeah, I mean, want to echo just one thing again. Just be like Ben Beans, you know, just snipe better than Super. It's that easy, forehead, right? But not necessarily. I mean, when it comes down to Super, it's just one piece of the proverbial puzzle. On offense first, it will be Nave del Mysterio, and of course we start with Super, because why not? He's got a sniper in his hands.
I will find that first blood too. If your Brown steps out with tools, Super might well have the tools to deal with him.
Nice.
Be just yet up top still. It will now be Yaza on the other side with the sniper rifle, and Super thinks better of it. Knows that's a shot. Takes the shot and will not get the kill just yet. Elsewhere though, might all just be smoke and mirrors as Nave del Mysterio making their way up. It's Yakko along the fences that gets the kill versus Vibron. The information passed along from Super, and it will be Yakko that acts on it.
4v3 up top, Yakko. Reed towards their top office. numbers sufficiently in favor, that of the offense. I mean, if you're Twiz, Yaza, you're doing the right thing, just maybe play in a tradable position, but you're 100% going to have to play for retake here, knowing damn well that you're going to concede this A site. Yaza also has a sniper to play with, maybe relying on that pick here, Brody.
Got to get something somewhere. Yaza with a pistol. Oh, misses some shots, but gets it done versus guess who? Renker on the flank. Makes it a little bit more realistic a situation of handle. Yaza gets right into business, though, to try and retake A, and it doesn't work. Shots into Sukri, but not a kill, and now Twiz left up in a 1 versus 3. It's a nice stick on towards Sukri. 25 seconds on the clock, though. Twiz gets the knife against Yakko, and now again, much more realistic. Kira, 1 versus 1, but you've got to locate Super. You haven't had any information on him basically all round, besides the fact that he was in green earlier on. But the read from Twiz is in, and what a read! What a 1 versus 3. Twiz with a perfect read.
I mean, we say a read, but in all reality, I'm pretty sure that Twiz also saw that up top. I mean, if it wasn't Twiz, maybe Yaza when they were trying to bulldoze their way in towards the side. And I got really nervous there. I mean, Yaza kind of getting a little bit of far ahead of their teammate there of Twiz. Did not wait for any sort of backup, maybe trying to fish out the timing to be able to get that bomb planter before they end up getting in towards the locker position. But forces Twiz's hands in the 1v3. I mean, also being able to take down Rancor on the flank was a big deal for Yaza. But most importantly, I mean, Yakko completely caught with their pants down, gets shivved in the back, and then Twiz with the right read had the timing, knowing damn well that Super had to check the bomb when it comes down to that 16-second marker, probably knowing that they're up top. Wonderful 1v3 to come through.
That's a great start from Clutch Rain. Not the best start in the round, but how it ends that matters. And this time around, it will be a start that favors Clutch Rain as Yaza gets the first blood on towards Sukri. Not Super, most notably. There is still a sniper potentially in play here, but look how fast this pushes from Clutch Rain. Yaza elsewhere gets another one towards Rencor, and this enables Clutch Rain to get the bomb down. We'll leave Yakko and Super left up in a 2 versus 4. Yakko goes for the peek, and he is donezo. Super 1 versus 4. They know he has the sniper rifle here, and it's a check that will certify it. Super could give us some good snipes here, but nope, not even going to get that. That is a great round from Clutch Rain.
That's actually the same tit-for-tat first round that we actually got to see offensively from Clutch Rain versus the Wubble Bobs. It's very hard, especially for that first round, to fully expect that B push to come all the way through, but when you have the trust through field, you're able to watch that player top bricks, and well, you're also able to find the eliminations. Who would have thought that it makes that B side look pretty darn tasty for Clutch Rain. They cement themselves in, make sure that all their bases are covered. They leave Super alive, and as you were saying, they know damn well that he's got the sniper rifle in hand. Doesn't look like Super wants anything to do with the boomstick this offensive round. He's going to pull out the SMG for the second offense of Nave Del Mysterio.
Nave Del Mysterio struggling to get the wheels turning here. They're search and destroy, and it's going to get worse as well as an early stun from Clutch Rain gives them a ton of map control all the way through. Will be Twiz towards this Keg's position. I don't think Yakko's going to expect this at all, and most certainly he does not. Twiz goes to second 2. It's 5 in a row now for Twiz between rounds. Or at least that's what it says on our Codcaster mode, but regardless, Twiz now going to have that cruise missile in the back pocket for later on during this game. What a start it has been for Twiz, and it does completely leave Nave stranded.
Yeah, no, the guy hasn't died. I mean, that is not a bug by any stretch of the imagination. Just the shriek. As you were saying, the cruise missile has been accrued. Rancor, lots to do here. Has Dead Silence able to achieve collecting the bomb. It's still so much more that you have to cover. And keep in mind, you Super as well, how to pick up an AR to be able to help things out in the longer lines of sight. So Rancor, Super, doubled up together. 30 seconds left to play. You have to allocate about 5 seconds or so just to be able to plant that bomb. And just as soon as they're thinking that they're going to be able to rotate over towards the red tower, Isaac has been over here since yesterday. Although he might be traded out, time is not of the essence for Rancor to clutch this.
It's a good start from Rancor to take down Isaac, but that's information gained for Clutch Rain. Got to deal with Yaza. The shots are in. Yaza's confident enough to go for the challenge, of course. The sniper should be faster than Rancor, but I think it's just important enough that Rancor doesn't get Yaza in that situation. Again, the information's so crucial. Now no time for Rancor to do anything here in this round. It is donezo. And again, Clutch Rain start things so strong. It is that early two-piece that completely damns the Nave in that situation.
I mean, you say the early two-piece. I raise you that much further of just the early stun that cut so much information. I mean, that stunned 3 people inside of pool. And when you get that early stun, you're able to get that forward position like you were talking about. Yakko, there was no way that they were going to fully expect for that player to be over by the back door of the AS&D site. Twiz is able to find that first and immediately turns it into a second. I mean, the guy hasn't died through 3 rounds worth of play. He's averaging 2 eliminations per round from the 1v3 clutch in round number 1. You got an early cruise missile to be playing with. Nave Del Mysterio are reeling in the search.
It does feel like Twiz again performing just like he did versus Notorious in this map mode combination. Although that one didn't end well, this one is going much better. Nave Del Mysterio again, struggling to get anything going. If we take a look at the map control here in this round, Clutch Rain looking to get control of B, it would seem, and there's nobody really to be concerned about just yet. That nade will remove one player from position. The cruise missile actually being brought down for information from Clutch Rain. They are confident that they win this round, but the opening snipe will come through, and that does leave Clutch Rain in a sticky situation.
I don't like that cruise missile being called in. I mean, maybe you're in position to try to get that bomb planted over at B, but Nave Del Mysterio are not going to be fooled twice. Super's now on the full flank. He's going to clear up top. I mean, he has the read. There's Isaac snaking behind the desk, though. Super has to concede the area for now. Completely gives it up. Goes back inside house. Elsewhere, Twiz is able to find a Semtex on the one. Isaac to collect on Yako. They know where Super's located at, but don't know where Rancor is.
And Rancor, again, could well blow this play wide open. This is the role that he's supposed to play here on the Nave roster. He might just get caught out from Yaza here. Yep, wow. There you go. Yaza from afar has a sneaky suspicion that somebody's going to flank, and, well, he's absolutely correct. Super now left up in a 1 versus 3. Hasn't even got a kill so far. Wants to get off the donut. Now's the time to do it. Bomb down inside A. Super has to be super quiet here. No dead silence to work with. These are horrible situations to be in. As soon as he opens that door, might find one, but no more than that. And there you go. The first kill is in. He gets off the donut, finds himself on the breadstick, but, well, the bakery might well be closed at this point as they're 4-0 down.
It's just systematic, isn't it? I mean, watching Clutch Rain as far as an offense is concerned, they want to go back towards that fast B hit. They call in the cruise missile to be able to confirm information on maybe previously where they saw some throwables being tossed out. But still, I mean, being able to isolate a lot of these players, leaving Super in the back, just knowing that that player was a non-benefactor to commit towards that B push, finding Rancor, as well as you had just one player of Yaza pushing all the way over by the back offensive or defensive shack. I mean, this has just been really good search and destroy being exemplified by Clutch Rain. Nave Del Mysterio, you got to have it here, or you're almost feeling like you're truly guaranteed to lose the search.
And a big part of this, again, Super 1 and 4 at the moment, finally gets a snipe off onto Yaza, who's been causing so many problems for the Nave in this round. But again, the problem is, Yako's already down for the count. For the trade that you get, it's not good enough. Twiz makes the situation bad to worse here for Nave Del Mysterio. Sukri goes down. Now, Super and Rancor left up in a 2 versus 3. They're split apart too. You're going to have to see some individual heroics coming out of these players. And a bomb retrieval at that. This is a tough ask for Nave Del Mysterio, but perhaps Rancor could do something here. Just needs to don the cape and save the day. Slow as you like. Might well be able to get it done, but there's just nothing for these players at the moment.
That sound's going to be popped. X12 pistol is what Super has to be playing with. I mean, if you can get a quick pick here with the sniper in towards the back, he'd be great, but Wiz also pops dead silence on the opposite side. This guy has been having a flawless search and destroy so far, and I love this call. You clear the BS and D. You don't really have to do anything. Just let your teammates collapse on the play. Now it's all up to Rancor. 1v3. Good luck. Have fun, brother. He's up top. Not going to be able to find a Clutch Rain. Looking pretty darn stellar. Flawless at that. 5-0 goes the search.
This might be one of the most flawless search and destroys we've seen so far. Again, I know we have
Twiz hasn't died.
Yeah, we know, but we have to emphasize the context here, which is at the end of the day that this match, again, doesn't matter too much in terms of what happens. We don't want to lessen the impact, but that is the state of play here. Nave Del Mysterio qualify, as do Clutch Rain regardless, but this is still a splendid search and destroy from Clutch Rain. 9-0 from Twiz. That man is having a hell of a day. Nave just can't check him here in this matchup. Need to get started, though. Nave Del Mysterio, this might be the round. Rancor finds himself in an advantageous position all the way up towards Courtyard. Hasn't spotted anybody out towards Shed. That's because nobody is there. Clutch Rain taking this one much more directly through the middle of the map. No, Twiz, do not die. If you want a perfect search and destroy, he goes to get the bomb down.
Got a lot of cover here, but the biggest issue is you have one player that's going to be poking through the pillar side, and that's going to be Rancor. Has the door open. Sukri, Yako, they're able to combine for 2. 2v3 in a retake. Isaac has to drop down, is able to find 1. Can he get out from Kegs? Yes, he can. Needs this regen to come through, but just as soon as we speak it into full existence, Super is able to collect on a very weak Isaac. Twiz's perfect search and destroy comes to a rest of a very aggressive A hit. I mean, Nave Del Mysterio, they were really making sure that the B execute wasn't going to be able to come through for a 3rd time. They stop it from happening, and that puts them in a stellar position to be able to collapse on a post-plant situation. I mean, I don't want to speak it into full existence. All I'm asking for is someone to DM me on Twitter to be able to say full sail in Spanish. I got to prepare myself. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not going to say that it won't happen.
We already cast a curse Twiz. He's died.
That's a bold statement coming from somebody that literally caster curses for a living.
Yeah, that's true. I do that a lot. We apologize, Twiz. First step on the board. First round on the board here for Nave Del Mysterio. It's the start of something special potentially here for the Spaniards. I'm not going to say the words just yet, though. At least I won't.
I already said it.
you're ready. No, gosh darn it. Regardless, what we for here in this round, on Nave Del Mysterio, do you want to get some control over A? But just look how much of a heavy investment this is from Clutch Rain. They're pushing players all the way up Courtyard. Flank now coming through from Twiz, and what a great read again on towards Super. The information is through, they act on it, and the Nave Del Mysterio once again left severed.
Rancor able to find at least a trade, but that's quickly then brought back towards the numbers advantage, at least for the moment. Wiz falls on the flank. Sucre Rancor versus Isaac Febron. In this 2v2, bomb needs to be collected and executed towards one of these sites, though. Rancor dead silence about to be running out. Goes to at least check the bomb site, but no Deddy available to you. You're just kind of stuck in this position for Sucre to make a play in the back.
We'll get one kill. Now Isaac left up in a 1 versus 2. Should be able to catch one player off guard. Shot from the right though, and somehow survives that engagement with Sucre. Sucre going on the hunt here. Knows Isaac is weak, but he will get the full regen before the engagement happens again. And now Sucre has to make a choice. Do you go for the bomb plant here, or do you wait out Isaac in the situation? Goes for the former of the two. The bomb will go down. Where does he swing? Around the garage. Isaac's got eyes on him. Just going to sit. Wait patiently, ready to strike here on towards Isaac. But Isaac has to check so many crevices, so many corners where Sucre could be. He knows what the bomb is planted for. Isaac turns around at the wrong time. Sucre comes around the corner and takes him down. The Nave Del Mysterio, not dead yet.
That's a very tough 1v1 for Rancor, or for Sucre, excuse me, to be able to pull out of the hat, isn't it? Because, I mean, when you get that bomb planted inside of B, from Isaac's perspective, you're almost expecting them maybe to play inside the site, but it's Sucre with an AR, so you could honestly be back truck, where the bomb could be planted for, he could be top pride rock, but also bold move for Sucre just to fully wrap around the garage, right? Because, I mean, if you're looking at it from Isaac's perspective, there could have been that timing that Isaac could have gone all the way into the backside of Pride Rock, and then Sucre would have been full flank, but to be able to fully wrap around bricks like that, to be able to find the elimination in the back, keeps the Nave Del Mysterio breathing in the search.
They're breathing, still on life support, Nave Del Mysterio. Stun's now coming out here from Clutch Rain and from Super as well. Stuns himself here in the situation. Nade's going out. This 1 versus 1 around the shed between Super and Isaac will continue. Super just crawling up here. He knows that this player is around. Finally, Super going to rack dead silence. No! Gets slapped down there by Isaac. First blood has already come through for Clutch Rain as well, so this might well be the round. They've got map control.
Brought an SMG to a boxing bout. Sucre in the back. Dead silence. Going to get completely caught off guard. Now Yakko, he's got the read on towards the first, sees the second as well. The door, it gets closed right in Yakko's face. Is only able to find the one, but just as soon as Yakko thought about maybe trying to convert the spray over towards the second, the round completely falls by the wayside. Clutch Rain, they got scary in those previous 2 rounds of play, but they finally put the search to rest. They even up the series 1 apiece with a 6-2 win here on LSELA.
No full sale. We didn't cast a curse at Andy. I'm quite surprised, mate, honestly. Well, I'm not surprised necessarily. I mean, full sale is extremely hard to pull off.
Yeah, it is.
Nonetheless, we didn't cast a curse at, and for that I am proud. What a great search and a story from Clutch Rain there. 5-0 at one point in that one. They looked so good. And just the pressure, again, we did talk about it coming in the search and the story, where we're looking at players such as Isaac to go off in the way that they did, or Twiz in the way that they did, excuse me. And then on the other side, you know, Yaza with a sniper rifle, just so integral to so many rounds there.
Yeah, I mean, how could you ever try to calculate nor comprehend about what Twiz was just going to put into the search and destroy through 3 rounds worth of play? This guy was going absolutely AWOL. I thought 6-0 was impressive. The guy ups his ante, goes 9-0, finally gets put to rest, sure. But even more so than that, I mean, it caused considerable doubt, especially for the Nave Del Mysterio, to really kind of reconsider what they were looking for on their offense and defensive rounds. Where's this guy going to be located at? Does Super try to commit towards the sniper 1v1 continuously versus Yaza? I mean, sometimes they were able to at least find the trade in the pick, but if Super's not finding that first blood and it's just going to be a trade at range, I mean, it doesn't really matter, especially for an offensive round. Nave Del Mysterio constantly needed more, and Rancor wasn't able to produce on the flank continuously. Yeah. Clutch Rain just constantly had so much map presence. I mean, 12-2 for the kid. It's just absolutely absurd. Led the lobby as far as KD is concerned, and really was one of the main reasons, the catalyst, if you will, for Clutch Rain's success.
I mean, again, we talked about it. The keys to victory for Clutch Rain. You got to have Twiz and Yaza doing their things, and you've got to shut down Super and Rancor on the other side. The counterparts for Nave Del Mysterio. All of those things occurred. Twiz at 12-2. Yaza, we can't actually show you the first bloods, but he did actually get a fair few there in the search and destroy. And then the other side, again, you're looking at players like Rancor 2-8, Super 3-7. we're talking about catalysts for search and destroy for La Nave del Mysterio, not able to get the reaction there. Out of clutch rain. What a brilliant, brilliant search and destroy from them. Just so, so well played. And again, you know, I think we talk about it. Just a great search and destroy. I think overall, clutch rain, I think they needed that in this series, especially after what happened in the hard point, just how dominant that was for La Nave del Mysterio. They definitely needed that map.
Oh, totally needed that map, especially after being put in the blender at the end of the first set of hard points, and then the entirety of the second, really, on that hotel map number 1, where La Nave del Mysterio, one in particular of Super, was just an absolute mad lad, but even more so than that, you know you're going to be able to get a little bit less out of Super, potentially, when it comes down to La Nave del Mysterio in the search and destroy, because of the sniper rifle play that we know that Super loves to bring to the table, but also just how the map mode combination works for El Asilo. You know, we all can't be Capsidal, we all just can't just run down and find success in the middle of the map for crying out loud, but you can, sure. You might as well just be Twiz and find some timings, but also just has to be kind of just pointed as before we fully put this map to rest, is that the resource management and the utility usage as a whole for Clutch Rain throughout the early stages, like the first 10 seconds of each round in particular, was so good. I mean, their stuns were stopping La Nave del Mysterio from finding so much presence in the middle of the map, was stopping them from finding early success as far as map coverage is concerned as well, that if you can continue to lean on that for attacks and Semtexes alike, I mean, honestly speaking, that could be your breaks for hardpoint, that could be your holds as well, and search and destroy prowess alike.
Everything was good apart from the cruise missile. That's the one gripe I have. If I have to pick one gripe in that one,
I can't harp on it.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter in the end. They won the round. I was a little bit concerned though when it happened. They lost the first battle. I was like, oh no, hang on, they've just invested a cruise missile. This might be the start of the end, but it doesn't matter. They're able to get over that gripe and they win the search and destroy 6-2. Brilliant victory there for them in the series. Let's bring up the series then to show you guys what's happened so far. Of course, we already mentioned that Hotel Hardpoint went the way of La Nave del Mysterio, and that was a very dominant victory over Clutch Rain. For Clutch Rain, I think, you know, this team, again, coming out and winning the search and destroy, it is so, so important. We're not going to show you the map set for whatever reason now, but we are going to tell you at least the next up in the series is going to be Asilo Control, and that's a big one.
Yeah, the venue will remain the same, but the game mode obviously entirely different, as you do have your respawns intact. And the one time, excuse me, that both these teams actually played, Asilo Control was actually versus Who's in Charge. The one difference, I guess, is that maybe La Nave del Mysterio did it better, I suppose. They 3-0'd Who's in Charge on El Asilo Control comparatively to Clutch Rain, where they did win 3-1 in their opening series in a 3-0 fashion versus Who's in Charge. But the one thing in particular that needs to be constantly talked about is kind of like how big of a head scratcher El Asilo can honestly become. You know, you put in a spawn trap offensively continuously, so long as you don't maintain that field control. But enough speculation aside, we'll have to see if La Nave del Mysterio can fall back into their winning ways and their pace differential of what we got in map 1.
Indeed. Well, in towards map number 3 we go. It's going to be El Asilo once again. It's going to be an important map for this best of 5. For now, though, right off the start, we're seeing trades galore. Isaac and Twiz starting things out strong for the Clutch Rain roster, who will be on the defense. And for La Nave del Mysterio, answering a question that we often have here for teams in the offense, where do you want to go right off the rip? Needs to be a concerted effort, at least from La Nave del Mysterio, over towards B. But split up from Clutch Rain, it will leave Sukri all on his lonesome towards the backline. If you could do some damage, that will be great. But a 1v1 versus Yaza that doesn't exactly go his way. Just trying to waste some time, and in the end, it won't matter. Yaza gets the kill, and elsewhere, Isaac with another one. Rencor left up alive here, and again, it's just about wasting some time. Gets caught out.
Yeah, just an interesting opening break, wasn't it, from La Nave del Mysterio? They kind of split their affairs on two different sides, and Clutch Rain kind of look at how little challenges they got inside the interior of the building. They're like, cool, that's fine. Down to 24 seconds remaining. It is a 10-for-4 start is what La Nave del Mysterio are looking at, and they are struggling to even get their office control.
Things not exactly going well here for La Nave del Mysterio, are they? Very little map control. They're down by 7 lives, and maybe now an opportunity here for Rencor to go big, but no, Veer shuts him down. Super now potentially doing something, gets caught out by Yaza from behind. Jeez. Clutch Rain at the moment, the way they are playing this, it is sublime, isn't it? Yakko now the last one left alive. He gets caught out too. And what a starting round this has been. Nobody from La Nave del Mysterio will touch. Not a single progression goes their way.
Yeah, I mean, I want to sit there and continue to sing the praises of how well Clutch Rain were systematic, much through their search and destroy round victories, as much as they were throughout this first round defensively on Asilo Control. But I mean, most importantly, you got to go back to that opening break for La Nave del Mysterio. You know, they try to split their effects, mostly on the exterior of the building. They come up with absolutely nothing, as Clutch Rain fully understand that you can contest both the B and the A zone quite wonderfully by lines of sight being held inside the building for Asilo. And once they recognize that La Nave del Mysterio were not challenging for the middle of the map, they were sitting there licking their lips and just kind of singing the praises of what La Nave del Mysterio kind of gifted them. So now Clutch Rain up on the offense, Just need to be able to do better than 0 ticks.
Clutch Rain having a pretty good start here. Still got a couple of players live on the offense towards A, and Isaac and Yaza are opening up with the first blood. It's a pretty good start overall. Now the progression starting to be made on A. Isaac wants to get himself in that advanced position to try and provide cover fire for the roster. Elsewhere, kills going down for Clutch Rain on the other side too. There is an attempt from Nave to get players into bottom bar, but they're being shut down. All falls on the shoulders of Superhero, who is actually able to get 2. We'll bring it down to just Twiz on the point for the moment, but the progress hasn't entirely been stopped. Nave spawning up over towards Pride Rock, and now for Clutch Rain here, a lot of this will be falling on the shoulders of Twiz. Yakko made weak by that nade thrown out by Twiz. Twiz just jumps up onto the gate, now has the support required in Clutch Rain, a clean offense on towards A.
I mean, if Twiz doesn't go massive there, we're going to be looking at something entirely different as far as time is concerned. 5-life lead in favor of the offense. Yaza's already over here by the B zone trying to stall out that clock. That first segment is very close. Isaac, the dance of the devil around Dice through the fence. Very tough gunfight, is able to take down Yakko. So present here. You're going to get some assistance from Yaza here momentarily, but Super shutting it down.
Super needs to do a lot here, and again loses that first gunfight to Yaza. They haven't dealt with Fabrone in the backline as well. Finally, they will. It's Sukri in the kill feed who does exactly that, but Yaza's still alive in the front. Finally, gets shut down there by Rencor, but this, again, pressure isn't over, and this is the big thing I love to see about Clutch Rain, is they've constantly got players in those annoying positions. This time it's Twiz, 8 and 6 currently, now 9 and 6 at that kill against Yakko, really forcing these players out, and it's forcing them to stop while the progress is being made on B. Twiz just being annoying. Another kill for Twiz. Finally he falls, but might that be enough here as Isaac and Fabrone on the point? Isaac, now the last one left alive. Able to get one, but no! Yaza with the nades take him down. Clutch Rain could still do this, and I think they should. Yaza just one more kill against Super, who actually still stays alive. And a massive 1v1 there will stop the point from going. But again, the pressure not over just yet. Twiz still here to do some damage, and another kill for Kim means that there is still a chance, but it's thrown forward. I think they're going to have to stop and think about this.
Yeah, you really got to start taking your time now if you're Clutch Rain. Wait for some reinforcements, though. Twiz, he's kind of already up here. He's able to find 2. That's down to 8 HP. The trade will be there for Yakko. Now your biggest concern is going to be live. 6 plays up against 12. 2 respawns remaining for the Nave Del Mysterio. You have a minute left to play if you're Clutch Rain. You can do this via segment progression or through the kills. They already have presence on B, Brody.
That's the problem, isn't it, for Nave? 2 win conditions for Clutch Rain. They've got players in the position to do both. Isaac might well just be the catalyst here in the play behind enemy lines as the team falls around him, though. He will have to do this solo. Able to get 1. The second versus Rencor, just a little bit...
Wow.
Sukri, excuse me. Just a little bit too much to ask there, as it's actually Sukri from behind that takes him down. So that life disparity now brought down to 2 between Clutch Rain and Nave Del Mysterio here. 40 seconds on the clock, and they are once again relying on the pushing from behind to make this one happen. 1 player pushed up towards green, though. 1v1 over there against Yakko. Twiz starting to get involved in the action here. Trying to make their way over. 30 seconds on the clock. Fabrone is taken down. So now Twiz and Yaza in the back line have to go huge here, and Twiz can't get it done. Yaza now needs to go huge. Isaac on the other side too. Isaac, he gets 1. 4 versus 4 now as Rencor. Rencor picks up 2, and it is now Yaza in the back line. Everything rests on this, and Rencor for 3. Yakko for the 4th, and 1v4 now for Isaac. I think that might just be a little bit too much to ask. We were talking about 2 win conditions for Clutch Rain. They aren't able to capitalize on either of them.
Yeah, how about Nave Del Mysterio just completely stabilizing that B zone when it came down to maybe a mustachio's hair away from tacking on over for an offensive round win for Clutch Rain. The trades were so good. I mean, obviously a team name, it doesn't exactly help out your affairs when it comes down to Clutch Rain to at least enforce your numbers advantage over by the B zone. But I really got to shout out Yakko there. I mean, when everything stabilized, Yakko made their way all the way over towards green, Brody, and then completely broke the ankles mentally for a handful of players to Clutch Rain to maybe try to get Yakko out from the positioning. They resurfaced towards the offensive window and just completely went unnoticed. Comes in towards this round on a 4 spree. They went into round number 2 with a donut.
Clutch Rain not able to get that offensive victory down despite how well they started, and this time things much less shaky for Nave Del Mysterio. As you say, Yakko 5 in a row now, Rencor on 4 in a row as well. They are riding high off the end of that prior round. Twiz now the last remaining player on the defensive side, has to stop this. Checks the corner, we'll get the kill versus Rencor, and now that's enough to keep a bit of worry in the Nave Del Mysterio's head, but you haven't dealt with the player up top in the radio tower. That is Sukri. He's providing the cover fire for Nave Del Mysterio. It isn't actually Yakko inside the point that picks up 2. Twiz is now stunned as well, and the Nave Del Mysterio, I think that might just be enough pressure to say, Twiz, You're the last player left alive here. You're not doing anything in the situation. The rest of your team have abandoned you. That is A, gone.
A 3 for 7 trade.
Wait, what?
And 60 seconds gets added on over. Yaza able to find 2. Yako went on that 7 spree, by the way, so you now have a cruise missile in the back pocket for Nave Del Mysterio for this B zone execute if you really wanted it, but that A zone will finally be tacked over. I thought it did quite some time ago, but 60 seconds will finally be added on over. Super. Inside of lockers here, bottom checkers. What can you do from this positioning? I mean, you're mostly relying on Sukri, who is top of the defensive side. Maybe try to find a pick, but they're going to get caught out, so now Super just needs to play their life, wait for reinforcements.
I was a little bit surprised there, to be fair, that Nave Del Mysterio took so long to finish.
I thought Yako got it.
Yeah, I for sure. I was like so confused as to why they jumped the point, but maybe they just wanted to kind of impact on the wave of kills they got. Regardless, though, this is a wave of kills going in the favor of Clutch Rain. Nave Del Mysterio getting shut down at square one, and now that's going to force Super to pull all the way back here to assist his team. He knows that there's a wave of players from Clutch Rain that pushed up towards their side of the map. You need to deal with them, and that's going to help Super alleviating the pressure. Picks up the 1 kill inside bar. He's still going to deal with Fibron, though, inside green. As soon as they do that, they can start to move up. They can still do that, to be fair, with individual players, but make sure Fibron doesn't blow this up, and Super does exactly that. Rencor able to get the kill inside green, and now the path is clear for Nave.
Yeah, look at where you're spawning now if you are Clutch Rain, all the way into the backside of the shack. Your one saving grace is that Isaac is top office. That line of sight needs to be looked at. Super has an SMG in their hand. Isaac gets beamed from Sukri at range. Now the stack is in. First segment has already been completely tacked on over. Yako's in the back, finds Twiz. Gotta be careful here.
Any potential for a pinch is gone as Twiz falls. Fibron and Yaza need to stop this. They're not going to get it done. How about that for a flip of the switch from Nave Del Mysterio? Round number 1 was a crushing victory for Clutch Rain. A huge clutch in round number 2 from Nave Del Mysterio. And now the offensive victory here on round number 3. It really does feel like a completely different Nave roster from those first rounds.
Yeah, the Spanish flip of the switch, isn't it? I mean, all of their team executes were absolutely sublime to look at. I mean, when Sukri went down, top patio side, I really love what I got to see out of Super. It just completely gave up the area, went back through the AS&D just to be able to clear away their back. Because as you were saying, I mean, Nave Del Mysterio were fully aware that they had players inside of their green building and through field as well. So you deal with the back first, then you turn your affairs towards the front. Now Clutch Rain need to be able to convert this offensive round. They were just 1 segment away from doing it in their previous, but just to stay alive in the control, Brody, they got to have an offense.
Clutch Rain starting things off over towards A. Again, it's the problem of dealing with a player up top in the red tower, that power position that I know for certain Visions loves. And Nave definitely enough of it at the moment. It's just giving them so much power over A. They haven't dealt with Twiz, though, just yet. We'll just be chilling. I think Yako at the moment is just chilling himself down below. Not entirely sure what he's up to at this moment in time. Finally, though, I think that's actually a cruise missile that might well just come down. Nave Del Mysterio, they get his first wave of gunfights through. It forces Clutch Rain away, and Rencor, well, I think that might be why. Rencor now on 7 in a row. He has a clear cruise missile himself.
Oh, he's still piecing. 19 and 16 now for Rencor. Has the read on a Twiz as well. Have to give him a 9 in a row. Now he's got a head glitch to be playing with. 40 seconds remaining. You're down by 4 lives. You need to be systematic if you are Clutch Rain to deal with Rencor on the A zone head glitch on an 11 spree. Now has a double weapon setup to be playing with. He knows that somebody's on the A zone as well. Has Isaac weak, and my heavens, I mean, Rencor almost gave him the 180 split, but still, nonetheless, the pressure is absolutely felt.
Yeah, Renkor's 11 spree there provides so much dominance over A. 30 seconds on the clock now for Clutch Rain to pull something out of the hat, and well, they might well have done so. They've got full control over B. Yaza's overextension is punished by Rencor. Now somebody else needs to fill that role, get forward here, because Twiz is going to fall. And the rest of the players go down too. There's the streak coming in from Super. Rencor, I don't believe, has utilized his yet either. So they've got the get out of jail free card if they want to use it. Clutch Rain, one last hit. Fibron trying to get himself in that power position to deal with players from Nave. Spawn, and gets eviscerated by Yako. And now it's just down to Twiz. He might well get back up soon, but it will not arrive in time. The cruise missile should come down if it hasn't already. Clutch Rain, they're going to get a player on towards A. Isaac will keep this round alive, but he finds himself at an impasse. He needs a support in gunfights, and they're actually coming through from Clutch Rain.
Cruise missile looking to be called in. Yeah, Renkor's not moving over by field. Isaac has a trophy system to keep themselves safe. You got some help from Fibron now. The first segment will be tacked on over. You do have 3 players that are stacking on this A zone. And now, if you're looking at this from Nave Del Mysterio's perspective, you just completely give it up. You just play for a couple exits. That 60 seconds doesn't mean anything because you have a 10 life lead.
Yeah, this is the problem. But again, I mean, look at their name. They're Clutch Rain, right? They've got to live up to that right now in an 8 versus 18 situation. They want to take the lead in this series. They've drawn out pretty much every single streak, from La Nave Del Mysterio, and the kills are actually going their way too. If they can take down Renkor in this backline, it would be huge, but no, Isaac falls in the power position. Still though, this isn't over just yet. Twiz might well go down, but Fibrone can still do something here. He picks up one. If he can take down Renkor as well, this would be the play from Clutch Rain. Fibrone at the moment just attracting so much attention. Finally, he will fall though. Has he wasted enough time for the remaining 3 players on his team to make their way over? Yes is the answer, but they themselves not able to get anything done. Twiz and Yaza will fall, and now all that's left is a heroic play on the cards from Clutch Rain, from Isaac. On the other side, Fibrone will fall. Isaac, a 1 versus 3 on the point. Twiz and Fire will take down Sukri. Isaac, can he get one? No! He falls, and the Nave Del Mysterio have done it. No lives remaining, no time remaining for Clutch Rain here, as a great back 3 rounds from a Nave Del Mysterio will give him a 2-1 lead.
My heavens, did Rancor absolutely turn up in those latter few rounds. I mean, 29-19 is where the guy's going to finish, but, I mean, that 11 spree was emphatic. I mean, the dude was just snapping. I mean, what the heck was that towards the field? That was right before they actually called in the cruise missile that, or right before Clutch Rain were actually able to fully get the A-zone and the 60 seconds added on towards the board. But in those final few moments, it's very easy, obviously, as a COD fan and an analyst alike, to be able to be like, well, obviously, the offensive round that Nave Del Mysterio was the turning point. But even more so than that, when the offensive round was still going through for Clutch Rain, you had one player of Yaza that was still pushing through over by the A-zone. When he was in that positioning and you had Fibrone on the backside of the BS&D garage, Yaza was actually forcing all of the Nave Del Mysterio to spawn on the backside of Pride Rock, thus giving them further reinforcements to be able to deal with those lurking players from Clutch Rain. It's a very minute mistake, but Yaza was still slaying out on the backside of Shaq, so whether he was meaning to do it or not, maybe trying to set up Fibrone for a couple of spawn trap situations, it just did not help out in their affairs when they were down by so many lives.
Yeah, impressive back 3 rounds, I think, from La Nave Del Mysterio. Again, especially just given how Clutch Rain started that in such a dominant and certain fashion. They were ascertaining a real dominant position, and La Nave Del Mysterio just looked so uncertain in that first round. But again, that back 3 is so dominant, and we can talk about exactly why. Super had his moment. Giaco, of course, had his 7 spree as well. But Renkor's 11 spree. It puts him at 29 and 19 to end the game. We were talking about it, right? Keys to victory, I think, for this squad before we got into the series players to watch. Renkor is that guy. And while he only had a 1.06 control KD coming into this day, that's definitely a much more hard point search and destroy-like performance from him. On the other side, though, again, you know, we mentioned it, I think, at the start of the game. Fibrone, his game mode is control. He had a 1.42 coming into the day. It just wasn't able to do the damage they required there in that game.
No, I mean, that's exactly why we were singing the praise of Rancor at the beginning. You know, guy comes into this after a couple days of the elite matches at a 1.06 kill-death ratio, but Super had a 1.24 coming into it as well, and you see it right below our handsome faces. Super and Rancor, albeit spelled wrong, 53 and 28. They had a 1.9 in map number 1. These guys are respawn demons. Kind of lost as far as those first 5 rounds were concerned on Search and Destroy, but hey, if you can close it out in 4, more power to you.
It's not a mistake, mate. We're just going to call him Renkro from now on. That's going to be his new name. His like Pokemon Evolution. So they were talking about Pokemon Evolutions the other day on the CDL cast. That's what we'll do here as well. You know, Renkro is his second evolution, his second phase of play, and that's where he's going. He's going final form sooner rather than later, or they might well already be there. The way that Renkro is playing at the moment, again, I think the overarching storyline, at least from me, Andy, with this La Nave Del Mysterio roster, because again, we do have to emphasize this, and I know people are probably fed up of me saying it at this point, but this match again doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things beyond seeding, beyond where these guys finish between 3rd and 4th place. It really doesn't matter. I think what it will matter is whether or not these guys can put out these performances against teams like Wubble Bobs and Team Notorious, because so far that has not been the case. Obviously, you know, the Nave Del Mysterio lost both of those key matches in the round robin stage. You've got to face teams like that on the other side as well, in the Elevate, the Originals, Nixer, Team Veer potentially, Team Falcons potentially. Can you continue to play this consistently against those top tier teams? Because back to our storyline for La Nave Del Mysterio, that's what they want to do. Currently, they've really struggled, I think, this season, especially for the players that were on Poydrome, to break out of that top 6 placement.
Yeah, and that's legitimately it. You know, all those points that you brought up, with the Nave Del Mysterio not being able to beat a Wubble Bobs or a Team Notorious, are they really going to be a top 6 team when you're looking on the other side of the groups, right? Elevate, the Original, so much more left to do. But speaking of that, Clutch Rain, they got to get through this hard point. You need to take a respawn if you want to go to your favorite game mode of a Search and Destroy, but that start isn't exactly going to help out your affairs.
Not the best start, is it? As Clutch Rain here, well, they're actually going to get a wave of gunfights in their favor. Nicely done from Clutch Rain. In terms of holding onto the spawns P2, that's a good start, but unfortunately for them, the Nave Del Mysterio still hold control. Yako and Sukri following up with some kills of their own mean that Nave, in terms of holding those P2 spawns, doing a good start. Twiz wants to try and break that one up, though, and getting a couple of kills might well open the door. It will leave Super on his lonesome, but whether or not Clutch Rain actually force the issue here and start to press the attack, that's the real difference maker, as Renkor will spawn out on the other side, supporting gunfights going the way of Sukri 2. The Nave Del Mysterio, the kill feed will light up blue in their color, in their favor. Twiz now the last one left alive here, and he's actually found a round from behind. I don't know how on earth he's done this. Finally gets sniffed out and shut down.
Renkor threading the needle there through the window, going to be able to shut down Twiz before they get up top Cantina and really start causing some damage, but going to be quite frustrated if you are Clutch Rain, especially off that rebound, knowing that Nave Del Mysterio were able to hold the rotation, one in particular of Sukri up top in this position, actually able to get Yako to spawn in. So now Clutch Rain looking from the outside in, got one player pushing through the tunnel side. You do have at least one trade, but you got to get Sukri out from top Cantina.
Kills going in favor of Clutch Rain. They might well be able to find their way back on off the back of that Fibrone two-piece. Now 5 and 3 again. This is the Fibrone, as long as he can do it for the rest of this game, that we wanted to see for Clutch Rain. If they want to force a map number 5, needs to continue in this fashion. And that kill versus Yako is a good start. We'll basically give him domain over the last 20 seconds. But this rotation, this is important. Getting Sukri out of this power position would be huge. And Sukri himself will actually get himself out of the power position. Drops down for the 1v1 against Yaza. And Yaza will win out. Again, opening the door for the rotation to go the way of Clutch Rain. Considering they gave the back 20 away, this is an important rotation to come out Nave Del Mysterio. Clutch Rain still banging at the door, but I think Isaac has been sent away. And for Nave, just a moment to breathe here.
And now Yaza just needs to play their life. He's actually going to get some reinforcements from the forklift side. That's going to be Twiz. So now Super inside the hardpoint has so much to do, but Twiz continuing on with their antics of what we saw from the Search and Destroy, now 9 and 7 through 2 hardpoints worth to be played. 52 plays up against 35. Now it's Nave Del Mysterio looking from the outside in. Yako is going to be that first point of contact to get some help from behind. It's a 2-for-1 trade. The flood is in. Now you just have to be dealing with these last lurking players for Clutch Rain. Nave Del Mysterio might have cemented the back 30.
Fibrone on 5 in a row, though. Again, we were talking about him having the performance that Clutch Rain require here in this game. And oh, Yako! We're talking about Fibrone. Yako just comes through and completely ruins his day. 3 in a row now for Yako. That will secure the back 15, back 20 for Nave Del Mysterio. Now we focus on the rotation here. Renkor finds himself all alone. An island here. Nave Del Mysterio. It won't be long before Super joins him, though. A 2 versus 3 on the point, and well, Super falls. Renkor goes as well. Double headshot play from Clutch Rain inside the barbershop. Got a bit wrong there with the cut and scissors, but regardless, Clutch Rain in control now of the early time here on barbershop. Nave Del Mysterio should spawn close. The spawn out actually for Isaac here will leave Clutch Rain a little bit weak. And Super come through with the kill versus Fibrone here. Nave Del Mysterio will be able to get back in. There's still going to be Clutch Rain knocking at the door. Super in for 2. Isaac, though, might well have the final say. It won't be for long, though, as Sukri comes through and does stabilize things. Nave Del Mysterio, at the end of all that fashion, will be able to get control.
Still 27 seconds to fight for here, so you see Fibrone on the minimap trying to at least contest it from the front, but you have so many numbers and so many line of sights that are being held by Nave Del Mysterio will completely shrug away Clutch Rain, maybe, from fighting for this, but Miyaza from that favorable spawn, off-screen gunfight, Yako will get the last laugh as far as 10 seconds are concerned, but rotation is what you have to immediately look at in Clutch Rain, albeit they have numbers, they got to deal with Super inside. Twiz will find that trade at Sukri in towards the back. Will catch Twiz mid-reload. Now Sukri just needs to be able to hold the line, has some help in from the back, but things are going absolutely haywire ahead of this hardpoint.
This is Nave, they will actually win the first wave of gunfights. They still need to deal with Twiz inside, and Twiz does fall, so Nave Del Mysterio, great spot here to hold the majority of time and start to build a real lead between themselves and Clutch Rain. Supporting gunfights now being made by Super 2. Gives them a little bit of respite. Yako now for another kill against Fibrone. Twiz now, that might be the opening gunfight for Clutch Rain to get on through. His supporting teammates, though, down for the count. Yako comes through. He just provides some shots so that Super will finish off that gunfight. Super now on 6 in a row. One more, it's the cruise missile, and he just gets double stunned here. Super just wants to get the hell out of Dodge in this situation and try and keep that streak alive. But I think the bottom line for me here is Super will get number 7, is that the Nave Del Mysterio now have punched a hole in this game between themselves and Clutch Rain. I
swear, just more than half, like 2/3 of all the eliminations Super has found has just been beams to the head. I mean, this guy's centering has been absolutely lights out throughout this series so far. The spree will finally be put to rest, but not before the ever-so-wanted cruise missile has been accrued. Sukri, one shot, no stimmy. Yaza will find that trade 2-piece for them. That'll solidify Clutch Rain on the rotation for now, but you have to be able to turn this P6 into a full 50 at the bare minimum before Nave Del Mysterio fully run away with this hard point.
Yeah, this needs to be a massive help from Clutch Rain, to be honest. The opening kills are in from Clutch Rain. Nave Del Mysterio might be setting up a pincer movement here between Sukri on the other side, and, well, I was going to say Yakko on the side of the offensive spawn, but regardless, Super falls, and Yakko now left up alive here to just try and fight for scrap time. I think Nave Del Mysterio realized that going for the rotation towards Nu is probably the better play in the situation. Super able to take down one, but they haven't accounted for Twiz. He will sit patiently in the corner. Twiz chooses to strike a little late, and it works out perfectly. But now, Super coming back around. Sukri is there to deal with him, and that's brilliant play. Twiz, got to commend him for the play, but there's just too many numbers for Nave.
But the job's still done. I mean, you see Clutch Rain's point value before that hard point, and then you look at it afterwards. They're essentially right back into this game itself, but still more flanks to be dealing with. It's a split spawn situation coming through from Nave Del Mysterio, and it's just something that Clutch Rain were just not ready for. 4 dead in favor of Nave Del Mysterio. So much time left here on P7, and the way that the map is being controlled from the 50-yard line all the way inside of Smog, Clutch Rain need to break fast.
Isaac and Fibron to do it from warehouse side. Get the first kill against Rencor, so Sukri has a lot on his plate here. There's one. Number 2, it's Yakko who's able to get one of those players, and now quickly it's Yaza left alive. Super on 5 in a row. Sukri to finish off the play. Nave Del Mysterio once again. Stalwart defense here on the parking lot hard point, and final kill of the rotation. And that back 15 should absolutely go their way. And now the priority changes here for Clutch Rain, right? You have to make sure you flip the map in your favor.
Yep. But you're not going to expect Super. Dead Solemn's playing towards the back row by the yellow truck. Snaps over towards one inside of L. And this guy has just been unbelievable on another spree. Obviously can't get himself 2 cruise missiles, but he's shooting nuclear missiles out from this Vaznev. Will finally be traded out by Twiz on the flank. Maybe that might just be spawns completely tacked on over. Yeah, you see where Fibron just spawned over inside Cantina, but we still have 45 seconds left inside P1. Nave Del Mysterio, they understand the task at hand. You have a 50-point lead. You just have to get them off of P1, but so much to ask when Fibron is alive, and he's piecing inside the hill.
And the investment comes through from Nave Del Mysterio. Super brings that cruise missile down to make sure that they hold that side of the map. That is a good investment from the Nave Del Mysterio. They're able to follow it up with the kills required. Still 30 seconds to fight for on P1. The Nave Del Mysterio might just go and give it up towards Clutch Rain to make sure that they do hold control of P2. The Clutch Rain, though, they're going to push straight through P1. They know how important P2 control is, but the supporting gunfights are in for Nave Del Mysterio. Now Fibron takes down Rencor, and it becomes a 1 versus 1 inside the kill, unless Super gets taken out from behind, which he will. The Nave, they were so certain that they had control of P2. No longer the case. They need to rely on heroics from players like Yakko, who sprint head first into the hard point. Will be shut down, but Clutch Rain, they did their job. They're in for P2.
And that's so tough, especially for Super, who was coming away from the barbershop, was not expecting Clutch Rain to effectively spawn inside of the parking lot on P7. So the flank comes in. Nave Del Mysterio, they're spawning out, but those split spawns have absolutely turned glorious, especially for Sukri, who clears away barbershop, snaps to Yaza up top, has one more player through the front door that they have to be worried about, but their teammate picks it up. And that break, just as soon as Clutch Rain were able to flip the spawns, Nave Del Mysterio are in for 30.
Yeah, that's a massive break from Nave again, especially as they approach that 200-point marker that would close out this series. Super and Sukri, once again, the double SGO here for this team. Going to close things out on that hard point. They will not be able to close out the game just yet, but this rotation, as long as it goes their way, it absolutely would. And Yakko finally gets shut down there. Super yet again on one of his sprees that he is known so well for. The Nave, they're in control, Andy. One more wave of gunfights would get this done. Super Clutch Rain have to be well put together here on the retake. Super, he's in on 5 in a row. A couple more kills and it would be a cruise missile. He turns around for Yaza, who actually picks up 2 in a row. Clutch Rain refused to die, but they haven't dealt with Rencor up top. They do deal with Sukri down low, and now Rencor to try and play the hero here for the Nave. Able to get the first, no more than that.
Yakko, though, is able to find T1 towards the back. You can still close it out if you're Nave Del Mysterio. Comes down to the 1v1, of which Super is able to win. It had some help. Well, it has to be spoken about for Sukri, who has an SMG. He's looking at the back alley doorway, and, well, there it is. The gunfights are coming all the way through. Clutch Rain, you need to burst through the door. You need to find the kills, and it's just not going to be that easy. Nave Del Mysterio, they close it out in 4 by way of respawns.
Just brilliant from Nave Del Mysterio there. Clutch Rain constantly snapping at the heels of Nave. And there were moments in that game, I think, specifically towards the second set, when we're looking at the rotation towards P2, where Clutch Rain definitely felt like they had their heads in the right space. But just in terms of the executions, the response that we saw from Nave, just the sprees that we saw from Nave as well, just much too oppressive there against Clutch Rain as they take the series 3-1. Again, we said it doesn't matter too much. It's not the end of the world for Clutch Rain. They lose this series, they still go on to playoffs for day number 4. But it is a win that they would have wanted again, just to kind of accentuate your group stage of a victory over a roster like Nave.
Yeah, again, you know, as confidence boost as it may end up being, obviously we are fighting for that 3rd or 4th seeding when it comes down towards playoffs. Again, we don't know which team you're going to end up facing. We don't even know which team would probably be the better outcome for you to face when it comes down to playoffs, but it's the seeding that they do, in fact, have for themselves. But I mean, when it comes down to the respawns itself, I mean, it just can't come down to one player for Clutch Rain. I mean, if it was Febron in Hotel map number 1, it was Twiz in this map number 4. It was at one point just absolutely just gunning everybody. He ends at 27 and 29 just because, I mean, I'll call a spade here, Brody. He had no assistance from his AR. You see that there's one player missing. That was Isaac. Finishes the map somewhere near about like double, triple negative. And that's just because he was constantly getting flanked. I mean, you look at from top to bottom from Nave Del Mysterio. 27 non-traded kills for Super, 32 and 16. Are you kidding me? 3,400 damage with a minute of hardpoint time. I mean, this guy is just doing everything as far as respawns are concerned. And it makes Sukri's job easier to play those longer lines of sight. It makes Rancor's job so much easier just to be able to play for those rotations. And then Yako inside the hill for a minute and 37 seconds was just Mr. Two-Piece when it came down to it. To be able to battle for those back 20 seconds, those back 30 seconds, especially in that first set of hardpoints, was the excruciating punishment that Clutch Rain felt in that lead at the end of the first set.
The Nave Del Mysterio, they've looked so good pretty much all series long. The Search and Destroy was their Achilles heel, but you know what? I think for them it doesn't matter too much as they will take the series 3 when we take a look back at that best of 5. Then Hotel Hardpoint kicked things off. That was a Nave victory by quite a large margin, especially, I mean, basically after hill number 2, it was their hardpoint for the rest of the map. LSC Control also went their way 3-1. Again, those back 3 rounds were so crucial for Nave Del Mysterio and Mikado. Hardpoint, valiant effort from Clutch Rain, but it will be Nave Del Mysterio that are able to close things out. Clutch Rain only able to cinch the Search and Destroy away from the Nave Del Mysterio. And I think if there are any positives in this series to take away if you're a Clutch Rain, is that you've had good moments and you did manage to take that Search and Destroy away in such a convincing fashion.
Yeah, I mean, you can totally lean on yourself on being a Search and Destroy team, but you have to be able to obviously take 3, if not 1 or 4 to be able to reach that map number 5. If you're going to solidify yourself as a Search and Destroy roster, then you have to pull a rabbit out of the hat. You have to almost be like Florida Mutineers and just Neslo everybody. 2-3-5 is absolutely a win condition, but when you get put in the blender like that, especially in a respawn when it comes down to players like Rancor or Super, that's that pace differential that Clutch Rain are going to constantly feel for themselves as the competition doesn't exactly become easier from here on out.
You know my triggers, Andy. You know my triggers so well, bud.
Gotcha,
just want to say, you know. Yeah, brilliant performance, I think, from Clutch Rain in that series. But Nave Del Mysterio just a little bit better. Again, though, we got to stress the context of this series. Nave Del Mysterio and Clutch Rain, they are both through the playoffs. No matter what happens alongside a Wubble Bobs and Team Notorious from this group. And I'm actually kind of curious as to how the rest of those matches did go down. I'm not sure if
they're both 3-0s. They're both 3-0s, yeah.
What a shock. Who could have seen that coming? Certainly not me. Regardless, yeah, both of those teams are already through, so that's why those matches don't really matter. And for EQs and who's in charge, I mean, yeah, I don't think they particularly care at this point. Their focus, I think, within Group A is to try and focus on re-qualifying for Season 2 because those 2 teams have been eliminated from Group A. That means we have our 4 teams from Group A that are free. We already knew that at the start of the day, but Wubble Bob's Team Notorious, the Nave Del Mysterio, and Clutch Rain will be going through, I believe, in that exact order as well. We still have to decide Group B, though, Andy. That's where things get a little bit spicy. Yeah,
that's where things get a little extra chili pepper emoji right beside them, because, I mean, we still have to be able to solidify who's going to be that 4th team in particular. Our next series, obviously, is going to be that solidification for that Group B matchup of Team Falcons versus Team Veer. Elevate, Nixa, the originals, they've already found themselves all the way through. Something to be said about Elevate and Nixa maybe for bragging rights when it comes down to playoffs, potential seeding, obviously, but all eyes are going to be on that matchup in particular for the Falcons versus Team Veer.
Absolutely, it's going to be a great matchup, of course. Team Veer versus Team Falcons. That's what we have next up in our docket for the day. Again, this series absolutely does matter. Only one of these 2 teams can qualify for the next stage of play here in Season 1 of Challengers Elite. We'll have that match very, very soon. Before we get there, though, we're going to go to a break. Of course we are. We're going to set everything up for Team Veer versus Team Falcons. Do not go in here. Get yourselves ready for an absolute banger of a matchup. Only one can survive.
Can't stop us.
Howdy everybody, how are you doing today? We've got Call of Duty Challenges Elite action still to come here in the European segment of our broadcast. We just had the Nave Del Mysterio taking on Clutch Rain again, and we said that match didn't matter. For Group A, both of those teams would be sailing through to playoffs regardless of how that one went. Of course, that was the Nave 3-1 victory. This does matter. We have Team Veer going head-to-head with Team Falcons. Only one of these two teams, Annie, will be able to qualify for playoffs.
Yeah, and that's kind of the entire mentality of this entire situation at hand. You know, you and I spend a lot of time when it comes down to these elite seasons. You and I, well, you in particular stayed up into the wee bits of the morning. I stayed up pretty late at night, just working through permutations. But this is the one specific permutation that we do have for Europe as a whole. You see the matchup right below our faces. Falcons versus Team Veer. You play, you win, you're in.
Absolutely. That is basically perfectly succinct, mate. That's why I love having you here on the broadcast. Team Falcons versus Team Veer. Only one of these two teams can make it towards playoffs, of course. And it has been a tumultuous Group B, I think, overall. We showed it at the top of the show. We can just talk about the group at large. I think we've got a little bit of time here before we get into the match itself. I think Group B for Elevate, you know, they're sitting at the top of the moment alongside the Originals, Nixa, Team Veer. You know, they've managed to take a series off the Originals as well. Like, it's been such a crazy group, I think, Andy, overall, that for Team Falcons and Team Veer, two rosters that both, I mean, you could argue deserve to be in playoffs. Only one of them can make it.
Yeah, only one of them can do it, right? And this Falcons roster in particular might just be the one to continue to play upset when it comes down to the entirety of the elite stage. You know, they placed top 56 going back towards Raleigh. Not exactly the outcome that they wanted. Cup number 3, though, turned a lot of heads. Made a lot of people put some respect on their name. Coach Lou T, you see there in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, leading this three-quarter Saudi Arabia roster. Win with the likes of Pac have been looking pretty darn good when it comes down to a handful of their matches, right? You know, obviously they lose to Elevate in a 3-1 fashion, but still being able to at least take that 6-5 Search and Destroy win is very respectable. Say the same thing about that Fortress Control that they also took versus Nixa. It just feels like the skill ceiling for this roster continues to grow and grow.
Yeah, they have looked really good. I think this Team Falcons roster, again, you're looking at players like Pat, King of Body, Vampire, and even Exodus, to be fair. I think all four of the players, I always do that when I name players. I always just name the entire roster because all of them have the potential to come out and play really well here. And again, it's that Cup 3 performance, I think, that's been the big talking point for me for Team Falcons. They have been looking so hot. On the other side, though, Team Veer, a roster that I think has surprised many of us with the composition of this team being players that I don't think have quite reached heights in the past, right? I think we've seen what Chaxter towards the end of the season is generally speaking where he peaks on like Amelia Strays in Black Ops Cold War, or last season when Wubble Bobs on Vanguard, Nile, Mythics, and Detain, of course, have also had their moments. Detain, historically, on that Singularity roster back in the day, back in Black Ops 4 and Modern Warfare, also having a pretty good time. But this roster, Andy, I think has shocked a lot of them.
Yeah, you know, Detain joins a core group of individuals that were playing a different title throughout the entirety of the Vanguard year. He comes back along with, like, you know, Disarray, PD, for example, and has been looking very good along with this roster. But I think that also has to be talked about specifically for this Team Veer roster, that you and me in particular, we've never seen Nile play to the strength and caliber that they have been bringing to the table for this Elite Season 1. And when this guy's hot, it's hard to stop this Team Veer roster.
Yeah, absolutely. We should let you know, by the way, guys, at the moment there is a poll in chat going on between Team Falcons and Team Veer. Twitch chat, you're 0 for 1 on the day. You didn't get the first match result right, so I'm expecting a lot better out of this second matchup. So have your say right now in the Twitch chat. I'll give you guys the results in just a second when they do come through. But I'm expecting better things this time around. Yeah, you're absolutely right. This Team Veer roster have been looking pretty good. However, the two players that we do want to focus on here between Team Falcons and Team Veer, those players, Pack and Mythics, providing that same AR flex role for their respective teams. Pack, of course, while we didn't see much of him, I think in Cup number 3, I think a lot of the efforts that we saw from Team Falcons are mostly focused on King of Body and Exnid in that one. Season 1 for him has just been exemplar. And on the other side, this Mythics player, Mythics, I mean, back in the day, if you remember Revenge Tour at the start of the Vanguard season, in Season 1, Season 2 of Challenges Elite, he was actually having a pretty good time there as well.
Yeah, he really was. And it does have to be talked about specifically for Mythics. When you look at that S&D KD ratio at 1.26, this is the sniper at the end of the day for Team Veer, and Mythics is still getting it done consistently across the board between all 3 game modes worth being played. You look at the TES, for those that don't know what that stands for, that's True Engagement Success Rate. 60% of the time that Pack and Mythics get into an engagement, they're walking away with either an assist or an elimination. That is absurd when you're thinking about the role that they fulfill for these two teams.
Yeah, indeed. And we are looking out, I think, for Search and Destroy specifically. Mythics has been so good. And again, I talked about it, right? Historically speaking, he played on that role last year on Vanguards, and I think it's going to be pretty important for him to do that again here. So, yeah, we'll see how Mythics gets on versus Pack in that head-to-head here as Team Veer take on Team Falcons. We have a result, though, from the Twitch chat for you guys. Overwhelmingly, 86% of you said Falcons would take this series, over 14% saying Team Veer. A lot of those Saudi fans in the chat pulling for their team, and why wouldn't you? Of course, this team, Falcons team, has been exemplar so far, again, especially launching back to that Cup number 3 placement for the squad. Nonetheless, though, let's take a look at the best of 5 map set for this series then, Andy. We'll see where we're going here. We already got a chance to look at this before we got into the series. If you're a fan of Hotel, if you're a fan of Mikado, you're a fan of this map set. We're having a kind of a sandwich, if you will, between the first 4 maps, starting things off on Hotel Hardpoint, Mikado Search and Destroy, Hotel Control, and then Mikado Hardpoint to close out that bonanza. And then if we need it, the El Asilo Search and Destroy for a map number 5. A lot of these 3 maps, no Zarqua so far, which disappoints my Zarqua loving heart. Regardless, though, Hotel Hardpoint to kick us off here in this one.
Oh, we've only seen one Zarqua Hydroelectric be played in the Elite stage so far, and that was Team Veer versus Elevative, which Team Veer won 250 to 218, but I'll raise you the chip instead of just saying Hotel and Mercado. If you're a fan of SMGs, and you're a fan of flanks and that ever so loving COD timing, this map set is exactly for you, my friends, because you're going to be looking at Hotel Hardpoint specifically. There's a lot of fixtures to where these very annoying AR flexes can be playing those line of sight. That's what we highlighted Pack and Mythics to make a massive influence for their SMGs to really pave the way to be able to either solidify the initial time or to be able to break for maybe 30 seconds or 40, depending on what the clock does look like. Team Veer, by the way, through all of their Hardpoint strength, there are 4 and 2 in Hardpoint overall, have not played Hotel so far, so we don't know what we're in store for on the other side for Falcons. Same shtick. They're 1 and 5 on Hardpoint, though. Brody has not exactly been a loving game mode for them in particular, but hopefully they can get it on strong here in map number 1 versus a very hot Hardpoint team.
when we were talking about this matchup and kind of what would be the split and the difference of these two rosters, I think we were both in agreement for very obvious reasons that it would likely be the hard point. And again, I think for Team Falcons, we needed to see the improvements on hard point. Winning one hard point out of the 6 that they played, I think that hard point was against Signs, right? It isn't good enough, I think, you know, and I think for Team Falcons, they've got a good coaching staff behind them, or rather one coach, I think, which is Luti, the man, the myth, the legend, of course, the Bold Eagle. I think for him on this team, I think he's going to bring a lot to the roster. I think we both agreed that, you know, Luti may sometimes be a bit of a memeable figure, but I think what he actually brings in terms of raw value to a roster as a coach is a pretty large amount, and you can see those improvements already being made in Falcons. You know, we talk about kind of what they've been like in the early season. You know, again, I think it was top 56 at Raleigh is where they placed,
right,
to Cup top 4 in Cup number 3. We are seeing drastic improvements for Falcons. Make no mistake, if their hard point was bad in weeks number 1 and again the first couple of days of play, they will make improvements coming into this week.
They do have at least a close Mercado hardpoint versus Elevate, 219 to 250, but everything else has more or less been a blowout in favor of the opposite team. Their one hardpoint win, if anybody wanted to know, was 250 to 102 versus on Embassy versus Sign. So take that as you will. This map mode combination of Hotel hardpoint, we saw it in Nave Del Masir versus Clutch Rain. If you can get yourself in for these ever so money hills such as P2 and 4, you're going to be sitting pretty as far as the set is concerned.
All right, well, Team Falcons, we want to see those improvements in hardpoint. We want to see all those players coming out to play here in map number 1. They're starting things off on the better side of the map. Let's see whether or not they can hold that side of the map, as the first wave of gunfights will mostly go in their favor. Only Mythics will find a response from Team Veer. In fact, Vampire getting right in towards the hardpoint. Exnid also, as they will fall. Detain picking up 2 from the Rick here for Team Veer. And well, just like that, we were talking about the side of the map for Team Falcons. Team Veer, have they broken the code and found their way on the other side? They did initially, but will no longer be the case, so the trades will go back in favor of Falcons.
Yeah, not immediate assistance there for Pack, obviously, but as you were noting, Team Falcons starting off on the favorite side of the map. You get in, you can test for some time, 7 seconds, whatever. You want to make sure that you hold on towards the east side of the map. And look at the spread as well. I mean, you got one player playing all the way inside of Sauna, on board here with King of Body, with attack in hand, playing inside of Shops. This is best case scenario, potentially, but Exnid is going to have their work cut out for them going forward.
Exnid has a ton to do here. Gunfights coming through. Inevitably from Bar, Chaxter swings wide and takes him out of the equation. Now that'll open up a lane here for Team Veer alongside that back line, and Detain and Mythics, while being a lot more honest with it, the gunfights up front, but it doesn't matter how they get it done. They do get it done. Team Falcons here removed, unearthed from the hardpoint, and Mythics now starting to heat up. 2 kills on the help desk there, and no help will be found anymore as Pat takes him down. A response in from Nile will keep Team Veer with the numbers strong here. 1 more kit left inside Team Falcons, but as they lose Exit, this one might well fall apart. King of Body does pick up 1, but again, no more than that. And at that point, I think Vampire just turns away from the play, thinks it's not really worth it to invest any more resources. Let's just watch the middle of the map for the rotation.
I mean, this is Team Veer in a nutshell, right? If they're not going to win the rotation and have the close spawns, they're going to break you within the first 10 seconds of the hard point. I mean, Team Falcons, they started on that side of the map, and for P2 is concerned, only generating about 8 seconds worth of time. That's just not going to be good enough, but you're still not fully out of it yet. Again, it's going to be Falcons in for the rotation for New, but barking and right at the doors as well are Team Veer. They actually forced King of Body to spawn out, so you really do feel like you needed to go quite some time ago, and Team Falcons, as stable as you like, they'll get in for the initial 20, they'll find 4 dead. They'll be able to stabilize inside this hard point.
First wave of gunfights coming through here from Team Falcons, supporting gunfire in the middle of the map, as we said, from King of Body. We'll keep Team Veer at play for now. Now, though, they might be able to find their way across the middle of the map and closer towards this hard point. Again, first gunfight's going the way of Exnid here. King of Body on the outside has spotted players coming around the backside of the hill, and Nile gets the better of him now. The doors have opened here for Team Veer, excuse me. All they got to do is break on through, and when I say all they got to do, Vampire and Pack here with the denial might well just keep them away from the hill for the back 15 to Tain, trying to find a better angle around the side door, and he does get shut down. So we said that Team Falcons needed to have a good hard point here. They do exactly that, and they might have the rotation too.
You have King of Body here. Oh, but they're trying to at least get inside of Eldesk. Over inside of Statue was detained. So just as soon as you thought that Falcons might be able to threaten the rotation earlier on, the one player that could have been in a position to threaten it gets completely taken down. Now it's detained in. The split spawn is going to be very hard to read in towards the back, and also from the front of Info is going to be Packed with a submachine gun in hand. Completely eviscerates Detain as they were stunned up in the corner. So just as soon as Team Veer were able to bulldoze their way in for the rotation, Team Falcons break it right back.
Again, massive hardpoint from Team Falcons here for the rotation. Exnid picking up 2 inside. Pack providing the cover now on 5 in a row towards the help desk. If he gets 1 more, perhaps 2, You never really know with the cruise missile. He might well get that cruise missile that will be extremely helpful for hard points later on, especially over towards P5. For now, though, focusing here on the back 20. Jackster finds his way over towards the help deck. Pack will be taken down there. Now Xnid left alive for 1 versus 2. Mythics comes through, but Pack will have the final say here again. A massive set of hard points there for Team Falcons. Team Fit, they want to focus on the rotation here. Looking ready to brace for the first wave of gunfights. 3 players coming through from that Spar side. Taint, ready for the first. Team Falcons looking at from the side door, and they're not having any of that. They're being looked at by Niall, who is also on the point. Detain can just snake these seats if he wants to. Ready for the gunfights, and finally Detain picks up one more, and Ruggs is quickly dealt with. Team Veer, they win their opening wave of gunfights.
Oh, Detain feeling himself, goes for the wide ego chow. Actually allows Exnid to pick up 2. Has Niall in the corner, snaps. Your head's rolling across the floor there, buddy, but Chaxter is able to pick up 2. That's all they're going to be able to find as Exnid bullies their way back in towards the hard point itself. Mythics will get the last laugh, however, with a nice little 2-piece. Stops that spree from coming through for Exnid. Would have been a nice cruise missile to maybe utilize for the upcoming rotation, but it might not matter because Team Falcons are spawning on that side of the map, so you don't necessarily need to threaten for the back 10 seconds. You just need to be able to find a couple of exits. Really rely on Exnid just holding the line ahead of the rotation.
This rotation will come to the fore for Team Fit. Oh, the Team Falcons here. Detain towards his bedroom side, trying to sniff out any players that might be sitting inside, trying to force them to spawn out across the other side of the minimap. On the other side, you see Mythics winning the 1v1 against Vampire inside Kitchen, or rather it was a 2 versus 1, and Detain follows up with another one down low. Xnid should be ready for this gunfight, and he will be. Huge 1v1 there against Detain. Elsewhere, Vampire able to take down Niall, but again, Team Veer, they are punching through the defensive line. Chaxter able to take one player out, but it isn't quite certain yet for Team Veer as they spawn out towards the other side of the map. Falcons should hold.
Yeah, they lose their teammate all the way in the backside of the planters, essentially as far west as the map can possibly go. Now it's up to at least one more player down low. It's going to be Mythics for the initial. He's going to be able to at least find Pack. There's not immediate assistance, though, because the way that the spawns work over inside this hard point, you really got to keep your head on a swivel. Just because you're pushing up the stairs does not exactly mean that Team Falcons are going to be spawning out by any stretch of the imagination. They get those kitchen spawns. They're able to recontest this hard point. When it's all said and done, as far as a blistering pace is concerned, that Team Veer set through hard points 1-2, and also the potential 4-3 as well. Team Falcons really break their way back in. They'll have about a 40-point lead ahead of the second set.
Team Falcons going to the second set. They do want to get control of that P2 side of the map. They want to do that, though. They're going to have to get the wave of gunfights and then start to really push forward here. They do the first, but there's an immediate response coming through as Mythics and Chaxter watching the crossfire across the middle of the map will take them down. It is enough, though, for Team Falcons actually to flip the side of the map. 1v1 for Exit there towards the help desk will take down Mythics, and now Vampire wants to get involved in the action here for what is not really even scrap time. There's still a wealth of time to get off the back of P1. I think Falcons have now realized that, but again, the AR's just way too much to deal with as Chaxter, Niall, and Mythics, all with tax, will pick up kills. Team Veer getting a wealth of time off the back of P1 now, and I think for Falcons, they chalk that. They move to P2.
But now you need to rectify what went a little wrong in the first set of hard points coming in towards the second here on P2. Team Veer broke this within the initial, 10 seconds or so. So Team Falcons, you see how far back they're playing. Pack actually maybe trying to contest for some couch area to maybe try to contest for some P1 time. Actually forces them to spawn out. Look at how fast Team Veer are just swarming through the spa area. King of Bodies at least trying to find themselves a couple of eliminations. They will go down, but it's Vampire inside of Pillars that goes big with the team shots there from Pack. Will solidify the spawns in towards the back. At least you would hope so, but it's not going to be the case. Team Veer are in the back.
Well, Team Veer going to get the spawns regardless, and now they'll be able to find their way through. It's a pinstripe kill feed for the moment, and that will continue here as now it's Team Falcons spawning close. Mythics in for 2, though. Might well get the last 30 seconds here for Team Veer. Xnid then this one close and steady up the steps, waiting for support really from his teammates before he actually makes the move, and well, there's exactly why. Vampire able to close out what would be a bit of a hard trade situation to get. Team Falcons getting the back 15 seconds or so. Team Veer, they would have wanted that time at the back of the spawns they were gifted, but they're not able to get it, and now, of course, they'll focus on the rotation towards noon.
Inside of Kitchen, Team Veer, fine residence. Team Falcons will be at 200 points here, so Team Veer need to at least go 30-30 split here. Potentially just hold it on for a little bit more. And it's Mythics in towards the back that is going to be the absolute nuisance to deal with. But the trust needs to be there that your teammates inside of Kitchen are able to come away with the eliminations. The push from Freezer and Pantry. You got laying down Mythics. Also looks towards the side door. Will keep Exnid weak for Jackson to find that trade. Team Veer hold strong.
Such an important hard point again for Team Veer. They were down by about 20 seconds coming into this one. If they can get back to 35, that would be huge. Team Falcons still want to make their way in through the side door. Exited around the back line too, so they're looking to time this correctly. King of Body able to take down Nile, but Detain is through there to take him down and make sure this back 20 does go their way. Detain's effort still isn't over, by the way. He's facing a bit of pressure from both sides of the hard point, and, well, as Exnid and Vampire do make their way through, it will now be Exnid that will pick up the back 15 seconds or so. A massive wave of gunfights there. It clears out Team Veer from the hard point, and it clears them out as they spawn out over towards Spa. Now this needs to be a wave of gunfights that goes in Veer's favor, and it will be Nile and Mythics. They're able to take down King of Body and Pac. Pac able to take down one before he falls, but the end result, Veer, they're in control of Bar.
That's exactly what you needed coming away from the previous hard point. Being able to trade the time that they did and also being able to brute force their way from the rotation. But take a look at Exnid on the minimap itself. He's actually coming through from Chandelier, and off screen he's able to find the one player over by the help desk. That is a big elimination, whether you look at it at the big screen or you look at it on the minimap. But look at Team Veer and their splits. Got two players that are working their way through Spa and also through the lobby as well. It's a split affair, and Team Falcons need to be able to find the eliminations, and how about it? They're able to walk away with a 4 down off of a very clean break. Brody, they can still close it here.
Yeah, they still could. Team Veer, though, they're going to be knocking at the door here for a map number 1 victory. Pac looks away at the complete wrong time and gets shut down for it. Now the door is well open here. Vampire on 5 in a row to clean this one out. Can Exnid survive here on the steps? No! Mythic's in for 2. A posthumous nade from Exnid will actually keep him alive in the conversation. Pac stunned at the wrong time, though. Means that he will not win that 1v1 versus Jackster. And Team Veer survive for the rotation towards Restaurant. The problem is, Falcons, they've got food order to go. They're already over here, but the wave of gunfights potentially in for Team Veer. Exnid and King of Body combined for 3. Veer did not expect them to be in that position, and now they can expect nothing more than a loss here at the end of what will be an extremely close hard point and an extremely important series.
And not a bad second hardpoint win as across the entirety of the Elite Season 1 is concerned for the Falcons. I mean, again, it needs to be talked about that Team Veer were just breaking almost everything, especially from the contest off of P1. A completely broken up Falcon setup over by P2 that I thought that was going to be the long tail that was going to be this hotel map number 1, but was not the case at all when you're taking a look at as far as what Falcons were able to produce for themselves going back towards P3 and then also from P4. It was Exnid that was showing up time and time again, that when the other 3 teammates for Falcons were looking at the front of the hard point, either Exnid, they spawned out in a very egregious position, then they continued to push the flank, was walking away with 2 continuously, and that always upset whatever numbers that Team Veer were hoping to have to be able to hold whatever hard point was active across the map, which is wonderfully executed throughout the entirety of the second set for all of Team Falcons to hold the lead that they did.
I think something, again, that we were talking about, right, in terms of Falcons, they wanted to work on it going into week number 2, was the fact that they were getting broken pretty consistently, and Team Veer actually pretty good at that. I think when we were looking at matches versus Nixa and we were looking at matches versus the originals, Hardpoints on Embassy, they were really good at breaking teams. They were really well put together. Falcons much more resistant to it this time around, and we can see the top performers at the end of game 1 there at the end of the scoreboard. Exnid, as you say, 32 and 19, and this is much more alike the performance that I expected out of Exnid after watching Cup number 3. You know, granted it was a Challengers Cup, but I do genuinely believe there was a gulf in performance from Exnid in Challengers Cup number 3 to the Exnid that we were seeing in week number 1 of Challengers Elite. This is much more like that Exnid.
Yeah, guys looking a whole lot more comfortable on the map, especially for hardpoint. I mean, 25 non-traded kills with almost 2 minutes of hardpoint time? Come on! Like, get this guy out of the hardpoint. 3,500 damage as well, and it needs to be talked about on the opposite side. Mythics really did give it a good scholar's try at 28 and 27, about 3,300 damage as well, was leading their team as far as stats are concerned, but it just wasn't enough. Not when Team Falcons start feeling themselves. This is something that we were talking about when you and I were commentating them back in week number 1 here of round robin play, is that when this team is firing off on all cylinders, they just simply can do no wrong.
The hashtag Falcons are here. They're here to play, and we talked about the chat predictions again. 86% of you said Falcons would win the series. Things are going well for you. 86% in the Twitch chat poll. Next up in the series, though, is Mikado Search and Destroy, and the question becomes, can this Team Falcons roster continue their reign into this map number 2? Again, we've seen this. I don't know if we've actually seen this from Falcons, to be fair. I know that we have seen it once from Team Veer, and they lost it.
Yeah, Falcons have played this twice. One versus Signs, they won that 6-1. Then they lost to the Originals in their next series being played, and they lost it 3-6 on Mercado, Search, and Destroy. So 1-1 as far as it's concerned, but a little bit more dire, I would say, for Team Veer. The majority of their Search and Destroys, as far as a 3-2 record is concerned, the majority of that has all been played on El Asilo.
Yeah.
The one time that they did play on Mercado, I believe, was a map 2 versus Elevate, and they lost that 1-6. It was not pretty at all, but we know that Team Veer are a very strong hardpoint team as far as it's concerned. Although all notes might be out the table. We said that Team Veer were going to come in and be able to win maps 1 and 4 and potentially take away 3 and close it out in 4. Might not be the case. You better hope from week number 2 coming in towards this ever so important matchup versus the Falcons that their search and destroy looks night and day than what it previously looked like versus other teams previously.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Again, you know, we came into this series saying hardpoints might well be where it's decided, and that might still be the case, to be fair. We're seeing Falcons making marked improvements over their week number 1 performance, and again, map number 1 for the Falcons. Again, though, you know, Search and Destroy, we said it, the vast majority of the maps have been played on El Asilo for Team Veer. That's why I'm almost surprised in a way that we're seeing that played into the map set. Again, you and I had this discussion about like how the veto process we go, and we talked about kind of Luti's role on this team, and I was almost certain that they would get rid of El Asilo, but maybe they're feeling confident on it again. I mean, they're 1-0 on that map mode combination, so maybe that's why they allowed it in the best of 5. Who knows at the end of the day, but this Team Falcons roster, they must be feeling pretty confident after that map number 1 victory. They would have known, I think, that hardpoint was something that needed improvements on going into week number 2. And I think, you know, getting that out of the way, getting the victory in map number 1 is so huge for them. Now they need to follow it up with a Mikado Search and Destroy victory, a map that is known for only 1 bomb site, or rather 2, but very rarely do we ever see those B pushes. Again, I think for Team Falcons here, we'll see how well put together their Search and Destroy rounds are.
Yeah, shout out to Omit, especially for NA. You watch later if Omit's on the screen. If they get a Mercado Search and Destroy, their B executes are absolutely sublime. But you better hope that you have some a bag of tricks ready for this Mercado Search and Destroy, because Brody is right. I mean, that AS&D is what most of these teams, and really everybody that ever plays Mercado Search and Destroy, really will look at. Nades over the top, snipers through the middle of the map. And hey, who was surprised here? I mean...
It's going to be the A-hit coming out from Falcons right off the rip here. Getting right involved in Cantina, though. They're going to survive the initial flurry of utility thrown their way. And, well, the first wave of gunfights will be actually going in favor of Team Veer 2. It's Attain. Arguably should have won that 1v1 against King of Body. That absolutely keeps Team Falcons in the conversation, but King of Body needs to pull up a little bit more effort and suspects that somebody's lying down below him in Cantina. That is simply not the case in a 1 versus 3. Just a little bit too much to handle there for the Falcons. And Annie, for me, the big differentiating factor between the two teams. Team Veer, they're able to survive that initial flurry of utility thrown their way and get inside Cantina.
Yeah, right. Round 1, you got no trophy systems to keep yourself safe from stuns or nades, but as you were saying, Team Veer maybe got themselves some timing away from the utility that was thrown from the offensive team of Falcons, and they're able to get inside Cantina. This really is how you stop that push from happening, and also with Team Veer having mid-map coverage, once they knew that all Falcons players were in and around the A-bomb site, you just collapse on the play-through tunnel, lickety-split. Team Veer, especially Chaxter, come away big in that first round.
All right, well, we were saying we wouldn't see many B hits. We're going to see one right off the rip here from Team Veer. They want to take control of this game early on. They're going to have to get past Xnid. If they want to get that done, Mythix has just seen him. Detain will be the player to execute, but it will not just be Detain, and Xnid knows this. He needs to waste some time for the rest of the team to come along, and, well, a kill to boot will be pretty good. A second kill, even better. Gets taken out from a Detain flank, but jobs are good, and you've slowed this push right down.
Now you're really relying. You look at Chaxter on the mini-map. He was that bait player that threw utility over by A, now on the flank. Off screen is actually able to take down Pack inside of Dark, so that's going to cause considerable doubt for Vampire and King of Body on where this push might actually be coming through. The bomb still needs to get collected, though, and Chaxter with Dead Silence going to get shot in the back, nipping at the ankles. He might be able to find some good timing, at least on the one player. No, gets shaved away. Detain picks out the bomb, looking to plant it here at B.
Body put the shots in towards Chaxter. Knows where he is, should just be able to deliver on the kill, and now Detain too! I was going to say the pre-fire would be a little out of character, but Vampire killed out Detain there in that 1 versus 1. In King of Body here, these guys, I think they're just going to waste some time for the Dead Silence to come through for a prospective round number 3. But Falcons there, again, I think the early read was quite damaging enough, but to win the 2 versus 2, pretty good.
King of Body putting on his best John Wick impression, just kicks that TAC 56 up into their hands and starts just spraying. But Detain really did have the centering, almost walked away with the kill. You almost do feel like if King of Body just kept their Vaznev out, you were probably looking at a very different outcome, excuse me, as far as that trade potentially coming all the way through. But Team Falcons, I mean, really did a good job as far as the stationary setup is concerned. It was exited through the middle of the map. They saw a little bit of monkey business coming through over by the BS&D. They go through the B cut, get those 2 eliminations, allows Detain to get upside top 10. But that's really all Team Veer were able to walk away with, barring Chaxter obviously being able to get a big elimination inside of Dark, but nice resurgence defensively for Falcons.
How about this from Falcons? The start of this round. Throwing a lot of smoke over towards A. Trying to think that Team Veer were over there. But Mythics, he is absolutely ready for this. Even if Veer have put a lot of their eggs into the A basket, his sniper rifle might well make the difference here. And all he needs is somebody to cross his pathline. 2 players do, but the headshot on the walls pack, the latter of the 2, will be enough. And now Mythics with a reposition here. I think Xnick is ready for a Mythics to push up through Dark, but Mythics is absolutely not doing that.
Exon's not going to give him the free challenge, but just as soon as Exon starts peeking out from Dark, it's Detain and not Mythics. Repositions all of the backside of the lot. Hey, King of Body, though, he's onto the flank. He only saw the 1. Not expect a double up to be happening from Mythics and Nile all over the backside of the map. So, Vampire, casual 1v3. It's either you stay on a donut or you clutch it up here.
I gotta be honest, I have no idea how King of Body didn't see those players at the back. Like, I know sometimes you get tunnel vision and you just don't see stuff off screen. I certainly have done that in rank play before, or rather just mosh pit, but nonetheless, we'll leave Vampire in a 1 versus 3 situation. He's going to be able to grab the bomb. I'm surprised that Team Veer haven't had eyes on that, but still 15 seconds left. I don't think they even really need to. The timer in this round will be oppressive enough. They just need 1 player on each of the bomb sites. Vampire doesn't check the corner. Of course, he doesn't. Shaxter in the position to close out the round there. And yeah, I think that the big difference maker there for Team Falcons, they get sniped out early on. They have a chance, I think, in King of Body to do something about it, but just not able to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, you called it. Is that when you're in a 3v1, you just got to make sure that you have both your bomb sites covered, play a corner, rat it out, expect the challenge to come through, and time obviously not being a friend. The Vampire in that situation had to just try to commit towards the plant, was YYing his way to death there over by the AS&D side where Chaxter was, in fact, playing that corner. 5-1, by the way, for Chaxter. 3 rounds worth of play. Have that 1-round lead. In fact, a lot of utility to be thrown over here by AS&D. 3v4.
It will be butting heads over towards A. Again, this time it is Mythics on the offense that picks up 2. No, another one. This round is going so fast. And Vampire, he picks up 1. How about that? I'm not sure what the record is for fastest rounds here on Mercado Los Alamos Search and Destroy. I'm probably sure we've seen faster, but that is an extremely quick round coming out of Falcons.
Yeah, what do you want my analysis to be? It's Mercado Search and Destroy. You know, we all have a nice little powwow over by AS&D. The bomb doesn't even think about going down. Mythics finds 2 to start. They knew that the collapse was going to be coming through from tunnel. That's a offense if I've ever seen one for sure, whether it was utility to stop anybody from Falcons getting inside of the Cantina building. It just allows Mythics to be able to line up that 2-piece ever so wonderfully for Team Veer's offensive round. They'll have a 2-round lead.
Once again, back over towards A we go here. What a surprise. Team Falcons want to better go things on the offensive side. You've got to make sure a player doesn't get inside Cantina, and King of Body going to have the eyes on towards Detain and the Gunny too. Chaxter goes down, as does Nile. And Mythics, well, he's got the sniper rifle. He's in the best position to utilize it and does pick off Vampire, but Team Falcons know they've got the space to get the bomb down and swarm on towards Mythics. Only really a pistol to do anything in those close quarter combat engagements. And, well, Team Falcons, what a response from what Team Veer produced in the last round.
Yeah, again, if you're new to the Modern Warfare 2 year and you haven't watched a lot of Mercado Search and Destroy, why we always highlight a lot of that utility being thrown over offensively, specifically those stun grenades, is that it does stop, obviously, the offensive team, or the defensive team, excuse me, for Team Veer to be able to get in the bottom of Cantina. It kind of keeps them all trapped, back banana, over by the cut to L, and from there on out, it's just Team Falcons having an easier job to get it in and around the building itself to be able to line up those shots and keep numbers in their favor. It's what obviously stopped them in their previous offensive attempt that time around. 1-3 split this time offensively for Team Veer.
So immediately, those first few gunfights are going down. We'll give Falcons some modicum of control over Cantina, but apparently not enough as Nile Reed's exited on the other side of the door and takes him out. Now for Team Falcons, 2 versus 3. You're pushed all the way back here. Pack in a position I don't think they're going to quite expect. Yes, they'll probably know that somebody is around that bush area, but in this position, so far out and towards the open, Pack could well still damage Veer here, but as Vampire falls towards the middle of the map too, it does leave Pack in a rather precarious position, doesn't it? A 1 versus 3. Might be able to get 1, but no more than that. And this time around, again, the joust over towards A, it's Team Veer that takes it.
Yeah, and it was an interesting split this time around because, I mean, Team Veer, through 2 offensive attempts, have actually tried to execute over towards B, so I'm not too sure which player that was, regardless of the matter. There was utility that was thrown mid-map over by B, which was starting to suggest maybe that the B execute was coming all the way through, but obviously connecting with trophy systems, with your throwables over by A would still suggest offensively for Team Veer that there are, in fact, going to be some semblance of numbers for Team Falcons to battle over by A. They line up the shots. maintain this 2-round lead. Pack struggling to get themselves on the board here and keep 4 players strong as they execute to A.
No trophy to stop those stuns coming through. Is it enough for Falcons to be pushed away from Cantina? Chakster doing a capsule, making his way through the middle of the map towards Tunnel, and this time it's to detain. He will land a nade right on towards Vampire's feet and take him down. Falcons, though, for them, it's not terrible. They've got themselves in towards Cantina, but they might be thinking about getting out the fire exit, rotating towards B, or at least I think King of Body might be thinking about making a rotation to open up this play as the rest of his team is falling over to, keeping themselves over towards A, excuse me. I think, yeah, that's exactly what's happening here for King of Body.
Exit off screen is able to at least find the entry. King of Body, that silence has run out. Now you need to be able to push past the dumpster and maybe take down Nile, who's being safe by a trophy system, but there's really no utility to speak of. Should be a free kill here. Yep, sure is. Numbers now in favor of the offense.
King of Body doesn't actually make that move through the middle of the map. I thought he was going to, but actually just going to come and help out his team, and that's the right decision to make. How this round has flipped on its head. If it's in a 1 versus 3, sniper rifle, pistol to work with, if he picks the sniper rifle, that might be a realistic gunfight, but no. Both players back away. King of Body thinks better off just going for the ego challenge. It's been pretty hot this round. Nice. Now again, Mythics. This 1 versus 3 is still possible here, but you got to maybe take a sniper onto one of these windows. You can pick up the land, that would be huge. But no, made weak by the first and taken down by the second in King of Body, a player of which just blows that round wide open.
Yeah, I think also in that moment of time, Mythics was obviously looking for a weapon. Nile plays with attack 56, but I think King of Body ended up picking it up once they found that elimination onto Nile itself. So had to do it either with the X12 pistol or the LAB. And if you can tell by the, especially the tone of my voice, you're not going to be able to have an easy time doing that, not in a post-plant situation with all of Falcons just residing inside Cantina. But yeah, King of Body makes the play through the middle of the map. They completely erupt any sort of defense setup that Team Veer might have been looking for. Keep this within 1. We're back to this 1-3 split where Mythics is going to maybe throw some utility, if not maybe try to find a pick through B. King of Body might throw a shoulder over here. Mythics is aware of this now. That's the information that you need potentially. Nextnit is there along with them, but King of Body's going to push all the way through before Team Veer potentially make a peep here today.
King of Body tries that flank this time around. Mythics denies. The Team Veer haven't really made much progress at all in terms of getting the bomb down, even with the numbers that they have. Still being super cautious of players coming on the flank. They have to be cautious of a player coming through Tunnel, and Pack gets off the donut finally here in the search and destroy. Gets a kill versus Chakster and gets the hell out of dodge as well. And I think Falcons now want to press that advantage. Got to be careful not to go too aggressive. Vampire with a sniper tool to detain. The trade is through from Nile. Might be able to find the second 2, and that is Mythics in the middle of the map that does exactly that. And Vampire misses a crucial snipe. He takes down Nile in the situation. This doesn't happen. A 1 versus 2 now where the bomb will go down.
It's a Vaznev to potentially work with, but you can see just through the X-ray alone, Mythics is up top. Nile is going to be playing a very annoying corner just to check that bomb. MCPR in hand. The window peek here. Mythics throws a shoulder. I don't think he saw the glint, but checks the bomb. Knows it's safe.
Yeah, and that's all Mythic needs to do here, to be honest. He's not going to give shoulder to Vampire in the situation, but at least he has the Vaznev to work with, and now there's the shoulder. Not sure if Nile will move on it. I don't think he even really needs to at the moment, but Vampire's time is very quickly running out here in the situation. He's making a lot of noise, but not actually producing anything of worth to the team. There's no longer the time to defuse the bomb, so if anything, it's just trying to take down, detain, and Nile not able to get it done. And again, I think a lot of that just comes down to twist of fate, right? Again, butterfly effect moment. If that snipe comes through from Vampire onto Nile, that situation doesn't arise.
No, it really doesn't. It comes down to these very crucial mid-round adjustments, right? I mean, even you can go back to the beginning of the round. I mean, King of Body obviously got to be feeling himself after that previous round. Just really had no business pushing all the way through small, knowing that Mythics was probably going to be there just to watch that longer line of sight all the way past the lot. But egregious decisions aside, Team Veer up on map point, looking to even things up 1 apiece.
Team Falcons, their offenses towards A have actually been pretty successful for the most part. But the key to victory here is making sure that Team Veer do not entrench themselves in towards Cantina, and Xnid, well, he's made sure of that. With the opening kills on towards Detain and Chakster, it will leave Mythics up in a 1 versus 4 as well. Nile's already fallen, the bomb will go down. It would be a superb 1 versus 3. Mythics gets the first. This is realistic. 35 seconds now.
I mean, you could just give up this round. You see Mythics is on a 4. If they can find these 2 kills, that'd be great. It could be a cruise missile, but also at the same time, we know how Mythics likes to play. Pops dead silence, tries to go through Tunnel. There was nobody on top patio, not this time around. They were playing over by the tables and over by the dumpster. Yes, again, door number 1 was not the answer here, as Falcons, their heads above water, down by a single round, but Veer are very much so up on map point. And again, it's those stuns, it's the nades. It allows Falcons to get inside Cantina. They were early on staying safe from their offensive trophy system there, Brody. As you were saying, they found success with that in previous rounds, especially from Exit, being able to find 2 inside a Cantina. It works again.
I think Mythic's got stars in his eyes there. Saw that 1 versus 4 from Vanguard and thought, I could do this again. But no, Falcons with the denial, and here goes that utility over the top. Nades and stuns galore. How many of them will connect? I think all that many, to be fair. On the other side, there is actually going to be a fair few stuns, a fair bit of utility that does connect from Falcons, but it isn't enough! Detain! Flies high as ever to pick up 2, and now Pack and Vampire, not the best position to be in here. Pack's taking a lot of shots, but very, very little of them actually connecting here. In this 2 versus 4, best thing you can do is just stick together.
Yeah, maybe try to play it in a tradable situation. You look at Vampire on the map as well, potentially thinking about looking at that tunnel push. There's a lot of utility that's being thrown out from top Cantina, but Pack cannot get the shots to connect fully. Vampire also reveals their positioning. Semtex will connect, will not find the elimination. It's a casual 1v4 to force around 11. Come on. See it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I'm a pretty pessimistic person. Vampire, he has so many corners to check, and yeah, look, I'm a glass half empty kind of guy. I think for Team Falcons, their glass is well and truly empty in the search and destroy, as they will lose 6-4. Team Veer coming out there with again, these offenses over towards A really do make all of the difference, and just great utility usage out of them in that final round.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, obviously it was being answered back quite kindly as well from Falcons with their A executes, with their stuns, and making sure that at least they had a trophy system to keep themselves safe when they were trying to enforce their way inside Cantina offensively, and was working out through a handful of rounds. But what really did it was the constant wrenches in the system that were being thrown out from all of Team Veer, whether it was Mythics putting away the sniper rifle, pulling out that second tack, being able to find 2 as far as an entry back in like round number 5 or something like that, to be able to get that A execute as quick as they did. It's just something that Falcons were not fully aware of, obviously barring some heroics that we got to see from Exit inside Cantina offensively. King of Body defensively also showing up in a big way. It was just that early few round lead that Team Veer were able to get for themselves that really did kind of set the precedent for them to be able to walk away with that map number 2. And I know I said that Falcons were going to be the better search and destroy team. Team Veer were going to be the better hardpoint team. That's just what the stats suggest, but Team Veer clearly come out of the gates like a bat out of hell. 11-6 for Mythics was definitely a force to be reckoned with. Only had a single traded kill. Come on.
Yeah, I gotta say, to be fair, there were a lot of adjustments out of Team Veer there. You were mentioning a few of them. I think one of the big ones was shutting down King of Body in the latter half of that Search and Destroy. We've talked before about King of Body, what he is capable of in Search and Destroy. Prior to this matchup, he had a 1.45 KD in S&D. Here, he still has a pretty good game at 9-7, but he was having a much better game at the start of that Search and Destroy, and Team Veer shutting him down, a huge part of the reason why they were able to win. On the other side, I think there were just so many key moments, again, especially coming out of Mythics, a player that we had highlighted coming in this series at 11-6, and from Detain especially, while it might not show up in the scoreboard, there were moments in that where he was getting 2 pieces, getting really important gunfights that really did effectively guarantee rounds for Team Veer.
Yeah, I mean, when you go back towards those B executes for Team Veer, albeit not always in a winning fashion, Detain was that guy that you can trust is going to play his life to such a high degree. I mean, that's just what you get. I mean, plays it even 7-7 as you just saw on the scoreboard, but it was just in those few rounds that Detain was left up quite literally without a paddle or without assistance from a teammate, that you just get to see Detain play their life to such a high degree, staying alive in those certain situations, in the 2v2s, 2v3s, and honestly pay dividends to be able to walk away with a round win. So yeah, wonderfully done by Detain.
All right, well, Control, that's up next. We're going back to Hotel in the next map in this best of 5. And again, we've been talking about the respawns this series so far. The first respawn was a pretty close one. We were asking for improvements on hardpoint for Team Falcons. They absolutely produced in that first. When it comes to Control, though, I mean, again, these two teams, there's not a lot to split the two.
No, there's really not. And what's suggesting as well, especially for Falcons, is how much success they've honestly found in Control specifically. You know, the 3-1 as far as the game mode is concerned, it's just one of those things, again, that you have to be looking at, or 2-2, excuse me, for Control. You have to be looking at why Falcons haven't been finding more success on hardpoint. If they can constantly lean on, you know, Exit going rogue, King of Body being able to be there for the trades, and Pack being able to lock down those longer lines of sight, should be a recipe for success, you would think. But the majority of their controls, Brody, have been played on Fortress. They do have that win versus Nixa and a win versus Signs. One time that they did play Hotel Control was in their first series of the Elite Round Robin. versus Elevate, and they got smoked. They lost at 0-3.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think the thing is for Team Veer here for me in this map, I think the big thing they're going to need to do is get the SMGs to be hyper-aggressive, because they can be a really hyper-aggressive squad in Control. That's the big thing for me. And when you've got players like Chaxter and Detain doing what they've been able to do so far in Control at a 1.24 and a 1.08 respectively, like, they are really good. And again, I don't want to say it in a negative way, but again, I think you've got to remember the situation that these two are in. Chaxter in the Vanguard season was not a stat line performer, and Detain obviously didn't play in Vanguard. He was elsewhere in another esport land. So for them to come out here and play the way they are here in Control and Modern Warfare 2, they are a real boon of success for this Team Veer roster. We want to see them come out to play here in Control, of course. This is Hotel, one of the more evenly sided Control maps we have here in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. The offense and the defense can really go either way, and it will be Team Veer starting things off in the offense. We always ask the question, will they be sending themselves towards B to kick things off? The answer will be yes, and a lot of this will come down to the mid-map coverage provided by Chaxter, only able to pick up one, but it's enough for Team Veer to find their one at the point. Is it enough for them to get the capture on through? Mythix is stuck up creep without a paddle, and well, he is currently facing down a fair bit of pressure. Survives a little longer than I expected, but the end result is the same. He's gone.
I'm surprised that Semtex didn't actually connect, but obviously the fixtures, the guitar cases, very robust over by that B zone. So it did not work with your 1-3 split. Now you got to be looking at this A zone, but your biggest concern is now King of Body is on the flank. We'll pop that silence and potentially try to enforce that catwalk push. It will be exited that goes through first. Won't be able to come up with much of anything because it's Detain on mid-map. Still on their first life, by the way, on a 3 spree.
He still hasn't died, still chilling over there. Well, that's just Detain doing Detain things. They do need to be wary though, because King of Body is doing King of Body things on the flank, and Chaxter reads it perfectly. There's a reason that Falcons are being so quiet around the front line. Let's check our backsides, and well, Veer, they managed to find some naughty Falcons players, and I think for Falcons here, this is something you always love to see, Andy. You love to see players not over-investing when they know they'll stay.
Yep. Just don't want to lose more lives. It's 26 plays up against 23, so maybe you find a couple of exits here. Chaxter, King of Body, they could basically sniff each other, and King of Body will just have a little bit more patience than Chaxter, who obviously needs to make the play. We'll see Detain inside a statue, who is still alive, by the way, on a 4 spree. Still much more to do. Needs 2 eliminations. Get yourself a cruise missile, but 25 now plays up against 20. There are the eliminations. Now you can get presence on B, but you don't have top bedroom control.
Yeah, they haven't cleared out bedrooms, so that might well be a problem here for Team Veer as, well, exited Pack. They're getting those gunfights, finally exited Falls, but Pack still needs to be dealt with. In fact, well, it's Mythix who will finally deal with him. Detain has already died, finally, after 2 minutes or so of play. Team Veer, they might well have lost the steering wheel here over towards B, but a couple more kills do come through, and now they can finally start to make some progress. First tick will be through. Mythix able to take down Pack now. Falcon spawning towards that backline. A 2 versus 2 for the moment. Player now coming in the flank, though, will actually be Chaxter, who's able to pick up 1, but Nile now left up on his lonesome. Ooh. The second tick will come through, and Nile in for 2. That might well be the double that secures it, as the rest of the squad are on their way. You need one more wave of gunfights as Detain takes down his teammate. That's not going to help proceedings, but that most certainly will. 2 for Detain. Nile now left up in a 1 versus 1. Flurry of kills coming through from Team Falcons. It's dodgy, but they get it done. They remove Veer from the point.
It was so close to being tacked over for that last segment of progression through the one-dimensional retake. That's all Team Falcons really had in the cards to maybe try to get that B zone back in their control. Slowly getting that last segment tacked all the way back down towards a stall-worthy 0%. You're down to no respawns, though, so you have to play this flawlessly. You're able to find at least one on the flank. Now to the drop shot will make this an 11v3.
Yeah, and now for Team Veer, you really can just play the numbers in the situation. You've taken out King of Body for the rest of the round. Pack needs to go huge, and well, he's been watched by Nile there in the situation. It doesn't take much for Veer to close out that round. They'd already done the vast majority of the effort earlier on, and a lot of that was down to Nile. I think we've got 2 pieces, or two pieces, I should say, on the point. Was Detain was in the fun as well. So many crucial moments there for Veer to get it done.
It's just interesting, isn't it? Because, I mean, when you're in an 11v3, you have no respawns remaining. You know it's going to be a losable round. Just throw your life away. You don't want that last segment of progression to go all the way over. But for some reason, Falcons allow it to happen, Brody. And now, even if you win this offensive round, if you're Team Falcons, you better hope that you're also able to do it by way of segment progression. It is Hotel. It does have the highest conversion rate as far as control offensive rounds are concerned. But love what I'm seeing from Falcons. You play for mid-map first and foremost, and then you just try to convert over towards A, add on 60 seconds as soon as possible.
Chaxter's still alive over towards A, to be fair, and he's doing more than that, actually, more than just playing his life. He's being a real problem, a thorn in the side for Team Falcons. He's just swinging from wall to wall. Gives up that control of kitchen though, and that enables Falcons to not only spawn there, but pushing on through, and as Mythics falls too. Team Falcons now able to start making some pressure, making some control, some progress on this A zone. And I do like this from Falcons quite a lot here. It's going to be a slow capture. They want to try and set themselves up for a straight push over towards B. Pack and hitting a body here. Well in a position to do some serious damage towards the backline. Vampire too. I really love this from Falcons. This is the effort now over towards B. Detain though, taking down King of Bodies. Should leave Pack in a bit of a precarious spot here. Needs to try and do some damage.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, Team Veer should be more than aware when they're looking at the top of even their screen, or the top left, excuse me, that it's just one player that is tacking over the A zone. So yeah, Chaxter off screen actually goes to contest it. He's able to find one. He has help over here, by the way. Vampire has a lot to do. Actually will die via Semtex from Chaxter, and he's going in such a big way, just making it so expensive for Falcons to be able to get this A zone tacked over. They'll get it eventually, but it came at a steep cost. Now they don't have much B zone coverage besides Pack back here, who's on a 4 spree. You got to deal with this player if you are Team Veer, but you're going to be feeling okay, especially with Niall's position on the map.
Well, they do have players over here now again. Bedroom control as well for Team Falcons. As you say, though, Niall is really the problem that you want to deal with. Niall, he's having absolutely none of it. Able to get one. Shots into the Xnid for the second, but no, Xnid. Not only does he get the kill against Niall, but he gets the one on towards Detain too, and it leaves Mythics all alone here. He's going to have help sooner rather than later, but the second tick will be through, and he can't really wait for later in the situation. You gotta go now. Chaxter from behind will only pick up one. Is it enough? No. Xnid finishes off on 5 in a row. And well, if Team Veer can get an offense in round number 1, don't you worry, you say Team Falcons. We can do it too.
Hey, yeah, we can do it too. I mean, really shout out Xnid too. I'm pretty sure he's coming into this next round on a 5 spree, so able to get that cruise missile, you're going to be feeling pretty giddy about yourself, but regardless, we asked for the task at hand for Falcons. If they allow the segments to come through for Team Veer in their previous offense, you better hope that you put up similar numbers, and that will, in fact, be the case. And I know people are going to be looking at that round of asking yourself, why is Chaxter taking that long route? That's just the trust that Team Veer have that maybe they're able to contest from the front. Just not going to be the case. It's very difficult when you're entrenched on that B zone, Brody.
So far, the offensive efforts for Team Veer and Team Falcons have been pretty good. So how they go for Team Veer here in this round, a much less certain push over towards B to kick things off, and I think they might have to default towards A unless we see some heroics from Detain up top in the bedroom. Not going to be able to get anything done. Going to go for a regroup, actually. I don't think Team Veer are quite done with B just yet. As that kill comes through against Chaxter, and the next one comes in from Niall, or on towards Niall, excuse me, too. Now it most certainly will be. Falcons preparing themselves for a defensive play on towards A.
Just one player, though, that's tacking it over. Falcons should be aware of this, but we also have to take of the lives. 26 plays up against 27. This is hotel control in a nutshell. Do not give up a life advantage. Play for a couple exits. Make sure that your flank is secure. You get top bedroom control. It's exactly what Falcons are looking to do. Now, you are aware. I mean, you saw some shots there on the mini-map from Niall going up against Vampire. We'll go for the reach out off screen. We'll be able to find that elimination. 60 seconds out on towards the board. 2-life lead in favor of Falcons.
I do like the play from Falcons. They don't over-invest into that A-hit. They did. It might have well opened up a gulf for a Team Veer to fly their way over towards B. But now, Team Falcons got players pushed forward. Vampire towards the back side of that bedroom. Team Veer not quite aware of it just yet. They might have eyes on it. I think Niall's having a look. You can see it on the mini-map that it's being a little bit cautious of the fact that there might be a player pushed all the way through. But now the push might be coming through here for Team Veer. Mythics has already tried to make his way through Statue, and he has been shut down. And elsewhere, we were talking about that 1v1 going on the minimap. Niall has fallen a Vampire. As far as this push is going on for Team Veer, they haven't managed to unearth anybody from Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to make sure that nobody gets off top garage. That's Vampire's job. He's on the 3 spree just playing that position. Now Pack, trying to have a resurgence from the previous 2 rounds, was in the blunder quite some time ago. Now up on a 5 spree. Just to get yourself a cruise missile and to keep this map as stable as possible. I mean, Falcons have already shaved away a minute off the game clock. They've only lost 4 lives in this entire round so far, Brody. You cannot ask for a better outcome, especially with Vampire still up top. Did not complete the reload, though. So can't get the 6 elimination, not like their teammate Pack, who was able to get themselves a cruise missile.
That might well be a big cruise missile, even with trophy systems in the game. Later on during the play, especially if they do come out when the trophy systems aren't available for a Team Veer. Nonetheless, though, Team Veer here. Now with a chance on towards B. They've got Chaxter in the backline too to do some serious damage while Detain distracts on the front, and it will actually be Mythics who activates from the bedroom. Mythics who activates here with 3 in a row. It's Xnid Now last left alive, he's only able to pick up one, and the stack should follow from Team Veer. They're actually just going to get themselves into positions to deal with the players, but Pack comes through. The shots onto one aren't enough, but the kill on towards the second will be. Team Veer still not away though. Vampire, only one. Finally exited from the middle of the map to take them out. The second tip aggression will not come through, but 30 seconds left now. Team Veer still clear.
Yeah, Team Veer cannot afford to relent, though. They need to be able to find these eliminations. Top bedroom, it's only detained to be able to show up at the kill feed. It's a 1-for-2 trade. But now you're down to 20 seconds. You need to try to reconvene as quick as humanly possible. But Jaxter's spawning out essentially in Narnia, so you almost expect for one of these players to maybe hit through the statue side. But you still have to deal with Pack, who's topside luggage. Finally, a gunfight will start to ensue, but 7 seconds remaining. It doesn't look like Team Veer have the kills required to get on this B zone reliably. Not going to be the case. Vampire had a defensive round of the gods. But some eliminations do come through, though, Brody. You got B zone control. You got to be able to find more.
To take a second there, it might well be something, but even then, I mean, what you've got the life situation to be concerned about for Team Falcons. Or for Team Veer, excuse me. Team Falcons able to get it done. I think that the big difference there between rounds number 1 and 3 is that Team Veer are not able to get that fast hit from A to B, right? I mean, Team Falcons, they played it so well. They had players push through on the backside of bedroom. They won that opening wave of defensive gunfights, and Team Veer never felt quite as certain as they did in that round of 1 on the offense. So great round win there for Team Falcons. Again, a huge control, the swing game in the series, a series that might well decide or will decide who goes through to the next stage of play here in European Challengers Elite Season 1. Falcons, 1 round away from taking this control.
1 round away, going up 2-1 in the series. That's a big deal here in the swing map mode combination. They're going to close it out in 4, potentially force a map 5. Offense, though. A struggling effort on which site that we're going to be looking for Team Falcons. They split their affairs to the middle of the map, and the only one that's able to get past enemy lines is going to be Vampire. He's all the way pushed up towards D2. Mythics through the info will take them down. So things kind of stabilizes ever so slightly. Just Exit that's pushed up here is going to show presence on A to stop the clock.
Yeah, I think it's that first wave of gunfights don't exactly go in their favor towards B. Best thing is to just default yourselves over towards A. And what has been the case so far in this control is that teams haven't, generally speaking, shown much of an effort, shown much of a care for A. They just let it go and prepare themselves for the B hit. We've also seen teams on the offense make their way over towards B at the same time. That seems to be the case here for Falcons, not putting all their eggs in the one basket. Exnid will just be alongside King of Body here for this push, because King of Body goes down. Now they know that Exnid is still here. Jackson not aware of it. Luckily for him, his buddy and Niall has his back. And that attempt to cross from A to B will fail for Falcons.
You see, keep lives just about even for both teams, right? But your biggest problem now for Falcons, you got Mythics in the back. Body, more than aware of it, has the Vaznav in hand. We'll get Mythics out from that positioning. But your next big problem is going to be player number 4. That's going to be Niall. And, well, I just keep speaking it into existence. Niall was a big issue. We'll get dealt with. And towards the back, though, is going to be Jaxter taking down Vampire. That's a flanking member you do not want in that specific situation. No bedroom control defensively. Team V are going to have to do this from the front.
And that is big. Falcons here, you know, the fact they've got bedroom control. Team Veer, this is a one-dimensional defense, and King of Body picks up 2. Team Falcons, they might well do this. The stack is in, and there's not really anybody from Veer to stop this one. Mid-map coverage from Vampire 2. The shots on towards 1. The Tane is super weak going into this fight. It's Niall who will fall. That should be all she wrote here. A flawless push from Falcons. A couple of failed attempts, but no more than that. Bedroom control is enough for them. What a control from Team Falcons.
Yeah, and for me in that final round, I mean, obviously say what you will about Mythics all the way over on the back side. There's really only so much you can do when you're trying to play for exits. Did find at least 1 or 2, but Niall in that top garage position did something that Vampire didn't do, and that is just try to chow for more of those gunfights. Look, you find a couple of shots, you lay back on your belly. You can't stay in that gunfight for too long because it opens up bedroom control for the offensive team. And once you lose that player of Niall top bedroom defensively, well, it all just crumbles because now you have nobody in couches. You have nobody over by the side cup of Atrium. And then you allow Team Falcons to be able to waltz their way in towards the B zone. From there on out, you just have to look at the front, look past the lobby, look over by P2, back spa, whatever may have you. It was going to have to be a one-dimensional retake. The 3-player stack was absolutely in with Vampire overwatching them from top bedroom. Wonderfully executed, as you were saying there, Brody. They were really picking their poison to see what was going to be their best possible outcome to be able to get that B zone tacked over, and it came through with a wave of gunfights.
The usual suspects coming out to play again. We were talking up Exnid in the cup number 3, coming out to play here at 21 and 16 in the control. But Pack, of course, comes into this with a 1.43 KD in control. comes out of it with a pretty good KD as well at 23 and 16. I've not got the exact maths on exactly what that KD is, but it's pretty good, I think is what we'll say. 18 of those non-traded. And I think, again, you know, we're looking at kind of objective kills too for Team Falcons. Really good at kind of stacking the point and dealing with the pressure from Team Veer. I gotta say, overall, a really good control from those two teams. Team Veer, they had some real good efforts, but ultimately, when it came down to it, Team Falcons able to sweep the templates.
Falcons soaring high. They are indeed up top as far as the series are concerned, 2-1. And as you were saying, I mean, the usual suspects, right? Xnid has found a new form of consistency, I will say, Brody. Through the 3 maps that we have seen so far, you're going to need that plus some more. Because, I mean, if you could take away this upcoming hardpoint on map number 4 from Team Veer that we know is a very good hardpoint team, especially when it comes down to a 2-2 setup that will be Mercado hardpoint with 2 SMGs, 2 ARs, you're going to be obviously sitting pretty to close it out in 4, but hey, if it goes the distance to a map 5, that should be more or less you're guaranteed to send it all the way home as a strong search and destroy team. But all my notes are completely out the window, man. Because, I mean, Falcons, as you see on the screen, able to win map 1 by 20 points, and then Team Veer able to win by 2 rounds there on the Mercado search and destroy. Everything's up in the air in this very, very high-tension matchup.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny, right? Because we went into this thinking the win condition for Team Falcons would be, all right, your hard point, maybe you're not going to win that unless you've made market improvements over week 1. So you're probably going to want to win this one in a 2-3-5 situation. I think Veer winning that map number 2 has kind of thrown a spanner in the works in terms of that being the plan for Team Falcons. But on the flip side of that, as we said, you know, Team Falcons, they won map number 1. It feels like the hard point woes might have gone away. Next up, though, it is going to be Mercado hardpoint, as we said. This is a hardpoint that Team Veer have shown strength on because they've won 2 maps on this map mode combination.
Yeah, and especially for Mercado as a whole, when you're looking at it from Veer's perspective, you know, they have that win versus Signs, 250 to 215. But most importantly, they were able to beat Elevate, not only on just one hardpoint, but also here on Mercado, 250 to 153. You can see it right there on your screen. Xnid in Respawn has a 1.5 KD. 53 over 35. You're looking for that guy to continuously be the catalyst for Falcons to be able to get what it is going to actually, if they do win this hardpoint, their 3rd hardpoint win, that would actually put them up at 3-5 as far as hardpoint map record is concerned. Remember, Brody, they came into this matchup, must-win matchup at 1-5 for hardpoint, but they are definitely waking some people up about what Saudi Arabia has to offer.
Yeah, and while we're talking statistics, Xnid, you know, we just had it there. You're talking about how well he's played today in the respawns. I mean, prior to this, again, he had a 0.91 in week 1. He had a 0.96 in week 1, and that's in hardpoint and control, respectively. To, again, make those market improvements. This is what we were talking about in week 1. We didn't get to see much of Falcons in their matches, but the matches we did, we noted that players that maybe we were expecting to see play extremely well. Again, in the cup coverage that we got, the limited cup coverage of Falcons, Xnid, King of Body, even Vampire in moments, I think they just weren't doing that in week 1. And now we're seeing these market improvements in a really important matchup here, going toe-to-toe with Team Veer. If there was ever a time that you need to play well and you're fighting for survival, it's probably now, and Xnid is absolutely doing that. But on the flip side, we can't just talk about Team Falcons here in this situation. We have to talk about Team Veer too. We know what this roster is capable of in hardpoint. Now, again, they look so strong. You already said it, right? I mean, they've taken hardpoints off teams like Elevate. They must be doing something, right? And again, I think the massive reason for that, we're looking at players like Mythics. Again, we talked about it coming into this best of 5, a 1.28 in hardpoint. This guy is insane, but it isn't just him. Everybody on the roster is positive in hardpoint across the board. It is a real team effort, and you've seen that in matches like the one that they played, they 3-0'd Nixa, right? Again, that Embassy hardpoint where they look so good. There has just been so many good maps, I think, from this roster in hardpoint. You can never quite count them.
No, you can, but the biggest thing for me, especially coming away from that hotel hardpoint map number 1, is that it obviously can't just be one player. Mythics cannot do it by themselves, so you're really looking at the Tane to be having that explosive play that we got to see through a handful of those rounds, albeit in a losing fashion on that control map. Same could be said about how well they were playing their life, especially on the search and destroy for Mercado. You can honestly put that on a 1-to-1 ratio about what they need to do on this this map mode combination that does really pertain to an SMG presence as well. But one thing does need to be brought up is that Nile needs to have a better performance in this map number 4 comparatively to what they had in map number 1 for Team Veer to maybe force a map 5.
All right, well, while we wait for that map to get underway, here's a look at a matchup that's going on concurrently with this one. It's Elevate going head-to-head with Nixa. I guess for the state of play for you guys at home, Both of these teams have already qualified. Both of the teams coming into this matchup are 3-1. So effectively, they're trying to fight out for the seeding for what could either be the second or the first seed, depending on what happens with the Originals in their matchup as well. But regardless, towards this control we go. Currently 0-0. It is Elevate on the offense. They've already picked up B. The hard point is done. They're going to get control of A. And actually, to be fair for Nixa here in this situation, they're doing a stellar job at keeping Elevate at arm's reach. Just 10 more seconds on the clock here. And Journey and Lucky, the Spaniards on the roster, able to get a couple of kills.
Oh, it definitely says a lot if you're able to keep this A zone in your favor defensively. But Lucky Swan dives his way over towards the zone itself. 1.8 seconds is where it's going to be sold out. 6 plays up against 11. You need more progression out from this zone itself. Denza can only produce a single elimination. And, I mean, I know we hopped into it late, but how about it, Nixa, for an A-zone defense to take round 1?
Henry towards the end there with 3 in a row as well to really clutch up the point. And that's going to be disappointing. You have to feel for Elevate, right? Because for Elevate, you know, they get the hard point out of the way. They get the hard zone out of the way to capture in B. And you want to try and capture A off the back of that. You kind of feel like you almost have to in a way, because it only really takes one flurry of kills to get control of A. But Henry just completely breaks that wide open. 10-6 is Henry for Nixa. Now a good start here in Hotel Control. On the offense they go, though. We'll probably be expecting off this Rip here push towards B. It's going to be 3 players towards the middle of the map. I like this. It's unconventional from Nixa, and Dave just going to hold up here towards the bedroom side. Needs to see some action in the middle of the map before he moves.
Denza's that sole defender all the way over by the A zone, so they need to be able to collect this information from their teammates off of this 2-for-2 pinstripe kill feed. Needs to get activated through couches, and there they pounce. To be able to take down Rafi, that leaves only Dave alive. You can see them on the X-ray. They are indeed bottom bedroom. Elevate, they stave away Nix's initial offensive attempt over towards B, but they got players over towards A.
Nixa still have eyes for this B point. They're relying a lot on the players of Henry around the backline, perhaps producing a 3-piece akin to the one that he did at the end of that last round, but it isn't to be here. Nixa are going to have to go back to Old Faithful, back towards A. They will spawn up inside kitchen. Nice need from Defrag there as he does take down Journey. Now for Nixa, progression will start to come on through here. Elevate, they fancy themselves a defense and push of this A zone. They have to be careful though that it doesn't lead to ruin. Henry opens up proceedings with the kill on towards Vortex. Denza is able to pick up 1. Denza from behind, able to pick up a second 2. This isn't over for Denza, and now it finally is as Dave takes him down. That should be all she wrote. But with that, again, this is what I was saying. Nixa are able to get players through to B.
A little bit too far pushed up for my liking there, Rafi. Did not exactly have assistance, but I mean, hey, if you were going to be able to turn that info desk into maybe a 2-piece, he would have been sitting pretty, but it's Vortex over here. Gonna find himself on a 3 spree. Will be traded out by Dave. The middle of the map. So 1 minute, 40 seconds, 18 plays up against 17. It's gonna be a full B defense coming through for Elevate, and they got players top bedroom to potentially do it.
Yeah, this is the key thing for Elevate. Again, you've got map control, you've got players in bedroom, and you've got kills in the kill feed as well. Pretty good start coming out from Elevate here in the defense of B. Henry does take out one of those players, though, and Lucky now has to play his life perfectly. He is removed from the bedroom and now potentially close spawns for Nixa on the cards. There is another player, though. I like it from Elevate. While a player does get usurped from his bedroom position, Denza's right back at it, and I don't think Nixa quite expected that. The shots in towards Dave, the shots in towards Defrag. Journey finishes off both, and for Elevate, despite losing control of bedroom, they're not over yet. Denza continuing on now, looking for more kills, and just turns and burns onto Rafi. Elevate, despite being in an unfavorable position, somehow fight back.
Denza went into this round 1-6, by the way. How to turn it around defensively for Denza. Just hidden flanks, playing these very annoying positions, keeps top bedroom in control. Lucky's down low to make sure Defrag cannot get inside of bottom bed or luggage for free. So now you got to look over towards the flank. There's Dave. Going to be through the double arches is where he gets traded out from Journey. Shaved away about 1 minute and 30 off the clock so far. 12 plays up against 7. Nixa really need to make this effort a good one if they want to show presence on B.
Again, I think a lot of this is going to come down to Henry, who, well, takes a lot of shots from the middle of the map there. And again, in his journey, the finisher, it would seem, here for Elevate. And that should be all she wrote, unless Nixa has managed to pull something special out of the hat. Dave, he will fall the Lucky inside bedroom. And yeah, this should be over. I don't think anybody from Nixa is going to get anywhere close. This has been a lot of presence in the middle of the map. Vortex finishes off with a nice double. Just one more player and Rafi to finish off. And, well, Vortex will actually win that one as well. The Vasnef is too strong in the middle of the map. And Elevate able to tie things up there in the control. But back to the most important match at hand. One more map and Falcons send Team Veer home.
One more map and Team Veer can force a map number 5 on Search and Destroy. It's got to be done here on Mercado Hardpoint. Detain. challenge to at least make sure that Cantina stays in their favor. Knows that there's one more player around, but Gabati was just holding the irons. Will take down Detain before they get that spree fully embellished. For Team Veer, again, just making sure that they keep P2 in their favor while also contesting P1 for a decent amount of time is exactly what you want to see. Team Veer want to turn this into a money hill.
Team Veer in control. Have to be careful here of P2 coming in from Team Falcons. Now it's just one-dimensional as King of Body will be taken down. As ever, the flanking player for Team Falcons has been dealt with. Great read from Team Veer, and now they know they're coming from the barbershop side, but are they ready for it? As Pack picks up 2, Nile has to try and pick up the position the Mythics had left behind, and now Chaxter all on his lonesome here. One player down in King of Body, and now the support has arrived for Team Veer. A great flurry of kills to come on through. Veer should be able to hold on here. Just one more player looking to get the remaining scrap time, and Exodus is going to sit at the top of these stairs while he waits for the support coming through from King of Body, and now they will activate. Chaxter left up on his lonesome, and well, there you go. Mythics helps out as Team Veer get the scrap.
That's fantastic help from Mythics over by the Planters window. You also take a look at the rotation. Detain's trying to be that annoying guy. Pack just snaking his way to victory over by this head glitch. That's exactly what you want to see, because you have essentially lost a significant amount of time from P2. Contested it at least somewhat, but still Team Veer will have about a 30-point lead. Not really much to write home about, especially if you cannot solidify this rotation. Pinstripe kill feed. Detain by way of a stun grenade takes down their teammate at Chaxter. That's not going to help out your affairs to break this hard point early.
Trophy system will be down for Pack to help him deal with any incoming projectiles. And it's going to be snaking alongside King of Body here. The stun, or the smoke from one of the stuns coming through, will cure his field of view, and well, Chaxter comes through for 2. Exnid, though, he's ready for it. There will be numbers in for Team Falcons to deal with that incoming pressure. Perhaps one more push left in this for Team Veer before they focus on the rotation, and that will come by the way of Nile, who actually does pick up 1. His journey isn't over just yet. Vampire for the 1v1, and he will win it for the scrap. So Team Falcons winning out on the situation, but while all that was going on, you're wondering where the rest of the team were. They were fighting for the rotation for New, and unfortunately for Falcons, it will be Veer that wins it.
And they'll be here, sure, but they know Detain's up top, so you can see player number 6, King of Body drops down. Detain almost had a good look at 2, but King of Body was going to find that trade up top regardless, so now much more work to be done. Luckily enough for Mythics, you had Nile on that back head glitch, but now Mythics, well, where's your help going, buddy? They're all just dying around you. Was only able to take that trade on the Vampire, rotating away from the previous hardpoint, but just as soon as Team Veer chalk P3 and rotate towards P4, Team Falcons are here, and they broke it.
Yeah, that was a very fast break from Falcons there. Furious, if you like, as Veer just completely unearthed from the hill. Now they want to fight back through, and King of Body, of course, subbing for this team at the moment. Looking for some of those early gunfights. Shots from Nile will make him weak, and King of Body just doesn't care whether he's weak or not. No trophy system inside to deal with that nade from Mythics, so just as quickly as Falcons are able to get through for what is about 15 to 20 seconds or so, Veer, they want to look at that scrap time, and they might well get it too, but I think more importantly for Team Veer, they want to focus on the rotation. Last couple of gunfights lost over here, and Chaxter, well, he wants to save the day, but not able to get it done. This is a flurry of kills coming through here for Team Falcons that should secure them this hill.
Pain's going to slow it down a little bit when it comes down to these rotational gunfights. Didn't exactly have any help while your team's soaking up the scrap time. Maybe just wait for another player to look through the B cut before you just bulldoze your way through dark, because Exonate is up top, and this is a godlike position when it comes down to this hardpoint. Brody just has so much help around the hardpoint, can just keep peeking all these windows. Is on a 3 spree.
Great supporting gunfights coming out from Exnid. Team Veer might well be setting up a pinch play coming out from Detain on the other side. I'm not sure even matters if it's just one-sided. Exnid flies out the window there for the final kill. And, well, Chaxter will fall. So Team Falcons doing a splendid job at keeping Team Veer at bay. Mythic still wants to go at this hard point and does get shut down. Nile to Team Veer. They are now removed, and I think with 25 seconds left, they would be best served going towards the rotation. A couple of players do spawn up over towards Warehouse, and I thought for a second there that in the 50-50 moment, they might just choose to go for the scrap time, but they are much better in the situation. Problem is for them, Exnid just won 2 crucial one-on-one engagements off-screen inside Cantina, and this is a really dangerous moment for Team Veer. They need to win some gunfights. They need to remove Exnid, who is on 4 in a row, and they do exactly that as Chaxter picks up his 3rd.
Exactly what you need, though. Chaxter, trophy system delayed, but the Semtex will keep them weak so they can't necessarily move, but the help is absolutely here to make sure that Chaxter is able to get said regen from Detain. Just Vampire, that's through the middle of the map, looking through the tunnel side, maybe trying to find this poke prod type situation to break on in towards P6. A lot more to be done here. Team Falcons going to count their losses and try to hit this through the front. Nice stun to take Nile out from Barber.
Fix, only able to get 1 here. as Falcons begin their journey to try and break through, and that's a good start as Vampire picks up another one. They're not in just yet. It's still Detain and Shaxter to deal with, the latter of which will now survive as Detain falls. Huge 1v1 for a big 20, and Shaxter actually wins it. 5 in a row. Now focus on the rotation here. Pack is over here. Won't be long before he's provided support from King of Body on the other side, but Mythix might be given the chance at a regen. He will actually be so. Somehow has gotten away from Exit. They have no idea where he is located. It doesn't matter anyway. Mythix picks up huge gunfights. And what should have been a hard point for Team Falcons, given the fact that they didn't have the scrap time on ult, will not go their way.
Not get to the taco truck, not that easily. Not for Team Falcons, though. You still have to deal with Shaxter, who's on a 5 spree. He is going to be through Barber to maybe try to help out his team, but Pack shuts it down. So that cruise missile was not earned. Pack for 2. Detain will find the trade. This entire hardpoint so far was kind of just null and void for the time being until they dealt with Mythix and towards the back, but the close spawns over by Small for Team Falcons will help things out quite wonderfully as they push past the middle of the map. They'll at least have control for the time being.
What a wondrous 2 hardpoints this has been for Team Veer. Not so much the middle back 30, but still. Team Falcons looking to put themselves back in the lead in a dominant fashion here. King of Body able to pick up 1. Niall isn't phased. He's still involved, engrossed in that 1 versus 1 against Vampire for the scrap time. Vampire doesn't care. He's just chilling around the truck at the moment. You can see it on the mini-map. And now for King of Body looking to try and gain some mid-map control. Knows where Team Veer will be spawning. And if anything, I think for Team Falcons, again, the bottom line for them at the moment, given the positioning on the minimap, Andy, they need to make sure that they do control that P2 rotation. A couple of kills from Mythix and Shaxter, though, might actually enable a push towards this side of the map. Exnid, well aware of the fact, doubles up here, managing to trade out his teammate, and now looking for some more. The pressure is on Niall to win that one. It's not over yet, as Mythix actually wins a crucial 1 off-screen on towards Vampire.
Yeah, I was about to say, unbeknownst to Mythix, I mean, he needed to go a little bit sooner, but his teammates were spawning essentially over by the alleyway that leads over towards Tin. While the rest of Falcons were actually spawning over by Small, so the middle of the map was immediately consumed by the Falcons, and yeah, just off the respawn, they're able to recontest over towards the AS&D. King of Body 4-3 is now on a 4 spree, 2 kills away from getting himself the cruise missile, and Pack is just being annoying, is soaking up time here on P1 as well. The coverage is so stellar for Falcons ahead of this rotation.
They will lose 1 gunfight. That might well open up a lane here, especially for Shaxter, who does make his way through the tunnel side. King of Body is there, though, on 5 in a row. He gets a 6th, maybe a 7th. It would be a cruise missile on the board. Again, that's what Team Veer were not able to get done, despite the fact that Shaxter and Mythix had put up streaks earlier on. There is actually not number 6. I think a teammate took that kill away from him, but nonetheless, the result is the same. Team Falcons, winning all these gunfights on the outside of their kill. Team Veer cannot get anywhere near, and this is a stark difference to what we saw on the last hardpoint, where the hardpoint went 30 for 30 between the 2 teams. King of Body now looking for number 7. He will find it. That is a cruise missile that has been earned. But again, does it really matter? Because Team Veer, they're in for the back 30.
Yeah, Detain will be sitting here and residing, but you take a look at the leader's advantage. Even if you chalk this back 20, Team Falcons are basically going in for this P3. That worked out so well for them in the first set, Brody, and they will be overwhelmed as Shaxter will get triple chowed. I don't even know how you walk away with that one scot-free, maybe go 1 for 1, but it's not going to be the case. Now you got Pack up top, looking to solidify themselves with attack 56, 21, and 17. They're looking for the right read of potentially where these Team Veer members are located at, but we got ourselves a dead even game. The difference, Team Falcons are in.
Yeah, Team Falcons here. Again, I mean, they can give away the back 30 here. They know they have control of the rotation. Pack's still got a bit to do, though. Shaxter and Mythix open up with some kills on the other side. Pack will fall. And how about that for a forceful entry in towards the hard point? Team Veer, they could still finish here. They've held basically every single second away from Team Falcons. And Team Falcons, they know that. The urgency is on to get themselves back in towards this hard point. They're sending players through the patio side, but Vampire still needs to play distraction, and he's going to do more than that. He picks up 2. Pack on the other side will activate for the kill versus Shaxter, and now Team Falcons, they're in for the last 25, but they can't finish it here.
Can't finish it here, so it's a double-ditch effort coming through for Falcons. That's what you saw King of Body maybe trying to find that elimination top Cantina and force the rotation over towards Barbershop. But you got Detain over here. He will go down. Pack exit. They actually spawn closer towards Banana, and that means that reinforcements will be in for Falcons. Cruise missile also invested for King of Body. Finding information. Do you have a trophy system? No, you don't. King of Body will take himself down, but +2 Team Veer members.
It's time now for Veer to really start get moving. You're gonna spawn all the way out towards the other side of the map. I don't think you have time. And Falcons make sure that Veer have no more time. In Challengers Elite, they send them home in the regular stage as Falcons win this one 3-1. How about that for an improvement in hardpoint when it is required? they will be moving on to playoffs.
I mean, closing it out in 4, I thought that was the win condition you and I wrote for Team Veer to potentially do this as far as Respawn is concerned. They take the search and destroy, sure, but I mean, you said it so wonderfully. I could not have painted a better picture, Brody. Talk about a stark difference for this team, or for Team Falcons, excuse me, to have a resurgence from Hardpoint from their first group stage plays all the way into a very crucial matchup at that, to be able to play this matchup versus Team Veer, take both the hard points plus the control as well away from them, and qualify for playoffs. You could not have asked for a better foot forward ahead of that playoff bracket for Team Falcons to look this good.
Wow. What a performance from Team Falcons. Hey, you said it. I got to give you credit, actually, Andy, because we had a little debate about what was the group of death here in Europe. B certainly proved to be so, didn't it? Especially, minimal credit to you, bud, all right? I'm not going to make your head bigger than it needs to be. But yeah, and Team B, this Group B has been incredible, I think, for Call of Duty action. And Team Falcons versus Team Veer, what a way to end it as Falcons. They come out on top. I do want to spend a little bit of time here on the scoreboard, actually, to show you guys exactly what went right for Falcons. And I think, to be fair, it is a very simple storyline. Everybody firing on all cylinders. King of Body back to his Cup 3 form. Exnid also up there. And Vampire, a player who, generally speaking, to be fair, and I don't mean this in an insulting way, is generally speaking not the most flashy player. Even he had an excellent game there in game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, everybody from Team Falcons went positive from top to bottom. You cannot ask for more. Coming away from your AR lineup, specifically from Vampire and Pact, also, like King of Body at certain moments of time, also pulling out an AR to be able to help out those longer lines of sights in those battles. And it really did cause a certain amount of desperation. Nile started off that map really well, but then kind of felt that desperation kind of sink on in, maybe help out the Tane, who did not exactly have their enforcing ways of what we saw from previous hardpoint matchups from this Veer roster, where Detain was just constantly being the route man, going rogue, finding these 2 pieces on rotation, being able to turn scrap into initial 14 Veer. I asked for Mythics to be able to get some help. It was not there at all. 21, 24, 20, and 23 for Mythics and Jackster. It's Team Falcons through the hard points this time around. All respawns, really, Brody, has absolutely set the pace that much higher than their adversaries.
Yeah, Team Veer, a team that have impressed us. I think it is kind of disappointing, isn't it? I think to a certain extent, because this Team Veer roster, they might well have been able to 3-0 Nixa in week 1. They're unable to clip the wings of the Falcons here, though, in this matchup to survive. And you can see it over in the best of 5 maps. That, again, what went right? It is a very simple thing. I think when we're looking at week number 1, Falcons, their hardpoint was abysmal. They were one of the worst hardpoints teams in week number 1, and I don't say that lightly. They come in here versus a crucial matchup against Team Veer, and they win both hard points. It is just, it's clear cut, isn't it?
I mean, they come into this entire series, a must-win series, 1-5 for hardpoint. Their only hardpoint win was versus a bottom barrel Signs roster, where it was on Embassy and they won by like 149 points. But that being said, they come into this, and as we were talking about at the top of this Group B matchup, that you need to be able to have some big differences versus this very tough team on hardpoint of Team Veer. Team Falcons, they deliver, and they will take it in 4.
All right, well, our Call of Duty action isn't actually done, despite what you guys may think. We're framing it up as if it is, but actually there's still more action to go between the Originals and Signs. This match is, it doesn't matter. Signs are eliminated, but they have managed to take a map away from the Originals. I'm not too sure how that's happened, but nonetheless, I mean, fair play. If they want to go out, they want to go out in a fast fashion.
Here he's got a cruise missile. And drop it in. It's so hard to find value with a cruise missile on a map like Hotel, but just kind of slink it on in over towards Shops. Won't be able to find any eliminations with it as well. A zone is being tacked on over here for Signs. Might just have to be conceded if you are the Originals. You are down by a whole set of respawns. Maybe play for a couple exits, get bedroom control. We know it's a recipe for a B defense.
Yeah, the Originals, they're veterans at this stage. They know exactly what to do. I say veterans, of course. F. Dot on the squad is, technically speaking, far from a veteran. This is, of course, his rookie season, and he's at the moment playing like a rookie. He's not having the best control. 12 and 21. I'm sorry, that sounded much harsher than it actually needed to. Yeah, that was really bad. I'm sorry, I do apologize, Felix, mate. But regardless, the Originals, they do make the right decision, as you say. They make sure they don't overinvest in towards A. They send a couple of players to see if they can make the heroic play to stop it, but it isn't an overinvestment by any means. They do need to be cautious, however. There's Deliver, who's managed to get in behind enemy lines. He is shut down by Gizmo. That's a great read from the Originals. Their fight isn't over just yet, although now it might be a zero falls. Yumiko, we'll see what he can do in this situation, but he is surrounded by Originals players and gets hunted down.
This is completely swarmed on the help desk. Come on. Single file line here, guys, before you go get some help from the desk. Not going to be the case at all. The Originals, least they mitigate that life deficit from 4 down to 2. It's slight, but the biggest problem now going forward for Signs is trying to find where some of these players are located at. Pushed up so far forward, it's Harry. Go 1-for-1. Can Gizmo find the trade? Yes, he can. So that'll keep top or bottom bedroom control in favor for Originals. And while Gizmo feeling the hot hand will be traded out from 0. So you got to be careful here if you're the Originals.
Now, do you? You've got Furious. I don't think you need
mind.
to be careful at all. Furious is just like basically a free kill, isn't he? Already see he gets free kills, I think, for the Originals. And now for Signs here. Well, back to square one you go. Players for the Originals, you've got pushed all the way up towards the map. Gizmo will actually fall. So for Signs here, nobody to deal with inside bedroom. I believe number 3 is actually going to be over towards the couch side and never picks him up. So to be fair, for Signs, surge forward here, they might well be able to capture B and force a round number 5.
Zero's pushed up as well. We'll jump up. We'll find an elimination. Now everybody's going to have to come through Spa, but you thought it was going to be easy. Depa hit the flank all the way through Chandelier. Now has their eyes set over by Spa itself. Gizmo will find the trade, but you got to get on the zone. It's a 3-player stack in time. Delivers playing the head glitch, and nobody can touch the zone from the Originals. It was looking like a pretty good defense coming through over by the B zone, especially with Fury spotting that 2-piece. Signs deliver. We'll force around 5.
I like that. That was good. Whether or not you intended it, I like that a lot, and I just want you to know.
Thank you.
See, I can give you credit every so often.
Sometimes.
Regardless.
Yeah. Only when we're
Sometimes.
on broadcast. That's the only time when you're nice to me.
That's actually so true. It just when we're playing Mosh Pit, you know, you frustrate me sometimes with the plays that you make. I have to let you know.
Feelings mutual, Brody.
Regardless, Signs here fighting back versus the Originals. Again, the Originals know that it doesn't really matter too much whether or not they win this match, but I think they still will want to. And they've got a chance to finish on top of the group. Win versus Signs wouldn't necessarily guarantee it because, of course, they're still waiting the victor of the other match that's going on right now in Elevate versus Nixer. But nonetheless, Originals here in this round want to get this control victory. And it's a pretty good start as F-Dot and Harry actually pick up the first couple of kills. Harry actually gets another one to accompany that as well. So the Originals here surging on towards B. The trophy system is down. Signs need to get away on towards the point.
Gotta be careful here, though. There's nobody top bedroom to potentially look at the flank. I don't even know if you really care about it from the Originals as they're dealing with everybody up front. Deliver will finally reprise this bottom luggage positioning. We'll find at least one player on a Harry, but not before the B zone gets tacked over. 60 seconds added on towards the board. It is a 4-for-6 start coming through for the Originals.
Signs now, I think they've backed themselves all the way up towards A here. They're going to be pinched, though. 2 for 2. The Originals going. Furious has just spotted out Yumiko, and it's an easy kill for Furious there. Catches him off guard. Just one player close towards the point. Depa is taken down. Yeah, I think there's stuff in this situation. There's not really much that you can do unless you come up with some flashy gunfights. Deliver, well, he can't deliver here as Gizmo takes him down. That should be all she wrote here in the control. A flashy round 5 from the Originals. They take B, and then, of course, that 2-2 split at the end guarantees A as well.
Yeah, talk about a utility start coming through for the Originals, right? I mean, it's F-Dot that was able to cook that grenade up to a solid medium rare and gets behind the entirety of D1, clears away that one player. Also able to find a couple of trades along the way. They stacked that B zone so quickly that it really forced Signs' hand. Now the Signs roster itself really going to be feeling it as they go and set themselves up for a map number 4.
Yeah, well, here is a map number 4 between Elevate and Nixer. We're on Embassy hardpoint at the moment, and just 40 points separate the two teams. Elevate, though, still with a chance here at taking the lead away from the Nixer roster. 15 seconds left at P1. Well, they want to make their way over towards P2. I was going to say they were in a pretty good spot, and they still could be, to be fair, if Lucky and Journey able to get a couple more gunfights. Journey, crucial one-on-one towards the back line. Defrag doesn't exactly have the best weapon for the situation, and, of course, Journey, with attack in that placement, will be able to get that first kill. Lucky, of course, following up things with a second as well. They are due for the roster here on Embassy hardpoint and Elevate. Off the back of that, secure control of P2.
Coming into this series as a whole, Nixa were 5-1. That's an 83% win percentage, and they have a team KD of 1.15. These guys have been lighting up this group stage so far for themselves by way of a handful of individuals that are absolutely popping off in hardpoint, one of which is going to be Defrag, but 13-12, 14-12 now for them, solidifying themselves through the entirety of that first set of hardpoints. It's only just about a 30-point lead that they're holding, battling over for the back scrap time here on P2. Vortex does have some help from Lucky to be able to maybe show some presence over here, but not too much to speak of. Elevator forcing Nixa to spawn bottom admin itself. They're just looking to hold the rotation or Elevate.
And why wouldn't they be in this situation? They got a fair bit of time off the back of P2, and now they want to get a fair bit of time off the back of P3 also. Henry might well spoil their day, though. That's how loud he is being. Dead Silence, I think, was just activated there to try and make that push happen, and that's why Lucky didn't hear him. Well, that doesn't matter anyway. He gets the kill versus Lucky. Shouldn't be able to get the second on towards Vortex, and he doesn't. So Elevate able to secure the first wave of gunfights. They're able to secure the hill off the back of that. Now for Nixa spawning out over towards the other side of the map, they're going to have to rely on a similar kind of play, and play on this side of the map too. Defrag might well be that player shooting through the wall to make sure that there's nobody on the other side of the door, and he gets shut down at the back of it. That's information that Denza finds most useful, and Elevate again. Really, really good at bracing here for Nixa to push forward, but maybe not so much anymore. They get the close spawns.
Oh, Denza going to be pushing past the sign. Luckily, a stun is going to keep Rafi honest on where the challenge might be coming from, but Denza will go down nonetheless. Pinstripe kill feed, 1v1 for the hard point is going to be Vortex. They take down Defrag, and as you were saying, Brody, you're going to be feeling pretty darn skippy about yourself if you are Elevate. You contested P2, you went all in for the rotation. You flip the lead all ever so slight. The rotation over towards 4 is being looked at by Nixa. They have numbers, but Elevate are threatening from side admin.
Nixa got a brace here for Elevate. Looking to go for a three-pronged attack. One player coming from admin side. That's going to be Journey. He does get shut down now for Elevate. Players in the stairwell will also lose their gunfights to Rafi and Dave, and it is just going to be Denza in the back line who Defrag quickly removes, and that was a lot of pressure coming from Elevate on 3 different sides that Nixa are able to deal with. Henry now providing kills around the hill also. Big plays come out of Henry, and the stun, he will tag another player there with Grenade. He stunned himself here in this situation, meaning that he isn't quite ready for the gunfight, but I don't think Vortex is on the minimap either, and the pressure from the stairwell is quickly dealt with. For everything here for Nixa on this hard point, everything is pretty much going right. Lucky's the last remaining player to go in for the hard point time. He isn't going to be able to do anything, and that is a big kill from Nixa.
That's an emphatic P4 coming through from Nixa specifically. It'll push them over 200 points. It'll be about a 50-point deficit that Elevate have to now battle back from. Now we go into a subs playground here inside the kitchen. What you got cooking up here if you are Elevate, where it is rotation, Defrag trying to threaten it early. Does have one player weak, is able to find at least one, but that's all Nixa are going to be able to speak of as far as rotational battles are concerned. Now, you got to look at the pinch that's actually being gifted over towards Nixa. They actually spawn over by AC, and that's going to be a coordinated pinch come from Rafi on the back of AS&D.
Rafi still alive here, still able to take down one. Henry, though, is going to be probably a more prominent threat as he managed to climb down and help out Rafi in the situation. In goes Henry first, in goes Rafi second, and in that order they will fall. Elevate win the opening gunfights here, tit for tat in this hard point. It feels like Elevate so strong on this hold. They get the last 25, they take the lead away from Nixa and then some. Dave wants to deny, though. His kill in the middle of the map will alleviate some pressure here, so Nixa to approach the other side. It's Henry and Rafi are going to make their way through again, and Henry this time not going to fall foul. Looking for number 3, he gets the shots on. It will be Defrag who finishes things off. Even this 10 seconds at this point, as Defrag picks up yet another kill there, will be important.
Oh, it's just annoying, isn't it? Defrag on a 3 spree. Potentially get traded out towards the back. Yeah, Lucky's just going to lie on their belly and just be able to find that trade in towards the third set of hard points. It will end here regardless. Maybe not on this hard point specifically, but Elevate, they need to keep Nixa off from the hard point itself. They're also taking a look at top admin. Denza is up there potentially to deal with Defrag as well, but won't be able to walk away with much of anything at all. Also getting challenged out from Bathroom. Denza finally pounces on Defrag from such a crucial positioning, but you got to look at the rotation as well. Denza trying to find those gunfights while the rest of his team holds mid-map to keep Nixa off the hill.
And the first gunfight's going the way of Elevate here. Defrag, a player you really want to deal with because he's in that power position inside Bathroom. Nobody up top, though, for Nixa. It will, in fact, be Denza up top, I believe, in that top admin position. I think they know they really do need to deal with Defrag, who is just being such an annoyance and finds himself a route that ends with Denza falling, looking for Lucky towards the backline as well. That's an ego challenge if I've ever seen one. Lucky will now ascertain the spawns for Elevate here. Nixa 25 seconds shy of victory, and they fall in the kill feed. It is a red kill feed for Elevate. Defrag, the best thing you can do in this situation, unless you're going to make a heroic play, is just wait. But no, he wants to be the hero in this situation. Nobody is watching towards this backline. He's going to wait, and now he will strike. He will strike hard for one, but not the second. Vortex and Lucky still over here, but the threat isn't over. Henry still sticking around.
Oh, look at the spawns that are also coming through. I mean, Vortex from that previous spawn is actually just going to hold this cross with attack 56. That sets up Journey so wonderfully on the opposite side. Lucky just needs to keep their head down. Just trust that their teammates are going to be watching these players push past the box. It's Journey that needs to go big.
Journey does go big indeed. He picks up 2. Lucky with another one. That might well be all she wrote unless T-Fal can come out with some heroics here. He cannot elevate. They are primed and positioned to send us to a game of 5. But Vortex actually falls here. This might not be as certain as I thought. Nixa able to get on through. They will force the next hardpoint. And now Nixa, they're getting their running boots on. They're getting themselves over towards the next hardpoint. But they will be beaten to the punch. Dave up top is going to be stunned. There's no trophy systems over here for Nixa. And Vortex comes through for 2. Denza with the final punch here in the round. Henry lands a nade onto him, but it doesn't matter. It's inconsequential in the end as Elevate force us to a game number 5 here between themselves and Nixa.
Yeah, it's important to remember that map number 1 in this best of 5 series was played out on Hotel, and Nixa won 250 to 203. But map 5 on Mercado Search and Destroy might just be the map mode of destiny for Elevate to maybe walk away with the series over a white-hot Nixa roster, but man, you really got to go back to what occurred there on P2 before we take a look at that rotation over by P3. Was the way that Vortex was able to read the room quite wonderfully, or just read the map as it may be. They spawn side admin, pull out attack 56, understands the task at hand. That head glitch is annoying to go up against when you're just trying to barrel your way through P1 or come out from laundry. It was either going to be Vortex over by the trees, or it was going to be a Journey that was all over by the box ramp, was just waiting for those players to go through the crossfire in between 2 TAC 56s, and was just waiting. Was lucky inside the hardpoint just to pounce to be able to sneeze on a couple players to be able to find those eliminations. When they forced the rotation over by P3, sure, but you highlighted it so wonderfully, Brody, that the simple fact remains there was no trophy system there to be able to keep Dave at least going for the time being, maybe to be able to get themselves closer towards the hard point. Double stunned, 2 Semtexes to come through. That's all she really wrote there for that rotation from 2 to 3.
Yeah, we're going on game 5 here between Elevate and Nixa again. There is consequences, and I'll explain them in just a second, but the bottom line is both of these teams have already qualified. So no matter what happens, if they lose this, it changes who they play. Now, I will say it does matter, and here's why. So as I look over, I'm not going to be looking at you guys for a second. I apologize. I know you love your eye contact with me, but it's not going to happen for just a second here. As I look over towards the group, stop looking at me like that, Andy. I saw it. I saw you do that. As I look over towards the group stage here for a second. So right now, the Originals, Nixa, and Elevate, they've all qualified regardless of what happens. They're all 3-1 as it currently stands. The Originals currently winning in their series versus Signs. If they go 4-1, it will matter which other team here, either Nixa or Elevate, also goes 4-1, because the Originals, they lost to Nixa. So if Nixa go 4-1, well, Nixa will actually clinch the first spot, and they will decide to go head-to-head against Clutch Rain in their first matchup. Elevate could also get second, though, and here's why. Elevate could actually get second and end up going head-to-head with the Nave del Mysterio. That would be a wonderful first-round matchup for them.
I would love to watch that, though all the playoff matches are going to be bangers. Come on, Brody. We're in for a good time. Gizmo is on a 5 spree, by the way. Casual stuff coming through. 62 to 32. Signs just basically playing for bragging rights, you would truly feel. But Gizmo's got a sub inside the kitchen. He's cooking up a 7 spree. He's got a cruise missile.
Yeah, it's just Gizmo things, isn't it? Let's be honest at this point. The Originals, of course, relied a lot on the firepower of Gizmo in certain situations. He's been cooking this season of Modern Warfare 2, though, thus far. And at 10-3, he's cooking here in this matchup as well. F-Dot starting to get hot, though, as well. 3-6, not the best start from him, generally speaking, but it would have been good if he can get some more kills inside the kitchen instead. Thought this will fall on the shoulders of Harry. He finds himself in a 1 versus 1 against Yumiko and wins it for the back 20 seconds. Signs now stuck in a situation here where they're fighting for the rotation towards the next hard point. This is not a good start from them versus the Originals, but they could well find their way back towards this game right here. Deliver trying to get some of these opening gunfights. Furious able to get one, but in comes Gizmo towards the back line here. He's been such a pain in the rear for Signs so far in this hardpoint, and he might continue to prove so. Yet another kill. Surely not the 1v1 against Yumiko. Surely not, Gizmo. What are you doing, you disgusting man?
Well, Furious will get that final blow on the 0, but nonetheless, I mean, Gizmo's presence has absolutely been felt. Is just belittling all of Signs with so many bullets. Knows that one player is weak. That's Depo around the statue side. The Deliver was able to find their way in towards the back. Although the heroics are absolutely there from Gizmo, Harry also finds himself on a 5 spree. Signs are currently in, at least for the time being, here on P4, but doesn't exactly mean that they have numbers. Close spawns might not mean much of anything when the Originals have a setup like this.
And Harry now starting to heat up as well. We were talking about Gizmo. He had his cruise missile. Well, guess who else has one too? Harry, off the back of that 6, has already earned that cruise missile ready to go. And it wasn't exactly a convincing hardpoint there from Signs, was it? We said it really needed to be to get themselves back in the conversation here in this hardpoint. It just hasn't, to be frank. Now for Signs, once again, they have rotated over towards Restaurant. I think the Originals, though, might come in and fire all the kitchen staff. F-Dot looking for the early kill here. Furious instead will open things up with the first blood. Yumiko able to trade things out onto the F-Dot there with the kill, and it will enable Signs to have early control for the moment here. Harry on the flank, though, could well still blow this play wide open, and unfortunately for him, doesn't quite check, deliver there, laying down. So again, you're going to have to rely on those opening gunfights to deliver in for 3. Signs doing a great job at the moment, holding.
Still more work to be done. Got just about double the amount of points you have to claw your way back from. This back 25 might be able to help things out, at least get to 100 points. Yumiko has great coverage over Zero, who's just trying to soak up some hard point time and also just snake his way to victory as Gary Gizmo cannot take him down. Now the rotation needs to be looked at over towards this top garage hard point. Have presence over here. Deliver is currently residing in this area. You also have the cross coverage coming through from Depa. May not matter now when F-Dot pushes up towards top luggage. It's going to keep everybody caved away for the hard point, just trying to keep themselves safe away from the cruise missile that was called in.
F-Dot sniffs out a player, finds it versus Yumiko, but nobody else from Originals over there to deal with this pressure. And what has not been a favorable game for Signs so far might well turn into one here off the back of this hard point, as long as they're able to hold, but they don't have anybody in the back line. You want to make sure you recognize the fact that Gizmo is over here and Furious too with a nade. Gizmo just in the best position possible, having the time of his life in the back line, and also the supporting caster there for the Originals. They're able to break through for the back 30, and now for Signs, I mean, you're spawning out across the other side of the map. How much you really want to put into this before you focus on the next set of rotations? I don't think you even really have much of a choice, much of a say in that conversation, to be honest, as the Originals across the board, they're doing such a stellar job at just wiping.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to those emphatic sprees. I mean, Harry, Gizmo, 14-9, 17-9, respectfully. There is also on a 5 spree, 16 and 11, currently happening off screen. They are just playing bottom bedroom and just being absolutely annoying towards Signs in whatever setup that they're constantly trying to look for. Now has a Vaznev in hand. Of course they do. Now looking to press the issue. Now finally gets dead silence. There's kill number 6. How about another cruise missile? That is now 3 that the Originals have earned.
You're going to have to start getting your toes out to count those ones. I know you love those, Andy. And the Originals at the moment in a really good spot here in this game. As you say, Furious still hasn't died, by the way, in this spree. And there's the caster curse in full effect as he does finally fall. F-Dot now on 4 in a row, though. Might well get 4, a full house of streets for the Originals. There's number 5 for F-Dot. No, number 6, a full house denied by Zero. But again, the end effect is still the same here. The Originals getting the vast majority of time off the back of P1, and for Signs here as another couple of players fall, unless Yumiko can produce some heroics, they would be best served to focus on the rotation. Fortunately for them, I will say, Defra does actually spawn out here in this situation and manages to get scrap time. So Gizmo and F-Dot full, and now for Signs, they have control of P2.
Yeah, I was about to just call that out as well. I mean, Depa obviously spotting in might be able to thwart some scrap time there on P1, but the biggest conversation being down 80 points for Signs is can you get at least 50 seconds here off of P2? Nice opening coming through from Deliver. We'll end up trading out Yumiko, who did die, over towards that backlot area, but Delivers now is watching a handful of players cross in front of him. That'll be communicated to Depa to pick things up over by Chandelier. Initial 20 secured here for Signs.
And Signs really need to hold this hard point to keep themselves in the conversation, keep themselves in the series. Opening gunfights are going in their way. Harry trying to get themselves in the back line. Shots against Yumiko, but there's been shots thrown back, and that makes him extremely weak. Somehow, it's not actually him, to be fair. It's F-Dot on the other side that will finish off that gunfight. Harry will survive, and now get himself right into a gunfight against Depa, who will pick up 2. Signs now for the back 15. This is a perfect rotation from them, whether or not they even intended it, to be honest. They've made their way over towards the next rotation. Originals spawning out for P2.
But it's exactly what was required, you know, being able to lock away 50, 55, closer to 60. That's all Signs could have really asked for. You're still down by 40 as the scrap time was slightly secured, but you take a look at the minimap as well. The rotation is currently here for Zero, but where are your teammates here, buddy? They are nowhere near this hard point to help things out. Has so much work to do in towards the back. Does find the first onto Harry, but that's the only kill that shows up in the kill feed for Signs. Still more to do towards the back door. Now reinforcements are trying to work their way across the middle of the map, but Zero will finally be traded out. The break eventually in here for the Originals.
Unfortunately for Zero, his life even after death still means something, as the trophy system will take out 1 player. But there you go, it's karma, isn't it? Yumiko takes himself down with a nade, and that will effectively result in Furious. Well, I was going to say the Originals taking control of the hill, but Furious comes through, and he does take control of the kill. 3 kills in a row. Why not make it 4? That is 15 seconds. That will inch them closer to the end of this game, the end of the series, and the end of the round-robin segment of play for the Originals. They just need one good rotation, and F Dot just comes and ruins the day, doesn't he? With a kill against Depper and a kill against Deliver too. Furious continuing his spree on the other side of the map, and it will be Gizmo who comes in from behind. Now it's the Originals spawning towards the backline. I think it's actually going to be split spawns coming through from the Originals. Yumiko and Deliver should be okay here to win with the numbers in their favor.
Well, 3 for 1. Sign's able to bully their way in. You can realistically only give up 7 seconds before the Originals will close it out. Just 8 required are all that they need. A Semtex from the heavens from the 18-year-old British phenom himself, able to find themselves the opening. Yumiko will be there to be able to find a trade. Still more to do, but that's all they're going to find.
Yeah, that should be all she wrote here, potentially. One more player to put a stop to this would be Deliver. He's getting watched by F Dot, though. The shots in should be enough. Depper actually managed to come through. It's not over just yet. Signs kicking themselves in, but they are 1 point away from taking the loss in this series. Deliver jumps out of the hard point, 0 falls, and that should be all she wrote here. The Originals, they do have to fight for it, but they are able to finish 4-1.
Yep, 4-1 is where it will end here on map 4, specifically coming through for the Originals. And honestly, I mean, my analysis is the beginning of the map, Harry and Gizmo, just a little bit too quick, just a little bit too strong for Signs to fully work their way back. I mean, 24 non-traded kills from Gizmo, come on. I'm gonna trade this guy. And not to mention how both Harry and Gizmo had the majority of hardpoint time for their team as well. I mean, those are just two absurd stat lines coming through from two very good players from the E region.
Harry and Gizmo, I think very good is probably an understatement at this point, right? I mean, the way that they played this
I've seen
season
worse.
especially. Yeah, I think this season especially. I think last season in Vanguard, even disregarding the CDL performances because it's not entirely relevant to challenges, like when they were playing in challenges, I don't think they were the players, right? That's not to discredit how they were playing, but I think they were better ARs, better flex players in European challenges at the time. This season, there seems to be something very different about Harry and Gizmo and the way that they're playing. I think we've been noticing that, you know, for Elevate, when they were playing at Raleigh, Gizmo was the guy, Harry was the guy on the final day as well. And they continued that online. They've been continuing that on this new Originals roster as well. They're looking pretty good. But do they look as good as Elevate and Nixa? That's the question, of course. The other teams that have been Titan teams here in this fall, and we're jumping in a search and destroy that is already going 2-0 to Nixa. They're going up against Elevate S&D specialists, and that might well come out to play here in this round as Raffi's left up in a 1 versus 3.
It's all lucky you have the sniper. You know that they're going to be watching that long cross. Raffi up top. Oh, it was either going to be over by the planter banana, or it was going to be up top where they're going to get challenged out. So Elevate able to put themselves on the board. Just to give you a quick little recap as far as how we got here for a best-of-5 series. The map number 2 was actually won by Elevate. It was on an embassy search and destroy. 6-4 was the scoreline. I don't have any stats to back it up, but I like to assume that Lucky was probably having a good time along with the sniper rifle. And Nixa able to take away at least both the hotels, map 1 and map 3, is why we find ourselves here in this map number 5. Again, it's not all of the permutations in the world, but Elevate, Nixa, seeding, bragging rights, everything else to speak of ahead of playoffs.
Indeed. Now Elevate looking to make their way over towards A. Would you believe it? Nixa have got a very strong presence in the middle of the map this time around. Raffi, he's snaking a not really height that's meant to be snake, to be honest, but regardless, I think Raffi's making the best of the situation that he's in, taking stun and a nade. There's no trophy system there to help him. There will be a trophy system to help out Defrag in this situation. Shots going in towards Journey there will send him away, and Lucky will fall. So Journey left up now in a 1 versus 3 after all that kerfuffle. And I think he still has a first for this A site.
Valentine's Day is right around the corner, Journey. Let's see how strong your commitment is. That Silence is going to be invested here as well. 1v3, and he's just going to get double challenge inside a tunnel. I mean, it's ambitious. Obviously, it's a lot to ask, especially for Mercado. When you're looking at that B cut, clearly is not coming from the forklift side. So, yeah, you just double up together here inside the tunnel and expect the chow to come through. It's exactly what happens. Nixa will have a 2-round lead.
And just a reminder again, just to kind of put a cap on what I was saying earlier about the way that the seeding will work here for a final group stage. If Elevate win this one, they will go forward with the 2nd seed and Nixa finish in 3rd. If Nixa win it, because of their win against the Originals, they actually win the head-to-head at 4-1 versus them, and they actually get the 1st seed overall out of this group. So there is a difference there to be had between these two teams. We'll see whether or not which situation will come to pass. For now, though, as we head ourselves back over towards an A hit for these two teams, it is Elevate who actually found themselves entrenched, and I don't think Henry quite expected Vortex to be in that position. There is a trade for Nixa, so not all is lost, but Vortex just doing Vortex things. He's looking for more. He might not even need to find it. His journey follows up with a kill on towards Defrag. It's Raffi for a 1 versus 3. What is with these 1 versus X situations, mate?
It's Mercado, right? The overall bloodbath that is Cantina. Sure, it was a nice Cantina at one point, but it has just been painted in blood since Modern Warfare 2's release. That silence going to be invested here for Raffi. Going to come through the middle of the map. There's only so much you could do. Yeah, I mean, you got a player playing the head glitch of the bomb itself, had Vortex up top still, and Journey over by the planter's box. Only so much you could really do in that specific situation. Or was Lucky, excuse me, that was playing over by the planter's box. Journey will find the final blow here. And again, this is why when we talk about Mercado Search and Destroy, your stuns and nades do need to be on point, but most importantly, defensively, that trophy does need to be exactly where it was to help out Vortex. Get that jump up, get up top Cantina the way that they did, and find that two-piece to keep numbers in favor of Elevate.
A big round from Elevate. You do not want to go 4-1 down here. Great control over A. This time around, though, I think it's going to be about who can get control over a B. Lucky, this is a bit of a weird route for in the middle of the map, to be honest. Taking bomb here when you really want it over by B. And I think the time that Elevate have taken here in this situation might well be their downfall. Doesn't matter too much, though, as Vortex is able to take down Dave. And then Lucky follows it up. We were talking about it being a weird position, or rather I was. It works out in the end. A 4 versus 2 now for Nixa or for Elevate, excuse me, and Nixa. I mean, yeah, it's a tough situation to be in, Sponge. You're basically fenced into B.
Don't roll me into that with you. I like this setup coming through from Elevate. I mean, what was going to be suggestive of a fake out with Journey still over here inside Cantina completely talks to their teammate, I'm sure, that, hey, A is fully clear, but they've bought enough time for Raffi to come back through over by the tunnel. 38 seconds remaining. Semtex will come through, but it doesn't matter. Just like that, you blink and you miss the end of the round. 2 kills come through in quick succession for Elevate. They'll tie things up here 3 apiece. And yeah, that setup initially, I mean, you can look at the B execute in 2 different ways, right? Is that you can either try to quick hit it over by B, not knowing what could be on that head glitch in the middle of 10 or top 10 for that matter, or who's watching that B cut, potentially a sniper rifle in play. Or you can play it the way that we saw from Elevate. You send one player, which was Journey, over by the AS&D, throws their utility. You got Lucky making sure that the mid-map does not get pushed through. And anybody trying to push over by or out of 10 towards Forklift gets dealt with by Denza.
I think my thinking was taking the bomb towards the middle of the map. That was my big kind of question mark. If that goes wrong, then it might well go fully alright for Elevate. But regardless, they're able to make the best out of the situation. 3-3 we go, and a very quick A round to follow up as Dave, Raffi, Henry all contribute to what is a not so great situation now for Elevate. Lucky left up in a 1 versus 3, and of course, Nixa, big brain boxes that they are, probably know that Lucky has a sniper rifle in his hand unless he's found a Vaznev or attack elsewhere. So they know they could probably just get the bomb down on A without much consequence and will be throwing nades and stuns to where Lucky is. No trophy system because he's not a trophy system player kit. To speak of, Lucky needs to world star him. That really is the bottom line here in this situation.
Needs to do it in 24 seconds too, but I mean, yeah, I think you're basically hoping and praying for a montage that might not come through. There's the first shot. Unbeknownst to Lucky, the second that they push towards planters, they're going to get pinched by Raffi, and Henry's also laying down over by the dumpsters. Just annoying if you are Lucky. Maybe you can find a pick or two. Keep the spree going for yourself, but want something to do with it. Just going to draw outside the lines a little bit here, take their own life. Nixa will take a 1-round lead.
Yeah, Nixa stabilized after bleeding a couple of rounds away to Elevate here in the situation. Nixa find themselves back, and again, it's that early aggression from Nixa that will absolutely help out on A. You do try to find some analysis from the situation, right, Andy? And I know you've been in this situation before, but very often when those A hits do go down, it is how much utility hits and who can get control of Cantina the fastest. And in that particular situation, it was Nixa. In this particular situation, Elevate should hit first. A lot of that utility will land. There's 2 trophy systems on board. Doesn't catch everything that Nixa or Elevate put down, but it will give Nixa enough breathing room over towards A to stop this bomb going down for now.
Vortex able to stay alive is actually a big deal coming through from Elevate. I mean, as you were saying, yeah, you're able to get Cantina control, but Henry will pop dead silence. Actually gets scattered out over by the staircase, staying alive somehow. Yo's his way through the bullet spray, gets behind the table. Will find Journey. That's first blood. Pulled out along with Vortex falling. It's all crumbling for Elevate now as they have a 2v3.
I have managed to get Henry, and that is the big thing, I think. You know, again, it does release some pressure over this A site. And I think for Elevate here, for Denza and Lucky in this situation, you would think, all right, let's just escape with the bomb, get out. But you actually have to retrieve that bomb since Journey died in this position. Denza going to activate Dead Silence. And now I think he's having a feel for maybe pushing straight forward for a gunfight. Again, though, it is Dave in the backline with the AR that could well just ruin their day. And now Dave has spotted him. There you go, Dave, for a 1 on towards Lucky. He spotted out Denzer 2. 15 seconds left. Denzer's best chance here in the situation is to draw out these players. I don't think Knicks are stupid enough to go full send on towards the bomb site. And no, they're absolutely not. Rafi will fall. Here comes the pinch plate from the last remaining players. Denzer just looking for one of them. Not even able to get that. Knicks play that perfectly.
Oh, it was stellar. How to play a 3v2 wonderfully. You know, you get that player all the way in the back banana with the AR, like you were highlighting, to be able to deal with the player jumping out from the top right window of Cantina, able to find that first kill. You knew that Denza was there, especially confirming off of losing your teammate, sure. But in that 2v1, especially with one player watching P1, watching that cutout, and the other player just waiting to pounce over by the planter's box, you know that the only play that Denza really has is to either World Star you, to be able to find those two players in particular, or just to be able to plant the bomb and extend the round. Won't even to allow that latter to happen. Dave, 10-4, by the way. An AR in the middle of the map. This is a very slow Mercado offense coming through for Nixa. Elevate, you'd assume, found nothing with their utility. They've already pushed up to Cantina.
I do kind of wonder what the play is here, though, from Nixa, right? I mean, is this a late B push coming through? Is it a late A? I don't know what they're doing. They've given up a ton of real estate to Elevate, and when the win condition, generally speaking, for offenses is getting control of Cantina first, maybe not the smartest play. But I'll tell you what, if it is the late push, might well be just the biggest brain play we've ever seen here on Mercado Los Alamos Search and Destroy, as Knicks are just not moving. They're playing full Weeping Angels at the moment.
And this is smart from Elevate as well. Give them absolutely no information. If you had not gained information, you should not try to force said information. Henry, no dead silence. Start working his way up towards top Cantina. Now, might not be aware of the player on the head glitch of the window. That's Denza for first.
Well, at least Knicks now have control of Cantina, but they've got control of absolutely nothing else. Dave will fall to Denza, and yeah, defrag. 1 versus 3 situation, nothing you can do. I do have to applaud both teams in the situation, to be honest. I mean, Knicks, it was an odd play. I got to say that much, but it is a play that would have worked had they managed to draw Elevate out. But no, Elevate, they just don't take the bait.
Yeah, I mean, for Elevate, right, in that specific situation, you know, sometimes they'll be the more aggressive team, but they're staring down the barrel of series point. Nixa still hold that true for sure, but you know, in that play, especially for Nixa, looking to catch Elevate out in an unforced error. Maybe they could have been like Denza, Vortex, somebody else, to push up rather aggressively through the back alleyway towards Barber, giving them absolutely nothing. Nixa thought that they could have caught them out, but it's just not going to be the case. 1-3 split now for Elevate to force around 11.
Elevate do look to be leaning towards B in a situation that's not that dissimilar to what we saw in that earlier round 2, I believe it was. But not this time. First blood goes the way of the sniper. Vortex down for the count. That's an aggressive player that Elevate will lose. And now they kind of look a little bit lost here in the situation. They are kind of moving through the middle of the map. Journey might be able to do something.
So much to watch, though. I mean, the B cut is going to be where that contact might come through, but still pushes all the way through L. Going to be able to marginalize that life deficit 3v3. Oh, Dave up top, though, with the boomstick. Gonna take Journey down 2v3. Time is at the utmost essence for Denza and Lucky to force the play.
And Lucky elsewhere has actually moved Dave from that power position. Rafi, not too sure whether he actually picks up the sniper of Dave in that position, but it doesn't matter if Henry's able to do this on the back line. If Henry's able to do this on the back line, they will take it here. Nixa just needed those final kills. They get the final round, and with that, I believe, will secure the first seed out of this group. What a search and destroy from them against Elevate. Not an easy team to take down in that game mode.
What a group stage in particular coming through from Nixa. I mean, you took down the top 2 dogs in this group that we were sitting there thinking about it. But again, this is why I said it was the group of death, because you're talking to plenty of coaches, looking at scrim results. Obviously, you can only put so much investment into scrim bucks, but this Nixa team was on the up and up. They were constantly looking better, and that was made that much more clear in their day 1 win over the Originals, winning 3-1. Then coming up and having to face Elevate, another tough matchup. Making it all the way to map number 5 for 1 versus Elevate is very difficult to do. We were singing the praises of that for Team Veer not too long ago, but Nixa able to eke on through that Mercado search and destroy by showing some really, really cool passive plays coming through as well, just making sure that they maintain presence where it mattered the most. Dave had himself a whale of a game, double positive, 13-6, only got traded 3 times, or only had 3 traded kills. It's just crazy to think about that this Elevate roster, as highly as we regarded them, Brody, just kind of got smacked around in some of these very key series, specifically those 2 hard points versus Team Veer, and now here in the map number 5, Mercado Las Almas versus Nixa.
Yeah, Nixa looking really good at the moment. Look at that Dave, by the way, 13-6 to close out that game. Yeah, he's pretty good. And again, you know, we've said this a lot so far. There's a lot of players that did not play Call of Duty last season. They took a year off to do other things, and they've come back and they've played extremely well. Dave is one of those players, and it's almost surprising in a way, because I felt like towards the end of the Black Ops Cold War season specifically, I don't think Dave had the best end of the season, and it was almost like a downward trajectory for him. Now he's on an upward trajectory. He's back in Call of Duty. He's doing Dave things from back in the day, playing extremely well with the rest of his roster. We don't get to see the full stat lines there. One of the players moving away, but Nixa, bottom line for them, they will take the final search and destroy. And what is a kind of, I like this, it's aesthetically pleasing in the final best of 5 maps. We can see maps that we didn't exactly get to see. Nixa starting things strong with a Hotel Hardpoint victory. There was a response from Elevate in the Embassy Search and Destroy. They doubled that one up with an Embassy win in the Hardpoint too, but Hotel Control and Mikado Search and Destroy will give Nixa the victory over Elevate, a very important series victory for them, because again, I believe, and I don't want to clarify just yet, but I'm going to double down here because I feel like my brain is correct in the situation. I believe Nixa have just secured the first seed off that.
Yep, no, they should have, especially with the head-to-head, and as far as series record is concerned, that puts them up to 4-1, should actually be the only team in Group B that has such a stat line. I mean, the originals have that as well, right? Originals, but then you also have to look at the head-to-head. Yeah, exactly. We're not going to sit here and podcast and listen to our old head Muppet arguments that me and Brody fall into when it comes down to differentials and what settles a team to be higher than the other, regardless. Yeah, I mean, you really got to shout out just how well Nixa were able to come through in this overall group stage. You know, a lot of teams or a lot of players, teams, coaches, analysts, casters, ourselves, we're kind of looking at this Nixa roster and be like, yeah, they'll qualify for playoffs, sure, but probably around that 4th or 3rd spot. Not as high as they are here, man. I'm going to keep my eyes out for them when it comes down to playoffs specifically.
Yeah, Nixa have been the biggest surprise of Europe, I think, by far. You know, comparatively to North America, where I think we kind of knew that North America was going to do North American things coming into this, that there would be some surprises, and there's been a lot over there. We'll get to that later on during the broadcast. But for Europe, I think things have been pretty regular. Outside of, I think, 2 or 3 teams, a lot of that's gone down in Group B. Nixa have been the highlight, though, for sure. You know, taking victories away from teams where arguably they shouldn't have done. They have impressed us here, and they're looking pretty hot. Should be feeling pretty confident going forward into the next phase of play. And what is that next phase of play? I hear you ask, although you probably didn't. We're going to show you anyway. It's the winners bracket. 8 teams move through from 4 from each group, and we're going to go from top to bottom here. I want to spend a little bit of time looking at this. Wubble Bob versus Team Falcons. That's going to be the first match. Originals versus the Nave Del Mysterio. We don't get to see that Elevate versus the Nave matchup just yet. Elevate, though, go head-to-head with Team Notorious in what should be a spicy one. And then Nixa versus Clutch Rain for the first day. I mean, I think the big headliner there is definitely Notorious versus Elevate, right?
Oh, yeah, totally. I mean, Elevate obviously want to come back and have a bounce back. When it comes down to the winners bracket play versus Team Notorious, especially after what their group stage might have ended up looking like. You know, Elevate might be a little bit frustrated with the outcome as far as group play is concerned, losing to Nixa and the Originals. But same could be said about Notorious. You know, like there are plenty of times where they could have put themselves in a winning position to close out a handful of maps. You know, having to reverse sweep Clutch Rain, I'm sure a lot of us didn't have on our bingo cards when it came down to the Challengers Elite Season 1 here for Europe, but I mean, my eyes are actually going to be on that Nixa versus Clutch Rain matchup. I want to see if Nixa can continue to stay hot, if they can find consistency, or if Clutch Rain can be on the up and up. Same could be said on the opposite side. What are Falcons going to look like versus the best of what we have here in Europe? Don't forget, Wubble Bob, they almost went flawless through all of the group stage and only dropped a single map.
Well, you know what? I thought you were going to say the fact that if you go back, again, I know Challengers Cup is a very different setting to a Challengers Elite, but you got to think of Wubble Bobs. Didn't they just get like top 16, top 32 in the last cup, right? I think it was. Yeah. That's totally surprising, and it does show that gods can bleed, you know, despite the fact that they did have an incredible, a stellar Group A. You know, they are prone to being taken out. And again, you know, Falcons, a team that can come out with surprises. They did exactly that during Cup number 3. You know, this very same Cup where Wubble Bobs didn't have the greatest of times. Falcons, I think, more than capable of winning that matchup. They just need to catch a Wubble Bobs off guard. And then, of course, Originals versus Nave Del Mysterio. I think that match in particular as well, maybe not giving it enough credit. Nave Del Mysterio, again, we've been talking about their storyline. We talked about it basically at the top of the show as they took on Clutch Rain. They want to break outside of the top 6, and they have to take down these kind of top 4 teams that we've been talking about, Wubble Bobs, Originals, Notorious, and Elevate, even though Nixer have kind of broken that conversation wide open. Taking down the Originals, I think, would be a good starting point for Nave.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, same could be said. I mean, there's the potential for upsets across the board, you know, right here. I mean, even Clutch Rain taking down Nixa, that would technically be an upset. Falcons, obviously, versus the Wubble Bobs. The storylines are going to write themselves, Brody. All I can say is strap yourself in, make sure that you're hydrated, because that playoff bracket's going to be a wild ride.
Oh, mate, I'm so excited. It's just incredible. I love this point of Call of Duty Challenge. I've missed it, man. I've missed it. It's been a really long off-season, even with Raleigh. I've absolutely missed this moment where, you know, we get out of the group stage and we get into playoffs, and that's where everything gets even more spicy. And, of course, we haven't even really talked about it at all. We haven't even had time to talk about it. The playoffs format is different this year. You know, we're not seeing single elimination. We're seeing double elimination across the board. There are still chances here for teams, if you lose, to come through the lower bracket and cause some damage. It is incredible. I cannot wait to see day number 2 of Europe, and I know you guys can't as well. So don't worry, we'll have all of that jazz tomorrow for the playoff bracket here in Europe, the 8 remaining teams. If you're still after Call of Duty Challenges action, though, don't be too concerned. Don't go far, because North America is still to come, including an incredible matchup with Boston Academy taking on Affili Esports. A reminder, I think we already had 3 teams from Group B already qualified. Boston versus Phase 1 for that final spot. It is going to be a banger. So make sure you guys stay tuned for all that and more here on Call of Duty Bravo for more Call of Duty Challenges Elite. Until then, we'll see you very, very soon for some North America action.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me at tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for.
Welcome, everybody, to the North American portion of our final round robin phase for Season 1 of Challengers Elite. My whole shift with me, of course, as always. I've got Austin Visions Neil looking dapper today with the cowl. I'm loving it. Hair's looking flowful. I love everything about what you got going on today. Flowful's a new word that I'm using. We've got a set of crucially important matches throughout the entirety of this first block and second block. But first, before we get into all the nitty-gritty, gotta ask my partner how he's doing. So how you doing there, Austin?
Doing great, Alan. Thanks for asking, man. Hope you're doing good too. You know, we're amped up. We got the last day here before playoffs, so it's gonna get a little spicy as always for North America, but I'm feeling good, man. I can't wait to jump into it.
It's going to be exciting. Like we mentioned, there's a lot on the line here because North America shook out just a little bit differently than EU did when all things were said and done in the group stages. So with that kind of in mind, let's of course take a look to see how the day is going to unfold throughout as we take a look at, again, where we kind of are at this particular moment in time. Group A standings. The only thing that's really known for sure about this group is that T-Fal Enterprise are solid. They are locked in at first place. There is nothing that can shake them up. And I will say, just to kind of let that be the main talking point, I think we were both a little surprised by that 4-0 and 12-2 map count.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, they were just completely lights out, I think, this entire first week. And overall, I don't think they dropped a single map until day 2. And they just look completely just on the ball, which is not what we expected, even though they have players like Yuli, players like Too Real who have actually looked really good at the start of this year. And then, of course, Fellow on there as well, who's been a solid AR. So I think it's very surprising. And then I think that it's also appropriate to kind of call it Rocker for a great bounce back. They almost went 0-2 day 1, pulled off that reverse sweep and managed to then pull together a couple more wins the next day as well.
What we can say for certain on top of the guaranteed first seed for T-Fal is that both also PRS Gaming and Convoy Gaming are relegated back to having to qualify again, but the implications around seeding for Rocker, Smog Alpha, and Ironblood are definitely still very, very juicy, to say the least. And that's what we're largely going to be figuring out throughout the entirety of this first block. As we go to the second block, though, we'll take a look at Group B, and this is where things become, again, very, very interesting, because Affili Esports, again, another surprise coming into this stage.
Right?
They have also locked down the first seed for the group, owning the head-to-head tiebreaker versus Amit that we saw last week, but the rest of the 4 teams that you see between Amit, Timor, Boston Academy, Phase 1, all have conditions to still qualify in towards the playoffs and be the 4 teams to represent Group B, Austin.
Yeah, talk about a really fun group for tonight. Group B, everything kind of up in arms for as far as who will make it through. And if you want to keep, everything within your ability to make it to playoffs, you got to find that win. We'll be looking at, Boston, of course, up against that #1 seed right now in this group for that matchup in particular. So, yeah, there's a lot going on with that group, but we got basically 2, exactly identical groups kind of side by side, just with different outcomes. So it's going to make for a great night here.
Yeah, that second block is going to get very, very spicy between Boston Academy Phase 1, all of them kind of vying for that last 4th place position to get into playoffs. But taking a look at what the overall match schedule will look like for us on the evening, this is what you kind of have as far as the stream expectations are concerned. Starting things off, we will be watching the Rocker Academy versus Smog Alpha matchup. Should be an interesting one. And then we will also take a look on that second slot, Affili Esports versus Boston Academy. But you might be sitting here saying, well, why Affili Esports? They're already guaranteed first. That is a must-win matchup for Boston Academy. Otherwise, they may find themselves relegated. Over on the second channel at We Are Clutch GG, Ironblood Gaming and Convoy Gaming, even though that one may not matter much for Convoy Gaming, Ironblood looking for seeding. And trust me when I say that, that should still be a pretty solid matchup. And then the second block down there, Amit versus Timor. Again, major seeding implications in that matchup, as that head-to-head could determine a lot of things going on over in Group B. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of figuring things out, but as we mentioned, the big head-to-head matchup to start things off, Rocker Academy, Smog Alpha. These 2 teams have looked really solid at times, but other points we were like, ooh, what are we going to get from these guys? Because you look at Rocker Academy, you look at the roster overall, you say, hey, I know all these names, they should be pretty solid, but I will say there were some shaky moments for them in the first 2 phases of their round-robin stage.
Without a doubt, I think that, a lot of people had expected this team to probably make it through the playoffs, but do it with a little bit more ease, especially in day 1. I mean, you never want to have to be required to have to pull off a reverse sweep in your second match on day 1, just to make sure you don't go 0-2. So it is certainly, insane for them to be able to pull that off, to regain, get themselves at least that dub, and then go 2-0 the following day. But overall, I think we did have higher expectations, at least for this squad. But now we'll see if they can start to refine things, polish things up a little bit here, Alan, because these are guys that we have all known in the scene for a very long time, especially throughout last year. And well, there's a lot of chemistry at least built in with every single individual on this roster.
Yeah, hopefully we can just jump right into them and see exactly what those names are instead of just teasing it for you, because, hey, the core 3 of the 4... look, here's the thing. You look at the roster, you see three names that really will stand out. Pander, GodRx, Fame. all three of them, major portions of that back half of the North American challenger scene were the dominant three names. I mean, they looked so good, just coming up a touch short when they got to the actual LCQ. But the fourth that's in the mix this time around is Real, and he's been, again, kind of finding his footing. Between him and Fame together, you know, that SMG duo has a lot of kind of hype to live up to, and they're still kind of feeling it out by at least our early expectations.
Yeah, they're still trying to get there. I think it's pretty clear that, you know, Fame has taken maybe a little bit of a different role so far in this year. So if that is the case, if he is more of the objective guy, then you are looking at that second sub Real to really fulfill at least a little bit more of that slang, a little bit more of that control, because I think for the most part, people are very impressed with Pander, very impressed with GodRx. Those two, I think, are always just going to be reliable ARs, and no one will say otherwise.
Yeah, that's very much so the case. And even more so when you see players like GodRx on LAN, it just kind of reaffirms all of the things that we continue to kind of spark conversation with. But on the other side, how about this Smog Alpha team? I know you and I both, we were watching them through the LCQ, we're like, wait a second, these dudes are nasty. In particular, you kind of are familiar to names like Thresh and Rupert because they represented D1 last season in Vanguard and made the final stage of Elite, which was really cool to see. But now Snoopy, his first year competing, and Infinite, who's been kind of floating around, you know, the Challengers NA scene now for a while, they've really subsidized this squad into becoming a major threat towards NA Challengers.
Major threat. I mean, that is the perfect word to use with this team. They have been elite, especially when you look at their S&D game. There is a massive clutch factor when you look at these individuals. And I think that, you know, in particular, you know, Rupert has learned a lot since last year. Coming into this season, he has just been an absolute force, and he's been very difficult to deal with. But you mentioned Snoopy. He's one of those more flashy players. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of clips from him as well today. But, I mean, this is a team that could very well, you know, slot themselves into playoffs, do some damage. They've been really good, at least so far here through week one.
I mean, he is up there amongst like the history books of watching Sib in Challengers, watching Pred in Challengers. I mean, it's just he's you'll see. You'll just trust me, you'll see. But let's take a look to see where exactly the pros and cons for both of these two teams have lied so far. You were kind of teasing about it. Looking at this Rocker team, they were really close to kind of being in a position to where, they may have started off their elite stage kind of having to go through must-win situations. They were able to recover a lot of it, kind of coming through what they were able to do in the respawn, kind of reboning up some of what they wanted to do role-wise. But at the same point, you look over towards Team Smog stats, so to get it up on screen, these guys have been unreal in Search and Destroy, and I think we're going to get a really interesting dynamic when we see them match up on the potential Map 2 and Map 5 combos.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you look at everything they've done in S&D, they have just been completely on point. I believe 5-1 is their overall record. They have been just completely strong when it comes down to winning those important maps. On the other hand, I feel like Rocker, you know, did end up losing a lot of those initial matches in day number 1, so it does hurt a lot of their stats, but they're starting to get back there, at least with some of their respawns. Their S&D hasn't been too bad whatsoever. They have a big map 5 win to pull off that reverse sweep that we saw from last week, Alan. So I think everything that we see here definitely just kind of reinforces that point about how good this matchup really is going to be here.
Yeah, I'm really pumped about that. I think we're going to see some next level Search and Destroy tonight, which I know you and I both love till the cows come home, which is that a reference that we could say for you? Is it
we make up references on here, Alan, so we'll throw it in there.
when the moose come home, is that what we say for you Canadians up there?
That's a good one.
I like it. I think we're going to send that. It's going to be a thing from here on out. But yeah, the key matchup for these two squads, I think a lot of it will come down to what we see in that Search and Destroy, and then if there will be any advantages on any particular map mode combinations in the hardpoint, and in particular the control, because we've got a lot of really fun things to kind of look at when it comes down to individual performances across things like the map 3 so far. But I believe we're just about ready to go here, so I think we have a chance to kind of look at the series layout really quickly, just to kind of get a look to see where exactly those map mode combos will lie. Ooh, how about it? A little bit of a mixed bag coming through. We've got a lot of Fortress and El Asilo, but we do have a hard point for map number 4. Anything kind of stand out as far as the team records or maybe some preferences are concerned for any of these map mode combos as you look through it?
Yeah, I think what jumps off the page right away is the El Asilo Control, at least for Rocker. I think they're 2-0 on it right now, so I feel like that's going to be one of those comfort matches kind of going into a massive swing map, especially kind of knowing that these two are probably going to be really strong in the S&Ds. This map number 1, I think, is going to be really important for Rocker to win. I think this is where you're looking at them to probably have a slight advantage. Based off of last week, you could really see some inconsistencies coming through for for Smog. So I think if there's anything coming into this week, I think we want to see them just be a little bit cleaner on rotations, be a little bit cleaner on their holds if Smog's going to have a chance at winning those respawns, because they've been great at S&D, but you don't want to have to constantly rely on it, especially going into playoffs.
And the thing too, we kind of had talked about, you mentioned it, is Fame is fulfilling a very different role this year than we came to know from last year. In particular, we kind of like to look at him as he's going to go rogue, he's going to slay, and at moments he's going to completely dominate a map from start to finish. That hasn't necessarily been the case this year. And when you take a look at his overall KDs, you really see that. His hardpoint KD, significantly down. His plus minus when it comes to kills versus the deaths, he's still at a negative deficit, but his non-traded kill percentage is actually not bad. It's 70% or so non-traded kill percentage means that when he is finding eliminations, it's turning into a lot of success. And in particular, the one stat that we don't have the ability of showing is how much he does that inside the hardpoint. He has been an OBJ phenom so far, even though his KD may not reflect the same numbers he had last year.
Absolutely. It's a very different look for Fame, I think, overall coming into this year. And a huge part of that is because last year it was kind of more about getting your ARs kind of in the hill, getting them set up and allowing, you know, someone like Fame just to rush forward, kind of create a little bit of space, just find the respawners, make sure there's never a full-on team hit coming through, where this game, it's kind of more of getting your ARs maybe sometimes set up in the hill once you create maybe 3 or 4 down, but more importantly, kind of getting map positioning so that you can cut off those crosses or you can have a fast track to new, because you have to make a lot of cross map movements in this game, and your ARs are kind of the leading charge of that on some of the more open maps. So I think that, you know, Fame is still settling in this role. And something I will say as well is that as much as we talk about God RX really turning up on LAN, Fame is usually that guy as well. I mean, he does bring at least something a little bit different when we do get to that LAN environment.
Yeah, he was the spark for sure for that combination, which included Pentagram last year, where it's just like, why is this team not doing any better? You throw Fame into the mix and, oh, okay, now they're all of a sudden winning. But the thing that we have to keep in mind, and you mentioned God RX kind of now all of a sudden a little bit more on his shoulders. You know, if you don't have Fame running around and kind of utilizing the lanes that you're clearing and clearing off even more space behind that, who is taking that kind of rogue slayer role for the side of Rocker Academy? And that was what was missing in week 1. We didn't really see a lot of it from Real. We even saw God RX picking up SMGs off the ground and using them for the majority of his lives when we were playing in Respawn throughout week number 1. That's the focus point, I think, for both of us, evaluating if this Rocker Academy team is still as good as we assume them to be as we take a look at them in their final group match in this matchup here versus Smog Alpha.
Yeah, that's the big factor here for us. And I mean, a lot of that slaying, at least at times, has been picked up by Pander. I think he's leading with like a 1.10 right now.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, 1.10 overall. So Pander has been there to pick up the slack here and there, which is not something that you really would have said, you know, from past seasons, it feels like. Pander's been this slept-on player ever since that Seattle roster back in Modern Warfare 2019, and it feels like he's had to almost redeem himself since then. And despite having, you know, a really consistent season in Cold War on that BBG roster way back when, you know, Vanguard still wasn't enough at times. But this year, I think that it almost has been enough, and you know, Pander has certainly classified himself as one of the top ARs here in North America. So I think if you get that combination going, you can get this duoship of God RX and Pander, you know, really on fire, really shutting things down, doing what they need to do in the respawns to shut down Smog, and just making sure these guys just don't pick up, you know, any kind of momentum, because I feel like these guys get fired up really easily. So they have one good hold, someone pops a 2 or 3 piece, they get fired up, the comms start flowing, and things can get out of hand very quickly. So I think that's the key here. I'm coming in and I'm Rocker.
Look, if there's one thing you can always guarantee is that the Latin American player base plays with passion, without question. I mean, we talked about it just to kind of flip the conversation towards this team Smog Alpha direction. Look, like when you've got a player like Snoopy who has one of the most cracked out POVs and challengers right now, he's a problem. And that was one of the things that we were talking about, was if you are not looking at Fame to match up against Snoopy and you're looking to Real to possibly do that, I don't know. There may be some significant advantages for Smog Alpha in the ability for Snoopy just to go wild on you, because Thresh and Rupert behind him have been so good this season comparatively to when they played in the final season of Elite last year in Vanguard. Infinite as well. Really solid when he played through College COD. Finding a lot of success early this year in this title for Modern Warfare 2. He's put up just as consistent numbers as the rest of his squad. So the Smog Alpha team is playing almost a different brand of Call of Duty compared to Rocker Academy, where they want to get in your face and they want to take over by sheer energy on the map, where it feels like Rocker Academy is a little bit more, I don't want to say stagnant, but they're a little bit more methodical about how they're moving around the map, not just kind of just letting things go wild and loose. Waiting on that lobby to get set up, so while we do, we jump over to another game that's currently going on in progress. This is T-Fal Enterprises in PRS Gaming. Hey, first look for Hydro for us here, bud. We haven't had a single cast on Hydro Hardpoint in our first week of action. We'll get a little taste of it here.
Yeah, we get a little taste of it. We finally get it, so certainly happy about that to kick this one off as we look at the P1 battle already take place here for us. And while T-Fal Enterprises, I mean, these guys have been flawless through the respawn so far. Leave 6-0 right now with their hard points, and I imagine we'll see that potentially continue. PRS Gaming, though, can't sleep on them at all. They had some great series in week number 1, but now we take a look at some of the rotations that's taking place. That little water battle here, that's going to be Pro MR. He'll find himself on 2 in a row, trying to influence the spawns in the back.
Yeah, looking really solid as far as the manipulation is concerned. And again, we didn't want to come off saying, you know, we said at the very top, looking at the groups, like, where did this T-Fal Enterprises team come from? Look, the roster is loaded with talent, but it's just how dominant they've been. They didn't drop a map until late last week. They were flawless in day 1 and the first parts of their second day before eventually going a little bit lengthier of a series, still staying undefeated in overall series. So now that you take a look at P2, solid hold set up, and the question starts to be asked to PRS Gaming, how do you want to break? They were looking to make a move through Dome, but there's not a lot of opportunity here, even less that 2Real gets Semtex involved.
Yes, strongholds here so far. Gus just trying to do what he can to maybe make one last move. His teammates are starting to follow up with him, but 2 kills going to come there for Ghosty and 2Real, and well, 2Real is also going to find himself on a nice little transition. He is going to be all alone, so he can stay concealed just about as long as possible. That would be just about fantastic. His teammates now starting to make their way over, but huge kill up top. We'll be able to shut him down. However, still great news for T-Fal Enterprises. Full 60 on P2.
Yeah, Siski, I think, just got a piece. Yeah, Nave definitely confirms that Yuli's nearby. Not a good gunfight for him to take, so he'll just kind of play a little bit of a cushion between him and the front of the hard point. Nice little bump out from Siski now on 3 in a row. PRS Gaming. First bit of actual control here towards Gens. 2Real trying to find a crack in the armor around the back, but that's shut down off screen. Pro MR really well done to respond to the flank. That'll anchor into the spawns, and PRS Gaming good for the opening 20.
Oh, big kills up top. Siski on 5. Already looking to earn that first streak here for his squad. And, well, PRS Gaming, they've been able to answer back. See another kill come through off screen. Lunar's doing a good job with Pro MR. Siski just patiently waiting, and he will find it. So wow. 10 in 3 for the man. 6 kills to his name in a row. That's going to earn the streak, and this is some great time for PRS Gaming, and Siski's not done.
Yeah, I love the idea here from Siski, just never allowing anyone to get over the top. Lunar's good help to keep Siski alive, but off the reload, Yuli will shut him down on 6. Still, though, that said, a successful hardpoint for PRS Gaming, getting a better part of 40-plus seconds. But now the question on rotation once again comes into play. This is where a lot of teams struggle, not only kind of, you know, in the Challenger scene, but we've seen it with teams like London and the Pro League, just not having a good time on rotation. And opening gunfights like this from Yuli just re-secure T-Fal's ability to anchor spawns and just soak up essentially free hardpoint time. Finally, Siski on the approach. 2Real scouts it out. Fight back and forth, but big advantage to 2Real over the heady. And T-Fal again just sustain after the next hit starts to unfold.
Oh, and you really needed Pro MR to kind of find that kill. Back rock, but up top, Lunars is able to actually deal some damage. Almost puts together a 3-piece there at the back end of that push. Streak does come into play a little bit late, and T-Fal Enterprises should be able to pick up this scrap time here for free. So the streak not going to find a whole lot of value, and we kind of just flip-flop back and forth through the map here, kind of just getting full-on holds compared to full-on holds here. See if that continues. PRS Gaming now need to respond going into the next hill.
Yeah, I like that idea, though, from Pro MR. Just kind of linger, finesse around the old time. Get a read on where T-Fal are trying to exit from on this next move to get over towards the generator building itself. Siski locking down one side, the rest of his team spawning on the other. Will have a pretty good line of sight towards ruins. Lunar's really going to enhance that by playing around these rocks and hedges. And yeah, just like you mentioned, a little bit of a handshake kind of going on between both of these two teams. We'll take 40, you take 40. No one's successful on break attempts, at least thus far in the opening portions of these hardpoints.
Zoning just has been great. Up until Ghosty starting to heat himself up. He has just led the charge when it comes down to KDs right now in hardpoint, even overall. He's able to find an incredible 2-piece. And that now gives a chance here for T-Fal Enterprises to try to break on through. Pro MR living with 1 HP to his name. One last attempt from Yuli will be able to get himself in just to contest a couple extra seconds. But everything said and done, PRS Gaming still come out with the majority of time, but it is still T-Fal Enterprises that have themselves just a slight cushion. Now moving back into the reset, and they have the control of the back spawns here in P2 as well.
And you have to be a little bit careful here if you're PRS. You're fully flooded on in towards the new hardpoint time. This is going to allow an opportunity for T-Fal to lock in the second hardpoint spawn side on the right and also overwhelm around the back. Yep, that's absolutely clinical. That's the problem when it comes to giving up scrap time on the final hardpoint of a rotation and full rotating with a 4-man squad to do. Not getting a read on where T-Fal is exiting from. And it works out for a very clean break and now a very substantial setup, not just on new, but also as you look towards the minimap as we focus back down towards the bottom right here in the next 15 seconds or so. Ghosty getting it done with the backside of his weapon, and the trades are very successful. T-Fal Enterprises blowing this game wide open, but the kills were scrappy enough to actually allow PRS Gaming to get blessed with a little bit of spawn over towards the right side of the map.
Yeah, this is actually really good news for them, especially if they can try to find some kills right around P1, kind of slow down this push that's eventually going to come through. And how about it? Pro MR able to move in for 3, goes to the sub. The hipfire connects. That puts him 17 and 10. Big moment there individually. And now you have so much room to work with. The streak sure is going to end, but PRS Gaming, they now have control in the back. They just got to stop this push through mid.
Yeah, but the thing about it, with the second hardpoint being active, they didn't have deep enough of an anchor, at least not initially, to give themselves the proximal spawns, but recovered fine. The routes hit by PRS allow them to kind of clear out the front, reestablish that the back stays safe, but Yuli's already on the attempt to contest. Help nearby. I mean, he's on 10 HP, still taking challenges. This is bold to say the least. But Too Real right there with them. Trades looking good for T-Fal Enterprises. Too Real just valuing his life, waiting for a little bit of assistance, and that will actually work out. The spawns will flip with 18 seconds of scrap time. Not the most significant amount of time in the world, but for T-Fal Enterprises, that gets you knocking at the door at 200 real rapidly.
Yeah, it's just a massive moment, right? Your subs just get into a position where they can just contest, and Fellow is sitting top dome, or he's just watching over them, waiting for the challenge to come through. So PRS Gaming, don't turn it into as much as a money hill as we're used to seeing. That means that T-Fal Enterprises will still hold on to the lead as Too Real jumping out into the water, able to find one. Ghosty in the back, able to find the second. Now control of the spawns here for T-Fal Enterprises. Should allow the flood to come through now to the hill.
Yeah, just better manipulation of the map right around for T-Fal. Every single time that we see them on these break attempts, they're finding multiple routes to open up space, give themselves a chance to kind of triple hit at times. At worst, double hit, and Too Real is just taking every single challenge, and the only one he's losing is that versus the railing here, trying to get back up out of the water. And Lunars will turn that into a pretty swift double, an opportunity to re-break here for PRS. This is a requirement, I will say that much at this stage of the game. And it looks like for the most part, it will come down to a 1v1, and no, Ghosty for 3 inside the old time. That will allow an opportunity for T-Fal to lock down the scrap. We have a 50-50 battle towards new as we go to Cliffside.
Wow, what a godlike spawn that just came through there for PRS Gaming. Gus spawns at the back, his teammate spawns right there with him, and that kind of gives them this whole transition for free, more or less, and really keeps them in the game if they're able to actually translate it to some real hardpoint time here. Pro MR is going to get a great read on where the push is coming from for T-Fal Enterprises. Just need the kills to follow. First one is there. Second one will follow as well. So this is great news for PRS Gaming. Great news for their fans as they're now in a position to maybe lock down all this time, and Lunar and Siski hitting some crazy shots out front.
Yeah, really, that combination of Lunars, Pro MR, and Siski have all had some great individual moments leading to a little bit of space and an opportunity to get back into this game. Gus is obviously not much of a factor in the kill feed, but he's got a ton of hard point time, mostly because his teammates are the ones zoning things out. Too Real, good look on the break attempt until the Semtex took down his squad mate. And as Lunars finishes off the remaining members of T-Fal Enterprises, hold on a second, we've got ourselves a game. As we start to rotate back over, once again, Too Real will punish the exact same jump up that he got taken down on just previously. And into the generator room we go with opportunity for PRS Gaming to try to break with an even gunfight in front of them, but Yuli Ghosty opening up with the first 2 kills, last one left alive. Siski not able to do too much, and it's up to Pro MR to try to get something from the front walls. Teammates have gotten blessed with more spawns around the back, but Too Real will once again keep things scrappy as they get over 230 points.
Oh, I thought that transfer was going to come through there for Too Real for a second. He gets him quite low. Won't finish off the double. Ghosty now up top, sub in hand, ready for the next break. As Julie's able to find that very first initial kill. Still very scrappy, but Pro MR able to find just a double, followed by a third, and PRS Gaming still coming out with the numbers, coming out with the break, and keeping themselves alive. Already some early transitional kills over to the new hill starting to come into play, but PRS Gaming, they are not out of this just yet.
Not at all. You just don't want to fall victim to the last time we were in this rotation, where everyone kind of wanted to get over towards bridge, get into the interior of P1, and allow T-Fal Enterprises to kind of surround you. Yuli will be the alarm system. Jumps onto the hard point. Doesn't know where he's getting shot from. A couple of members around, and eventually he will be overwhelmed by Lunars. Good trades coming out, though. Both Turiel, Fellow getting involved. 3 straight for them. Last one left is Siski. And as he falls back into the water, he's just trying to keep his life. But look at his teammates. They're spawning all the way out in the middle of nowhere. So now he's got to hit a little bit of a water route to get around the side, see if he can surprise anybody. And he very well may. First one. That's going to be good. The second from inside the hard point. One more deep is Ghosty, who was tagged up to tragic health. And it will be PRS back in with an extra life.
They have control, but you only need 5 seconds if you're T-Fal Enterprises, so you could hit this time, you could win the game here, or you could start to rotate. 3 members all lined up out front to see if they can break on through. Yuli already trying to threaten the spawns to new. Will he catch the player to his left? It's fine. He takes one off of the point itself. 5 seconds is needed. Siski throws his body on the point. Gun battles going back and forth, but T-Fal Enterprises, they have the numbers. They have everybody on the point, and nobody from PRS can get there in time. It's a big moment for Yuli to open up that first kill and make sure T-Fal Enterprises still are flawless in hardpoint.
And as tight as that game is, the significant moments that kind of determine the outcome in my mind just come down to just well-executed rotations and just kind of overwhelming surrounds that we saw from T-Fal Enterprises. This is what I like to call, again, manipulating the map into your favor to where you're trapping PRS to only be in one location. But boy, a competitive first one over there. And what is this? T-Fal looking for flawlessness in their group, whereas PRS are looking to play for a little bit of respect. Already relegated, not going to have a chance at playoffs. So we jump into our primary focus again, seeding on the line between these two squads. We got that opening Fortress hardpoint. Rocker Academy good for now. But as we look towards the rotation, Snoopy and Smog Alpha in a really good position. And yep, this is what we're talking about. This kid's POV is just a little different.
It is a little different. Like, there is no world where you should be able to find that kill. 1 HP. This hits every single bullet on the way down. And now it gets Rupert to a pretty key position in the back. But he's not going to be able to play his life. Real, the last one now. And he will also drop. So Fame's kind of now stuck on the point. Try to do what he can, but he'll be cleaned up. The spawns now will be in the back here. Smog Alpha do an excellent job, almost a required job of getting themselves on the point, but Rocker gets some great nades on the point. There's no trophy system down.
Eventually, there will be one to reinforce, but Rocker are here to contest. Snoopy able to take down one more, leaving it to a 1v1, but Pander off the double will allow Rocker a chance to get on. Not just even neutralize the time, but get on for some extra seconds. May seem a bit inconsequential, but believe me you, that is some pretty key set of time there for Rocker. 61-30 will be the tally as we look to rotate over to cannons. Real is trying to clear off the second floor. Understanding that the threat of Smog Alpha could come from just about any direction. So just kind of hoping he can be blessed by the COD gods as God RX is trying to anchor things from the back staircase. Good eliminations from the first 2. Last one left inside is Snoopy, and he will lose the 1v1 to God RX, establishing Rocker into the new hardpoint early.
That's great kills for God RX in the back. 3 in a row now for him. Puts him into double digits, but Rupert is able to actually find this little 2-piece. And that does open things up for Smog Alpha. To get themselves on the time, they do desperately need it. They haven't really been able to hold too much of a setup so far. Now that they deal with God RX in the back, I feel like things should come together for them. Real, though, wants to disrupt the play yet again. His teammate alongside him, Pander. They'll be able to break in, keep things scrappy. And that's really all you have to do in this position right now, as Rocker still have numbers for some scrap time.
I will say, just kind of going back to how we were setting up this series, there is a little bit of a difference in what we're getting out of Rocker in this map compared to some others that we had seen from last week. It almost feels a bit swarmy, where you've got this instance where Real's kind of running a figure 8 in and around the hard point. Fame kind of giving him some call-outs while he continues to soak up the wealth of the hardpoint time for Rocker, and then you've kind of got both ARs watching either doorways. So it definitely does establish what we were kind of considering as the role adjustment from Rocker Academy, but the problem is Smog Alpha are kind of doing the exact same thing, but with focus, and these trades are leading to some pretty convincing breaks in their own right as Smog Alpha gets into Blacksmith.
I love that route there from Infinite. Just kind of hits through the back, make sure that all this should be covered, and he'll keep the spree going. 3 in a row now for him. Rupert also providing some cover fire over the middle of the map. Won't be able to get back over to maps, but little bit of a scatter now for Rocker as they start to hit from just about every single angle. Slowly collapse on this final hill here in the first set of rotations. 95 to 58, Rocker are happy to at least keep it go. Let it go neutral here for the time being. If they can get here for remaining 10 seconds, they'd love to get it. But this is really just overall control. Slang just a little bit better. Trades have been there through the first set here, Alan. That's going to allow them to have that small cushion.
Yeah, and I think just on top of that, going back to reflecting on the Fountain hardpoint, we see the same thing here at Blacksmith. Rocker don't really get a ton of time in any regard, but really the advantages that we kind of looked at going into the openings of the hardpoint at Blacksmith, the same thing at Fortress, was that you would assume Smog Alpha would have the setup. So good stuff for Rocker Academy to neutralize and even find a little bit of time of their own. Those lead to some pretty significant swings towards the scoreboard as now we head over towards an actual full setup for Rocker. Over at the first hardpoint just outside of Stables, the kills are good in and around the hill, and that leads to the better part of the opening 30 seconds for Rocker to once again rebuild this huge deficit that Smog Alpha need to find a response to.
Yeah, and if they're going to find a response, you're going to need more help here from the ARs. Thresh has been able to hold his own. He finds a great two-piece there, but Rupert's been slow to start. But 6 and 17 now. Really trying to get himself going here, and you're going to need him if they're going to have any chance at being able to put together some real time, because as you mentioned, the setups just have not really been able to hold. Rocker going to start to make these movements while still contesting some of this scrap time, and they get some solid time off of P1 as well. Put together just about 30 to 40 seconds. Now Infinite, you really got to rely on him to make something happen here. There's one more player down low. He's going to try to turn. He gets great help from Rupert. This is their opportunity. This is their moment to try to lock in a setup.
Yeah, the coordination and just play off of one another from Smog Alpha has allowed them some really good looks at spawn breaks. A little bit of friendly fire damage, leading to a Rocker break attempt of their own, though. Real dancing with the palm trees in and around the fortress will eventually get the kill. And that will lead to now Rocker set up. Smog Alpha breaking from both sides. A lot of it coming from the front, though. But look at the little bounce out from Rocker, understanding the threat is imminent. Try to reset the flow. Real back into the hill. Well done to take down one. 35 HP. Rupert nearby. 18 seconds of scrap. It'll be a 1v1 between them. And Rupert will at least be able to neutralize. But back over to Fountain we go. Rocker late to the rotation and now convincingly without numbers as Smog Alpha take the eliminations. We need to see a full 60 or the better part of a full 60 here from Smog Alpha to get them back into this game.
Got to be clean. You got to be absolutely clean here. Rocker find a break like they did last time. This one just about gets out of reach. 166, 68, down by 100 points. We've seen comebacks happen in Fortress before. Thresh off to a great start. 3 kills coming through for him. Rupert teasing with the idea of trying to find that fourth, just throwing some shoulders in here and there, and Thresh off screen does continue to put together a 5 spree. Every single member is falling, and it's at the hands of this man right here. Almost finds another. The streak, however, is earned. That is going to relieve so much pressure here for you. Fame is still able to find a moment, though, off the back end of the stun to get through. To test just a little bit of that time, and now Fame continues to go on a spree of his own.
Arguably a bit of a misstep there from Thresh. You want to praise the 6th spree, earn himself the streak, but he continues to move forward and forward and forward, away from the hard point, and it actually pulls a couple of his teammates to spawn out from the back. So you got to remember that for Smog Alpha, they needed to lock down 50-plus seconds here at least if you were to get back into the game. And not only do you not do that, you forfeit the better part of 20-plus to Rocker Academy in the scrap. So now the game becomes a little bit out of reach. You're not going to be able to see the cruise missile likely get used here, so you have to get it done the old-fashioned way. First 2 kills looking good for Smog Alpha. Infinite considering the bump out, but will instead default to his teammates' utility first and foremost. And the hunker down at Cannons is working out, at least for now, for Smog Alpha. Next hit, largely coming around the back. Kills looking good for Rocker Academy. Back and forth we go, and Smog Alpha will, for now, hold on to the majority of the spawns as the hardpoint goes neutral until Rocker can get the final 2 kills and step in.
And now Rocker's at that point, right, where just about any time is great time here for them as they start to hit that 200-point mark. Another kill might just come through here for Real as he sprays through, but won't be able to finish it off. His teammates there, got our X there, who's on 5 in a row, also looking to try to earn a streak. So 8 seconds up for grabs. Smog Alpha are feeling the pressure of just having to fight for just about every single second, but a huge win in the back comes through for GodRx. That is the 6th spree. That is the streak. You can match now what Smog Alpha have, and you are just about 50 points away, putting this one in your hands and going up 1-0.
And I think if you're Smog Alpha, if you even start to sniff out a bit of a threat towards a break, you may have to call the cruise missile in just to reestablish control over the middle of the map here. GodRx is going to use his. Only takes down 1. It's a pretty inconsequential elimination. Infinite really wasn't a part of the hardpoint hold. Still guns blazing for Smog Alpha, and they will win out the trades. Rupert possibly getting back into this game 4 in a row, 18 and 26. Need to see him start to show up if Smog want to make a heroic comeback. Fame's going to call in his cruise missile as well. You would assume that trophies will keep the players in the hard point safe, so he throws that to Thresh, and there's an opportunity to kind of flood in from this back alleyway from Fountain, try to overwhelm the members on the hard point itself, and that play is successful. Rocker with the break and a chance to push through.
Oh, great team push coming through. Fame gonna spearhead the entire play himself and try to maybe wrap all the way around the back. Real's going to take some of this top control here through top single. And now is a chance to be able to collapse, take out the ARs. You just have to watch almost a little bit too much. You're going to spot Thresh in the back, who is going to be pretty much deemed useless for the time being. He's going to have to kind of play his life, make sure he's controls spawns. But Rocker, they're all gearing up for the hit. They're all flooding through the building. That's a huge one there for Fame in the back yet again. 218 to 164. Smog are fighting back. Almost the back end of a nice little turn. But you're going to now lose the spawns, and here comes Rocker for the break attempt.
Yeah, and now you've got the cruise missile being called in. That will not connect, so Rocker will stay in the hard point. Thresh hoping to find a bit of a pinch, but it's just a little bit too short-handed. So 230 to 169 the tally. Smog spawning on the north side of the minimap, and they're not getting through Pander. He's got such a good read at this from the high ground. This is very painful time being secured here for Rocker. Snoopy off the break. Thresh working with them. They will try to plant themselves in towards the new spawns, which will open up in the next 4 seconds. Big 1v1 here. Snoopy able to assist just long enough, but Pander through the middle. Gets into the back for only a short time, though. And how about that from Thresh? 3 in a row. Gets himself onto 4. Smog, not done yet, but watch out in the back. Here comes Real.
Oh, Real wants to break the play open, but he wants to wait for his teammates to get in position, and they're going to call the streak in. All the information needed. That should be good for one. No, it doesn't connect. And, well, Rocker actually starts the drop here all at the same time. So everything starts to look a lot better for Smog Alpha. 30 seconds left on P2. Snoopy is going to miss one player in the back. And now it's 2 Rocker players that are trying to break through. But Thresh is able to find the first. Can he get the second?
If he can get one more, maybe another streak that can help them on rotation. Over the top of the staircase, tagged up down to 30 HP. Trophy system keeping him safe. Help from his SMGs. He gets the elimination. That's good for the cruise missile. Hold on a second. Look at the minimap. You've got an opportunity to make the rotation happen towards Fountain. There is not enough time here for Rocker Academy to win. They have to do this the hard way. Here comes the early streak. Try to take them before they can even get into the archway. Will this land? Can it find more than one? Pander's able to get the first 2 kills, but Thresh does connect. What happens at the spawns? Smog in a good position, and they will lock things in. The hit from Rocker coming from the front. Infinite also on 5. Trophy system down for Rocker as they try to break through, and it's Real and Pander for the first. Snoopy, though, to follow. Second elimination just a bit wide, and Rocker will spawn in, and that will likely be the game-winning play. What an attempt from Smog, but just a little too late.
A little too late, Alan. They're down by 100 points, and they almost bring it back. I mean, the stars align for a situation where they can, in fact, bring that one all the way into their own. But it is not meant to be. It does not happen despite Thresh going on what was just a ridiculous amount of sprees throughout this entire map. And to be fair, there was a ridiculous amount of sprees on both sides. Probably the most streaks I've seen in a single map so far here in Modern Warfare 2. But you talk about that moment there in the end, you know, coming on in for GodRx, finding that 2-piece, being able to get himself in the back, influence those spawns just back there enough to do so. And it's that moment where Smog just cannot find a way to lock down that P3 hill that we usually see be a complete lockdown. This was not there as Rocker every single time there for the break attempt.
Wow. Spicy. Muy picante, my friends. Woo! Well, that's a heck of a first map, I'll say that much. A long series likely ahead of us as the focus, again, now for Smog Alpha. Do you feel maybe like you missed out on a chance? Because we've already talked about their prowess in the search and destroy. That's where we expect them to show greatness. But if they could find a way to steal away a hard point, that leads to win condition for this series and a chance to immediately bump up into the overall seedings. Not to sit there and say that, you know, it matters too much. Like, playoffs are playoffs. You're going to have to beat everybody anyways in a very tough competitive region. But getting help in that winners round 1 matchup by finding a more advanced seed out of your group would say a lot. And you mentioned the amount of streaks across the board. I mean, the highest streaks from everybody was at cruise missile range. Just about 40 and 30 total eliminations for Thresh, nearly 4,000 damage, and is still outshined by GodRx and Pander in the total damage category. And the help. I mean, look at the assist numbers for Rocker Academy. You want to talk about where the win condition was. Look at all that help that they were able to provide for one another.
Their team pushes were really good, really well coordinated. I think there was just multiple times where, Real or Fame find a moment to come through the back and just, everybody coordinated on that hit for the break to come on through. We saw it happen a numerous amount of times, and that's kind of what we come to expect when we talk about a Rocker Academy, right? Like that experience, that chemistry that is built in to the majority of these members, with Real, of course, coming in to this season. But overall, I mean, it was certainly on point. Sure, it starts to slip away a little bit. That's kind of how Fortress can play out. If you don't have control of the spawns and you don't deal with that one player that's in the back that might be able to flip you out to the middle of the map there, which did happen quite a few times. But Rocker built themselves up at least enough of a cushion to make sure that they had a little of insurance going deep into it. But still, a break required in the end. Not easy to break that on three separate times. They got out-rotated basically to P3, and they broke it just about every single time, or kept it at least contested enough where Smog were not coming out with too big of a differential.
And that's another, I mean, there's so many moments that you could look at if you're Smog Alpha and reflect back to say a little bit of woulda, coulda, shoulda in a number of moments, and particularly as we were kind of going back and forth to Fountain. I mean, they probably lost out on about 30, 40 seconds in total between the two times that we were there in the first two sets. So, again, you start to kind of let those weigh on you. But before we get into the Search and Destroy, we'll take a look to see how things are going with T-Fal Enterprises. And apparently, their business operations must be on the West Coast. A little 9-to-5 action for you, because it's all 4-0 dominance so far from T-Fal Enterprises, including the first blood. Siski to respond. But at the moment, small advantages to T-Fal Enterprises with good awareness on where this defensive setup is for PRS.
Yeah, Fellow's jumping out of windows like that, just looking for the second. Like he's just completely feeling himself. That is just crazy stuff from Fellow. He does get traded right after, but T-Fal Enterprises certainly look to be in the driver's seat. Without a doubt. See if they can put together 5 in a row. PRS Gaming. We have seen some great moments for them in Search and Destroy. Just none of them shining right now. And Ghosty, not the one that I would typically expect to kind of be the sniper player. But I'm not going to doubt what this man's been doing so far in this stage. See if he can keep it going here with a potential pick. Now down to about 35 seconds here on the attack.
Over the last 2 years, I've learned to not doubt anything about Mr. Dan Ghosty. He could come to me tomorrow and be like, I will boost your IRA investments by 10 times. Be like, I didn't realize you knew anything about financial investments, but I trust you. Take my bank account. Pro MR off the dead silence around the back. Does stop the bomb from being planted, so it elongates this 1v1. Puts a little bit of extra pressure onto Turiel, who is going to go to B. I don't think he's got time. No, he definitely doesn't have time. So, bold call. Doesn't work out, and Lunars will see a very anticlimactic finish go his team's way to get on the board.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. I mean, I guess unless you've done some of those cross-map plays, you're not going to be able to get there in time. In Vanguard, he probably would have got there in time, without a doubt. But in this game, unfortunately, I just not going to be able to make it happen. So a little unfortunate, but PRS Gaming, they at least get themselves on the board. Not going to be a clean sweep. Obviously, just jumping into this one, as it was 4-0. So we'll see what the attacks look like for PRS Gaming. See if Ghosty decides to keep the sniper out here as well.
Quick hit, PRS. Maybe a play towards A? Ooh, I was going to say, this is dangerous. No one's watching the mid-cross from the other side of the map. And I think that was supposed to be, let's throw a bunch of utility, catch him out in the middle, and then full flood. And, well, back to the drawing board on that play, I think is the only thing we could really say.
Yeah, I actually love that play. That sometimes we see it here and there from teams, but usually you have the one guy go to the right side of the windows to throw the stun or throw the nade kind of mid-map to get at least some info, or maybe work an angle to do some damage. But they kind of just full sense it and see if they could try to maybe get through, and of course it does not work out. But back to our main matchup, Rocker Academy able to get through on the win for the map number 1, but now we'll move to the S&Ds, and this is where we come to expect Smog Alpha to get their dubs. They are 5-1. They have been so good when it comes to search, and we'll see if that continues here in this week as well.
Yeah, some of the maps have been a little bit closer than others, but on El Asilo, their average win is a 6-4 tally. So yeah, you would assume that coming into map number 2, this is probably their choice. And after a first blood is confirmed, it's actually Real with the follow-up to get it to now numbers for Rocker Academy, plus a little bit of vacancy to get the bomb planted today. Rupert, the last one left, has the sniper pistol combo. No dead silence, 1 frag grenade. And a lot of hopes and prayers, you would assume. Door opens right into the face of Pander. Rupert, do it. Do it to him. Okay, no, not going to happen. Rocker, take the round.
Take the round. And honestly, I love having offense, at least first on a map like LSE, when there's no dead silences, because usually you don't have to worry about these kind of flanks coming through top window or coming through the side right away. It gives you just a lot more chances to maneuver into that A site. You can hear everything that's coming. Now, there is obviously the opposite end of that, is you have to dodge the tacticals and nades that will also likely follow, but once you start to eliminate those players and pull off a play like Real does, it just creates more than enough room to be able to get that bomb down if needed. So, very clean first opening round here for Rocker.
Looking good, looking solid. Reaper's still going to try to keep the threat of the sniper rifle in play. Just hoping for a one-dimensional angle. Not going to be awarded the opportunity. Snoopy's stunned over towards Arcade, but has a good angle just in case anyone decides they want to try to threaten through kegs. But maybe a little bit of second guessing here. I mean, you can see Rocker have a really good line of scrimmage. They're watching just about everything except for the interior A of the A bomb. And as the door is open, Rupert takes down first blood on the outside. That may change things a touch. Thresh follows up with the second. Play forward comes out. That was from Real, and the pistol shuts it down off screen, leaving Pander by himself with only a sniper rifle. But maybe that's all he needs, Austin. A cheeky double to get us kicked off.
Pander has hit some ridiculous clips so far in this game with the sniper rifle. Not usually the one to hold it. Love to be able to get yourself with some kind of a Vaznev here in your back pocket, but Pander, dead silence popped, stun and nade available, and there it is. Vaznev now in play. You should have been able to stun open that door. Nade's going to come through. It's a double stack in, so if he can find the first one cleanly, there is a chance, but Snoopy will make sure there is no shot, no chance. He'll keep his teammates safe, and that will be the response round coming through here for Smog.
I only had to giggle a little bit because he was trying to pick up that Vaznev, and it just opened doors. Give me the gun. Opens the door. Give me the gun. Opens the door. Would have been really funny if the door shut on him afterwards.
Yeah, shut it. You try to grab it again.
Oh, goodness. Gave himself a look, though. We go 1-1. And who knows? Maybe both of these scopes will do like enemy at the gate style here. Where they'll just try to find each other, you know? Rupert, Pander try to search each other out. But actually, I think Pander just pulled out a Vaznev right as he came off spawn. So maybe a bit of aggression here from Rocker towards the outside. It's hard to be know. It's attack. And this is going to be 6 members full, and Goddard X Pander opening double. Ruper's now stuck, needs help from Thresh. Solid read from Pander. Thresh does at least confirm one trade, but it feels pretty, well, again, unsubstantial considering the circumstances of his 1v4 he would have to pull off.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think the only good news is that he's going to, Goddard X should be able to read it, and he does. I was going to say, maybe has a position to surprise them, but Goddard X onto it, knows that we haven't seen him in quite a while. There's probably a chance he could have wrapped all the way around with that dead silence, and good read here from the vet, able to find that. But that's going to be just a good read overall from Rocker, doing a little bit of studying on how they like to play this map, because they had 4-man hit that, and you could see how fast everyone on Smog was there to try to react to it. It just none of the gunfights that actually went their way.
I mean, how often do you expect as a defense, as a 3-man stack, that you're going to run into
Never.
3 offensive members playing through courtyards like that? Not something you often see. So Rocker, call it a blind counter, call it a little bit of luck, whatever it happens to be. It works out nicely for him. And now how about this? Smog Alpha says, all gas, no brakes, infinite first blood with the bomb. Has a chance to plant, looks for the second challenge, no one home. And you would assume this is enough clearance to go and actually get the bomb planted, but they're looking for kills still, and the prediction is solid, but the gunfight less so, as Fame will take down the bomb carrier and neutralize the tally at a 3v3.
Thresh all the way at the top of the red tower. This is a position that he loves to play. And, well, nice snipe comes through over the top there from Pander. So 2 versus 2. 45 seconds left. Ruper's running around, pistol in hand, just can't finish off that last shot. Snoopy there for the quick trade. Pander with the scope still in hand. 1 versus 1 with 35 seconds left.
Dead silence activated. You would have to think Pander's found a different weapon besides the sniper pistol to work with. Clears everything out. Dead silence will expire. Waiting to see if there's going to be a check from Pander, who is not entertaining the idea as of yet, but is getting closer and closer. And maybe if he moves through the doorway, he sees him, and sure does. The sniper glint gives it away. And Pander will secure the 1v1 and take the tally to 3-1, favoring Rocker Academy.
I do feel for Snoopy in that situation, though. It's like a spot where you just never know if you're safe to plant, especially after you just bang open the door. You're just expecting them to potentially come in and rip you right off the bomb. as soon as you start the planet, it's one of those things you just don't want to get bad COD timing. You're also low on the time, and you don't really have too many options here. But Rocker certainly coming to play so far in the series. Strong map number 1. Great showing here in the S&D. Tanner's been very hot with the scope. He's now 6-2. We'll see if he can keep this going.
And this may lead to a little sniper battle on the outside. Opening shot just over the shoulder of Thresh. Rupert still on the angle. He will be the only one watching any play towards B. Infinite, caught down low this time, will fall. Rupert deep, sees him, takes the tally. Easy neutralization. Advantage now off the scopes. Go to Smog. And that may force Rocker to have to kind of play in towards A. Long route around the back from Real. And the nade, yeah, I think it did connect onto Thresh, right? That didn't get through a window, I don't think.
No, he hit Thresh with that, so it forced him to kind of drop down to the low ground. And he's got an AR in hand, so not really where he wants to be, but they will be able to at least sniff out Real. So 3v2 on the retake. Snoopy trying to enter into the site. They'll find Fame. Got our X now. 1 versus 3 required. Just has to try to find the player off of the bomb. First one is good. Second one will follow, and GodderX gets around the wall in time. He doesn't even need the 3rd kill. Nice play from GodderX. Huge amount of patience coming through, and that puts Rocker up by 3.
Wow. Yep. And we talked about it. GodderX often can find a way to pick up a sub and make some action happen. That one, just as good as any other we've seen from main subs. Absolutely perfect. Thresh caught off, and then no clock to recontest the bomb defuse after what looked to be some great timing from Smog Alpha, capitalizing on an easy kill up top. They can full flood around, but GodderX just a little too slippery. And now the tally goes to a 3-round deficit. Smog Alpha, kind of, at this point, you kind of have to win at least 2 in a row.
Certainly do. Got to start with this one. Rupert's been pretty good with the scope. He found that response kill there versus Pander last time, but tries to go for a little chin up on the wall. Pander, all he needs is just the top of your head. He'll be able to find him. Thresh does even up the odds, but Rocker still feeling hot. Pander has just been so electric here. And now in the back, Real's been able to get himself through. A great read on the stun. It doesn't hit, but might be able to find this second. He just runs out of ammunition. It looks like an Infinite will find the trade.
Yeah, 1 bullet too short in the clip. Fame on towards Kegs. That gunfight was closer than it looked, I'll tell you that much, considering Snoopy's little fall right into his lap. And it all comes to Infinite. You feel like this is a must-win 1v2 if you're Smog Alpha. The only bit of good news is that Infinite has the bomb, and now Dead Silence has been earned. Immediately pops the trigger for it. And will clear the corners. There may be a chance here to feel brazen enough to make the play straight to B, and that's going to be the call. This is the correct read from Infinite. Just comes down to where do you want to set this up positionally. He might play this backside truck here based on this plant position. Instead, just defaults to playing inside. It would have to be, I mean, you pick this position, you're telling us that I'm going to win 2 consecutive gunfights back-to-back. That would be the requirement. As Fame and Pander start to clear the exterior, they'll get the information that he's not outside, he must be inside. You'd expect this is where the double chow comes through. Here's the first slide in. First gunfight 1, and no exit. Fame there to follow up, and the easy defuse is there to finish off the round.
Good attempt. He had a stun nade, it looked like, available too, so maybe if you get some of those sound cues coming in, not sure if Dead Silence was popped there for the Rocker members, but maybe there would have been an opportunity to get that stun nade out, wrap around, do some finessing, but a lot to ask for in a position like that where you're really more or less, like you said, have to kind of just gun the first and the second. So good trade comes on through for Fame. They're happy to give up the site, play retake, and well, the call is correct. Rocker up 5-1 here. I mean, not at all what we expect versus one of the best S&D squads that we have coming out of week number 1, but Rocker, they have done some studying here as they've been able to hard counter quite a few of these rounds.
Yeah, they have yet to record a single instance of playing the LSCLO Search and Destroy until this map. So, I mean, it is I mean, again, maybe a little bit of that Pander versus Rupert matchup that's really kind of been the determining factor. Rupert gets first blood this time through. Pander, by the assumption of where he's positioned, is still rocking a scope or attack. And the double hit from the SMGs, looking to kind of find a way through. Oh, and this timing could be exquisite. Sure is. Neutralizes the first. Snoopy nearby. Semtex will disengage the potential battle. And it looks like Rocket will be happy to kind of reset into the 3v3.
Rupert just kind of gets caught off guard there. Gets the sound cue on the door, but goes for the immediate challenge. Fame finds a huge one, keeps this entire round alive. Thresh has been working through the outskirts of Junkyard, and he might be able to find that kill, but a couple shots go a little wide. It's good info, but Pander tries to track him, tries to find him, won't be able to hit the shot. Nade will also not connect. So 25 seconds, Rocker have their sights set on this A site. They got to get to Infinite, and they do exactly that.
Infinite was another bullet short of being able to confirm an elimination. Thresh, dead silence around the back. Oh, how about that for a shot from Pander? Just takes a squad on the couch or stacks of money around it, and the quick scope works out for him. Please give us the final kill cam on this one. Oh, yeah. What do you got for us? Yeah, it's on the money stacks. Later. Thanks for trying, and how about that search and destroy from Rocker Academy? 6-1, now 2-0 in this series. Great heavens.
Oh my goodness, Alan. I mean, I feel like these words keep coming in our mouth, but it's just not what I expected, right?
No.
Like we come down to, looking at, okay, this is where they've been strong. This is where they've been so good. 2-0, I believe, coming in. And it feels like this is maybe a map that they're going to be able to at least tie the series with. It's not the case. It doesn't happen. And it's off the back end of some big individual plays coming to life, but also just a great read on what they should be doing at all times. Making sure they're using their numbers correctly. We see that 1v2 there in the back, just using their coordination to be there for the trade. One person not going ahead of the other, letting him slip away. It's just really kind of playing some good, strong Call of Duty. And that's what we come to expect when we talk about this Rocker squad. But to do it like that,
yeah,
with, that many rounds in a row, I mean, that is just absolutely insane for those guys. So we'll take a look at the scoreboard here again. Everybody getting involved, but I mean, you got to talk about Pander Allen. This guy, by 1.28 kills a round, he's just hitting every single shot. It looked like missed maybe 2 or 3 total the entire search.
100%. And here's the really interesting thing that I was curious about when we got this scoreboard up was, and you kind of touched on this briefly, but I really want to hammer this point down. Think about how many of those round wins for Rocker Academy came after a very free first blood from Smog Alpha. 3 opening snipe picks from Rupert in that search and destroy that Rocker were able to settle in, figure out how we can confirm a trade, and then go 3v3. That efficiency is not common in across challengers globally. That's something that even CDL teams struggle with, is when you're down that opening first blood with no chance to out-trade it immediately. I mean, you can see it, 6 total kills, 3 first bloods, 5 non-traded. So Rupert was getting these first bloods largely without an immediate trade coming at least onto him. And for Rocker to be able to recover in 3v4 situations and still win 6-1, that is so damn impressive.
Certainly is. Rocker now 2-0 up in this best of 5. Looking to try grab that 4th win. And they are certainly on track for it because, Alan, we're going to LSCLO Control. This is where they have been actually fairly good when it comes down to at least this map mode combination. So a very nice comfort map here for them. I mean, it feels like this is a team that kind of hard vetoes out Hotel. They're very willing to play the Fortress, very willing to play the LSCLO. And that screams to me that, hey, listen, we just want to get Pander, got our X set up, let Real and Fame do what they need to do, cover the holes on the map and just kind of fill. But this is definitely a little bit scary. Bad news bears coming on through here for the Smog boys.
Yeah, we'll talk more on here in a moment, but it's not just that they've been good on LSCLO Control. On average, they win 3 to 0.5. Like, they've either 3-0'd or 3-1 teams on that map mode combo in the 2 times they've played it. It's been dominant. Back over to T-Fal Enterprises at PRS Gaming, though. Quick look in here. Lunar's off the double. A zone already locked in, and the threat towards B is pretty imminent. Yeah, great job here from Siski. Good read. And there's a player on the back. This is well designed from PRS. They've got the ability to swarm full envelop. Ghosty for a couple would have to do it all himself. And as he gets shut down, progress continues for PRS with Gus on the zone.
Spawn's starting to go a little bit astray here for the defensive side. Spawning all the way over kind of by that A point. That solidifies the first tick. Second tick should also be good. And yeah, you still see kind of all the reinforcements just not really going to be here in time. And Gus able to find kill number 6. Sprays and praise here for the remaining players that just have to flood on through. And nice play for PRS Gaming. You called it out. A nice little pinch coming through mid. They get members on the point to deal with one member mid-map, and they force those far spawns kind of over by the A point.
And based on the sounds, it seemed like for T-Fal Enterprises, they were hoping that a cruise missile they earned in the first round would kind of neutralize the zone, but there was an extra trophy down to keep the offenders of PRS Gaming safe. So 1-1 the count. You mentioned the streaks now all of a sudden being tallied for PRS Gaming after the convincing finish. And what does their offense look like? We've seen a lot of different looks here for T-Fal in the course of their really flawless run. Again, they were relatively untouched in their first week. And this time a little bit of a poke and prod, see what we can feel over towards B, and it's not going to work out really in any form as PRS take the opening 2, leaving Ghosty with mere consolation kills through mid as the focus will now change to A.
This is where Ghosty really has been the best, right? Control, he has a ridiculous KD when it comes down to this game mode. Like, you know, above, I think, about a 1.3 right now. He has been just completely on point, winning his 1v1s. Yuli in the back doing a good job, making sure there's no real defensive members that will be able to get through their side. Be one last chance to try to send something through mid, but it would be a solo chow, and Pro MR only able to go 1 for 1, and maybe should have played his life. He was on a spree of his own, but will die on 5. Lunars will try to pick up 1, and that second tick will come through as bodies are just kind of thrown to the zone here last second.
Yeah, kind of tough scenes because, like you mentioned, you've got bodies to spend here for your PRS Gaming, plus the ability to have kind of Gus watch off of the deep spawn position. Oh, wait a second. T-Fal were on rotation. They thought the A zone was gone, and the timing for Pro MR leads to not just some contest, but also a bit of depletion, which may not seem like much, but look at the minimap. PRS Gaming are using this extra time to threaten bedroom. Ghosty for the opener, transfer over, gets a couple of hit markers, and he will stop the threat at the bedroom play, at least through up into garage. And Siski will kind of have to just sit here, make the bed, and tally to see if anyone's going to try to come his direction, either through valet ladder or up the old-fashioned way by climbing the stairs.
Look at this position right now in the back. Yuli's kind of got 2 players pinched in alongside 2 real. If Yuli can find this first one, which he does, it could be great for finding the second. Just flies at him. Unfortunately, their teammates behind them will end up dropping in the back, so they don't really get any control inside of bedroom, but Yuli's position at least can still try to threaten something. Maybe a wrap around the back, get his teammates kind of coming through this pinch yet again over to B.
Yeah, this is a little bit of trouble here from PRS Gaming. Spawns over towards their defensive side are a bit split, so you're looking to the defenders in bedroom to stop this, but Yuli, he's got cover. And a little bit of help from his teammates. Siski Lunar's the first 2. Fellow looking to follow up, but caught with the Semtex out. Defense will regain control, and we go to 15 plays 14 with just under 60 seconds on the clock.
Just Pro MR right now up top that you're going to have to deal with, so if you can find him cleanly, there's a chance to be able to kind of flood on through. See what ends up happening, though. Massive battle. Pro MR just waiting for him to fly through the doors. Turiel tries to check every single corner except for the one that Pro MR is in. He does pop the dead silence, but doesn't move a single muscle while it's active. Fellow is able to now find one at the back of the desk, but until you find Pro MR, I mean, he could still get here to disrupt this entire play.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's done. Now on 3 in a row. Time becoming an issue for T-Fal Enterprises on this offensive attempt. Good stack through the middle of the map here from Fellow and Yuli, but once again, there's not a lot of help to flush out Pro MR. So you have to look to the front. Can T-Fal find a way to break on in through bar side? Great gunfight win by Gus in the back. Semtex will neutralize him, but Yuli's going to get caught on rotation trying to get here. Desperate play from Turiel also shut down, and the defense will hold pretty darn convincingly.
Yeah, very nice overall. PRS just keeping one player alive up top the entire time, but we'll now swap it back over here. Rocker Academy, Smog Alpha 2-0 up right now. Is the Rocker boys doing a great job, having a great showcase in the very first match. We'll see what happens over by this 8-point, as B has actually gone over. Pander's able to find second. We'll be able to get in there for the third, and we'll disrupt this entire play. As now GodRx is caught up top, but he's got the trophy. He's got the positioning.
Yeah, lots of easy reads here, you would assume, for GodRx. Infinite, the last offensive member on the low ground, trying to contest as long as humanly possible. Pander neutralizes the threat. Rupert playing around the back. Again, the big component here is get GodRx out of this position, and he will find that kill. So a chance now to try to capitalize on the high ground position and have the upper hand as you try to get into the hard point, but the problem with it is the kills are just not as convincing as you'd like. 8.5 on the clock is where it stalls. 8 plays 9. Second tick of progress on the way with the double stack. Trophy system doing a lot of work, but as the gunfight starts to now overwhelm the hard point, It's just down to who finds the kills first, and so far, it's actually all Smog Alpha. Flanked from Fame. Gets on to contest just in the nick of time, and the clock continues to dwindle as he takes down Thresh. 3 for Fame as he saves the round for Rocker.
He saves the round. Big move for Fame. I mean, you can see him kind of working on the mini-map there, going through the outskirts of B, cutting through mid, just coming all the way around the back, and Rocker do at least a good enough job here from the front to distract and then collapse. A 3-piece to seal the deal. Make sure Thresh has no chance at being able to make a heroic moment himself, and this is what we wanted to see a lot more of, right? Like, Fame finding, like, these type of moments where he isn't just the entry man. He can still find these route plays. He can still create these kind of big playmaking moments on the map, and that is a great moment of it right there.
Agreed. And that's the route running that we can't, I mean, I'm in my mind, I'm just picturing like Berlin controls from last year where Fame is just running around the map. Definitely still has it in him without question. Not that that was ever questioned. Opening first blood of this round goes to Snoopy. Smog Alpha's defense looking to largely focus around this mid-map. Rocker Academy working just a touch over towards B, but not a lot of opportunity nor vacancy to really get away with much here. Fame will, again, provide some consideration for the defense, but it's quickly dealt with, and with that, it's a 4-for-1 exchange coming in favor of Smog Alpha.
There's a moment for Rocker to, of course, now make something happen by A, but there's a lot of players up top they're going to have to deal with. Real off screen does a good job of finding that first, and, well, now Rocker starting to win those individual gunfights to try to make something happen on the A point. Infinite able to find one down low, but GodRx is able to basically get that first tick of progress uncontested with the help of Pander watching over him. And we'll see if they can continue to kind of get this into play as Rocker now got numbers all surrounding the point, and that second tick looks like it should be good.
Yeah, there's really no reason for Pander to rechow this. Well, even more so that the Semtex deals with the threat by itself. Play on towards the point, though. Infinite Rupert clear. Second tick is confirmed, but just short of the third is Rocker Academy. And off of spawn, they're going to continue to focus towards A. Not a lot of space to work with on the inside, so a lot of this looks like it wants to come around the outer areas. GodRx trying to assist from the exterior. Just Fame on the inside of the main headquarters building in the first place. But Smog Alpha are just kind of waiting until Rocker touch the zone before they make a play of their own defensive setup. Rupert tries to pull a Fame, but turned away. Thresh on the inside. Big gunfight win. Good help from Infinite. Clock continues to tick, but Rocker have numbers to get on, stop the clock once again. Pending they can get through the defense, which they cannot. And I don't even know if there's enough time to touch either of these two zones if you're Rocker Academy. There's a lot of work that has to be done if they want to get to either of these two zones.
Yeah, there might be a chance to get a one last-second touch here, but you're going to have to battle out through a couple members of Smog, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen in time. I think a 5 spree also coming through in there in the end as well for one of the Smog members, so a chance for some streaks, but how about that round? I mean, that was extremely clean just about the whole way through, keeping Rocker off of the point, and it took them quite a while to deal with Pander kind of in that red tower. He was just up there kind of sitting very cozy, he had his little campfire going, man. He was just roasting marshmallows, doing what he needs to do. But eventually they're able to deal with him, I think, by way of Semtex, and that finally allows that kind of pinch to come through either double door. Finally get the Rocker members off, but we'll see what happens going into round 3. Fame is 15-11 right now, Alan.
Yeah, he's having himself one heck of a game. 5 in a row, though, for Infinite. So potential streaks as we get into Smog Alpha's offense. First 2 kills look good for Rocker, but Infinite does pick up his 6th. Up top, Rupert also kind of helps keep at least some contest over the middle of the map. Opening exchange stays rather neutral around both zones. Rupert misses an opportunity for GodRx, and, well, you can see exactly where he was trying to go. He tried to run right back out of A and get back up top, but Smog Alpha now a chance with numbers as they clear off the defenders to get on and make some significant progress at A, and Rocker may have to concede maybe all of this zone. I mean, they're playing deep through the B part of the map. These would be individual gunfights that would win back this zone for the defense, and that elimination on the Fame may lock it in here for Smog Alpha.
Yeah, it looks like they're good, and I think Rocker just gets a little bit too paranoid by the B zone with it going over in the first round. You know, they don't want to overcommit, overextend to A, and then have to backtrack and kind of clutch up, but of course, like you mentioned, gives them that opening to get all the members on the point with a quick transition. So now, minute 40 on the clock. Fame not going to be able to finish off his food. Will now have to backtrack and try to reposition himself. But you have all 4 players kind of inside, so it's not easy to navigate your way out of it. They call on the streak. It's not going to find value. Now we'll see how they decide to decipher this kind of setup that Rocker has in place.
Yeah, you're really trusting that GodRx can keep his life up here. He's really the only defender in and around the B zone at the moment. Long-range angles could be helped from Pander deep towards the offensive spawn. Riel also trying to reestablish from the backside of the rocks. Not going to work out for much of anything, though, and Infinite will control the B bomb site. So, really, at this moment, Smog, all they were doing was looking for Pander. They were doing their math. They were counting numbers, and they do take down the lurker. So now they can start to focus forward. Fame right back up top on forward. Around, drops down and finds a 1 HP Snoopy, or so we hope, based on how rapidly he took him off the map. And with 43 seconds on the clock, Rocker have dug into this life deficit pretty convincingly with a chance still to defend.
One more kill for Fame, and, well, Rupert's going to be able to find him from afar. It's a massive double. Gives them a chance now to move through, flood through. You're looking at player 5, GodRx, to try to disrupt this play from the back, but you got members now on the point, stacking it for that first tick of progress. Rocker coming off spawn, trying to make the move for the retake.
Back and forth we go. Second tick of progress coming through, but it's the SMGs of Fame and Rial doing it all. They 2v4 Smog Alpha to stop the second tick, and further on that, almost fully deplete it. Yeah, it's gone. Snoopy Semtex deals with Rial. So numbers for Smog Alpha on the flood attempt. Pander from the balcony neutralizes it down to 3 on the hit. Long route for Infinite around the back. Only gets a single kill. Snoopy trying to clear off some high ground position. He didn't see the player top window. That's Pander. As the stun connects, Snoopy's life will expire, and so with it, also will the offensive attempt. No one's going to get here to touch. And we've got ourselves a really back and forth game of Control here. This has been a good one.
This has been a great one, man. Like, there is a huge moment there. You talk about, you know, the transition over to A, where Rocker kind of really paranoid about this B zone. They come off a 4-man push, going inside of the building, getting top control, using the streak, not finding value. And I think you got to give a lot of credit to Fame, at least so far, with what he's been able to do. What, he had 15 kills at the end of that round. I think he's up to like 23, 24 kills. So, you know, he is putting in the work. He's creating just so much space to work with as well. Shutting down push after push. There's that heroic moment for Rocker in the final moments. But now we'll see if Rocker can try to have at least a little bit of a better offense, try to get a zone secured here, as they're going to need a lot of ticks of progress, and even the offense win if they don't want to go to another offense at round 5.
Yeah, that's the big call right now, is just the overall tally favoring Smog Alpha off of some really good offensive looks. Onto the zone early, GodRx. He's by himself. Let's say this is kind of bold. Not a lot of help nearby. Trade will be locked in, but Smog Alpha can set up, feel pretty darn comfortable in this defensive look. Pander doing a little bit of work on the balcony once again. Skywalker Rupert, like Bond, James Bond, making his way over towards tower, at least attempting to. Pander up top is just sitting here making sure he doesn't get a chance to go all the way over. Finally, the gunfight comes through. Rupert actually wins that after being tagged 3 or 4 times. And that will once more reaffirm that the defense is feeling real good about this A zone.
It is the case. Talk about Fame, but Infinite's doing the same thing as well. He's also got 25 kills. Been a huge factor. See what ends up happening, though, for as far as kind of both zones under pressure. Looks like they're able to clear A, but Infinite able to find a nice snap onto Rial in the back. Likely got a sound cue. Is able to at least get one more, but Rocker, they now have a lot of members surrounding this B point. Thresh up top is able to deal a little bit of damage, but you got to start finding the kills, and, well, finally they start to come through. 3 players going to drop. Last one left alive is GodRx. Should be able to find him momentarily, but 20 seconds left here in Rocker. They have nothing really to show for it.
And I think we could use those words to kind of, you know, throw the spark notes and the synopsis of their entire offensive looks. Just not a lot to talk about for Rocker. A couple of key moments where the lives have gotten tight over the course of their first offense to maybe get a chance to build into second win condition, but largely speaking, the progress on the zones has been pretty moot, maybe up until right now. Thresh has to drop down, 1v1 with GodRx in the corner. That keeps the play alive, and meanwhile, Fame's on B. No one's clearing off either of these zones for Smog Alpha. Maybe a little bit of letting the gas off just a touch. And as the cruise missile comes in, Fame may extend this another 60 seconds. Does he stay alive? Oh. Yes, he does. And hold on, Rocker have numbers towards A. They could actually put away the map right here.
Oh, they most certainly can. One final tick. That's all that's needed. Rial trying to survive. Just every single nade being thrown over top of his head, but he's now lost all the support around him. and just barely Smog Alpha are able to get there. And now the big problem here is the lives. Rocker Academy, they got plenty of time to work with, but only about 5 lives. That's a great first kill for Pander. You're going to need more individually from him as he starts to work this pinch.
And you can see on the minimap, GodRx and Fame are trying to open up space on the outside. The win condition here for Rocker is to try to get 1 kill and stack. There's the elimination. Thresh is nearby. Clock will stop as Pander is still on. Fame also a part of this. The stack is looking good. Infinite on the way in. Just comes down to the 1v1 with Fame. He gets avoided for now, but the kills for GodRx are good, and Rocker will jump back on with the final 2 members needed to finalize the 3rd tick of progress, and no way is right. I don't know, but Rocker Academy sneak away probably one of the biggest heists we've seen in Control so far in this title. That should not have happened.
No, it should not have happened whatsoever. I mean, we didn't really get to see the Fame play unfold, like, initially, so I don't know if he wins a big 1v1, or I don't know if it's just an overcommitment to A, because they know they're really low on time, and they just have to make a move somewhere. They got to try to make something happen, but they send the majority of their members over to that point that you can see all the defensive members for Smog are set up to kind of shut it down, and then Fame just manages to sneak his way through, get all the way over, and he doesn't even win a gunfight to secure it. He just plays his life, dolphin dives behind the kind of backside there, and is just able to live long enough to get that tick. And then with 5 lives, Alan, 5 lives, they make that final tick also come through, man. That one, it's going to hurt quite a bit there for the Smog Alpha guys.
Oh, yeah. Plenty to look back on, I think, just, again, to reflect and really say for this Smog Alpha team. All 3 maps, well, okay. Maybe the Search and Destroy less so. But the 2 respawns were definitely winnable for the side of Smog Alpha. And I think even you could make arguments that there were a number of rounds that should have been won by Smog Alpha on the Search and Destroy. But, I mean, look at the tallies. 33 and 17 for Infinite. Positive KD for Rooper. Thresh just a bit negative. Snoopy just a bit negative, but, like, 14 and 19. 18 and 29. If you were just to look at the scoreboard minus the macro score for the map, you would have said, oh, Smog Alpha won this map.
Yeah, they won 3-1.
Not the case. Look at the objective kills for Infinite as well. 11 on the zones. 16 offensive kills. That's pretty darn good, but not good enough. And I told you guys at the top of the, when we were looking at the schedule, Convoy Gaming are done. They're not going to make the playoffs. Ironblood facing a chance to improve their seed. Don't sleep on this matchup, because this Convoy Gaming squad had 2 different reverse sweeps against them in week number 1, which kind of killed their opportunity at playoffs pretty early on.
Yeah, you have to imagine it also kind of just kills like your mental fortitude going forward too, but we'll see if they can maybe get away with a win. They are, of course, up with the series, so there's a chance to do that. Classic, able to find that kill despite the stun coming into play, and now support also starting to follow. Wardy there for a nice little double up, and that will secure potentially some of this scrap time, and yes, it does. He's is there for the final kill. So Ironblood feeling a bit of this pressure, and they only have 1 player across the map right now. You're looking at Pentagram to really get some work done.
Rex on an island. Up top. Threat established and dealt with. Gunless gets in the mix. Ironblood a chance with numbers to get onto the zone. And yeah, they will full wipe out Convoy Gaming. Already tried to give a very desperate gunfight a chance, but was turned away. So now you have to kind of hit the brakes here for a second for Convoy. The nade spam is something out of a Michael Bay film over the top. Trophy systems largely keep Ironblood safe, and yeah, as the gunfights come through, that will be established. Wardy, again, the last one left, nothing there, and Ironblood should be good for the full time plus the rotation.
This is a really good moment, especially if Pristini can start cutting members down before they even make their way to P1. He's going to take a bit of a route to try to influence these spawns, or maybe at least allow them to get through a little bit easier. Nice snap up top from Ease, trying to find Bink. That will force him down from the dome position, so you've done a good job of getting forward. It's 210 to 219. Got to find Bink in the water, but Bink able to play his life for at least 1. And now Classic, the route man, trying to make something happen in the back.
Yeah, spawns are still good. This is taking a little bit too long for Convoy, so Ironblood will be able to reinforce, at least with 1 member. Bink will spawn out. Classic trying to hunt down Pentagram. This would be a huge 1v1 gunfight for him as the rest of his teammates are flooding from the front. Now it's just down to Pentagram. Vaznev in hand predicts the first wonderfully and nearly gets the turn on. but is turned away instead. 229 to 222. No trophies in the hill for Convoy. Ironblood back. They're reinforced. They re-win the spawns as well in the same exact breath, and that might be enough for them to put this game away, pending they can hold off this next hit. And you can even see Pristini saying, you boys got this. I'm going to go hit the next route just in case things go south. Which they do.
Well, it will go a little south. Wardy picks up 3 off the back end of that, but it forces everybody else to also end up spawning at that old hill, and Yeez was the only one pushed forward here. Wardy's just going to have to sprint from old, try to make his way to new, and see if he can disrupt the setup, break it open. The first kill is there from Wardy. Looking at the 40 bomb for him individually, he's been fantastic here on Hydro. Around the outside now, he's found his way into the back, and Wardy combines for the 2-piece, and now it's just 15 seconds for the dub.
Oh, but nobody knows that Pristini's still alive. He's going to get the first from the front.
Oh my!
Wardy is just non-stop, though, and as Pristini's dealt with, that could be about it. Ironblood, half the flood from the front. Yeez for the opener. Gets the second behind it. And that will do it. Convoy Gaming secure the dub. Not just on the map, but that's a 3-1 series. And it'll hurt Ironblood Gaming's seeding pretty convincingly. Wow.
Yeah, wow. What did Wardy just do to him? Oh my
Whatever
goodness.
you wanted to.
Yeah, exactly that. Finishes 43 and 25, man. Listen, there's a reason I keep saying like he was the best European player last year, and it's because of moments like that. And as much as I think a lot of people maybe didn't view Wardy as that type of player and really wanted to see how he was going to do in the North American environment, I mean, he has showed up despite Convoy maybe not having at least as good of a performance as we had maybe expected, and that's off the back end of just not being able to close out some of those series. But individually speaking, man, this kid is just as talented as ever. He goes big when he needs to, and I think that's the big factor. Like you could rely on Wardy in like those last second moments to be able to put together 2, 3, or just go on like 4, 5, 6, right? Like that's not something you should come to expect from a player, but it's something we get out of him individually. So massive moment, and I think we're gonna watch it back again because it was just absurd.
Oh, 100%. And it's at this moment right here where I think he actually does get tagged up by, it's before that he got tagged up by Nade and still turned it into a double. Great trigger discipline. And then look at the bump right here. Just to make sure he can contest spawns, catches one off, and then his teammate spawns with him, shreds the second, and that's all you need. As soon as your teammate spawns with you, you know for a fact there's no one else behind you. Take the focus back to the front, and he's able to help set up Yeez for the final double, game-winning play. And that is just unbelievably good from Wardy and the Convoy Gaming squad, who, you gotta remember, like back during Cup 3, they were grand finals, looked really solid as far as a North American threat. Just like we continue to talk about, a couple of things don't go their way. A couple of reverse sweeps hurt them up, and you think if you finish off one, if not both of those series to your name, you're looking at maybe a top 2 seed right here. So tough scenes in week number 1, but a good way to finish for Convoy Gaming as they, of course, take their focus into what Boston may offer for them, the Challengers Open.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how those guys will perform going forward. But like you said, LAN, that's kind of the big environment right now. And I feel like this year in particular, like there's just been a lot more trash talk and just, I don't know, even from the CDL that we were seeing like over last weekend, right? Like people yelling at the camera, you know, doing whatever they want, just kind of letting each other know. So, you know, very excited to see how Wardy performs going forward. He is certainly a player that gets electrified on LAN and gets hyped up, but we'll continue the series now with PRS Gaming and T-Fal Enterprises. That is now another loss in the cards here for T-Fal Enterprises, and this one I think will be their very first respawn loss. So we'll see if things will continue for PRS Gaming. They are down by just about 17 seconds as they'll grab the remaining scrap time there off of Old.
Tight match, and that's the other thing to kind of keep in mind, you know, talking about Convoy versus Ironblood. Convoy Gaming, a solid squad. Don't sleep on this PRS Gaming squad. They looked good in a number of their losses in week 1, which always feels weird to say out loud, but I earnestly do mean it. But a lot of time to fight for here in the first, and a lot of time already accrued by T-Fal Enterprises. And how about Ghosty? 21 and 12. Minute plus with a hardpoint time. Streaks possibly on his hands if you can find another elimination. Oh, yep, there you go. I mean, Dan Ghosty just continues to impress. He just continues to impress, and I thought for a second he was just going to make mincemeat out of the rest of PRS Gaming after that second kill came through.
Yeah, I think he was trying to read the strafe there, and if he read correctly, man, he would have put together just a ridiculous 7 kills where he's just laying on his belly, turning around 360. Crazy stuff out of Dan Ghosty, without a doubt, but Big kills coming through now in the Bass. Iski almost able to find a pretty disgusting snap on the 2-reel. 2-reel going to completely reposition. I like this play from 2-reel because look at just how worried you are if you're Gus on where this player has just went, right? Like, as he backtracked, as he cut through mid, you have absolutely no idea, and it's been able to earn your team at least the first 15 seconds. And oh, there he is again. 4 players go down. T-Fal Enterprises feeling good right now as they're over 200 points.
The thing about Ghosty that's always impressed me is his ability kind of as a flex AR to know when his positions are best suited for gunfights. Well, I mean, come on. I mean, come on.
Framed it up, Alan.
It's just exhibit A, B, C, and maybe D right here. If Pro Amar wants to fancy the 1v1, I would not recommend it. 9 out of 10 doctors would say it's poor for your health. And Ghosty will just back away and say, yeah, have fun thinking I'm going to continue to snake this heady. I'll catch you, big map. Ah, get out of my way.
Trade this man. Oh, my God. Ghosty, man. Closing in on 30 kills. I mean, he has just been able to walk into the new hill basically for free. And you'll find kill number 7. That puts him over the 30 kill mark. And, well, that should put this one away. One last attempt. And Ghosty finds 2 more. Are you kidding me? Ends it with the bang. Ends it with the spree. T-Fal Enterprises, they'll close this series at 3-1.
There was a point in time about what felt like a minute ago that I was saying, yeah, this PRS gaming team is a close game, another solid team. And then Dan Ghosty says, I don't care. This is my world, and these guys are not living in it, apparently. Getting slaughtered. 32-13. I mean, come on. How? How has he done that? Nearly had more than all of his teammates combined.
Yeah, that's just insane stuff. And the crazy factor as well is that, like, Ghosty's been dropped a ridiculous amount of times so far this year.
Too many
Every
times.
single time he finds a new team, like just even like days later, he's able to then come back and beat his old team. He did it on like 2 different occasions over the course of the last couple of cups, and he has just been that guy. And I mean, there's got to be a point in time where people just got to start putting respect on his name, especially here in this particular stage, because he has just been on fire, Alan, and he just continues to show it right there, as you said, there in that final map.
Selfishly, I'm here for just the constant Ghosty redemption arc storylines as a caster. It's just simple.
Fair.
We know what's going to happen. He continues to tell us on Twitter, Shift, you know what happens when I get dropped? I put my old team in the blender. He's right. He continues to do that. I mean, that is just... You're the hockey connoisseur here. What would be one more than a hat trick? Because that's it. The KD, non-traded, highest streak, damage, hill time. I mean, it's a buffet line. It's the Ghosty Chinese buffet right now, and it's open for business.
Yeah, it's like the 2 hat tricks. Like, I don't know what goes up from a hat trick, man, but he gets it like every game, it feels like, especially in the respawns, right? Like S&D, he's been, I think, just under like a 1.0. I'm not sure if he is the bomb carrier or not, but in Control, in Hardpoint, like, he has been the main slayer. And I think when you look at least Control specifically, we were obviously doing some review over Control. Like, there is so many individual 1v1s, and when a player is dropping something like a 1.36, like, that is screaming that he is winning the majority of his 1v1s. And that just speaks volume for what he's able to then create for his teammates to make a push to the zone, make a last-second attempt, whatever it might be. It really does speak volumes. So, yeah, without a doubt, that kid has been special. That whole team has been special. Not to take anything away from the rest of them, because they just ended 5-0 in a group that I think a lot of us said thought they'd make it through the playoffs, but did not think they would go flawless.
Yeah, and it's not just the fact that they won every series. They won the vast majority of their series without a sweat being broken, which is terrifying. Across every mode, they're looking like a complete team. Love to see it for our point of view. I would hate to see it if I'm whoever plays them. I think it would be the 4th team out of Group B would be the first team to match up against T-Fal Enterprises in Winners Round 1 tomorrow. Devastating news, possibly, for whoever finds themselves in that position. But if I'm not mistaken, I believe that takes us to the end of our first block here in Group A. Pretty convincing results. I won't say that they were out of the ordinary or unexpected. I think it was mostly just the affair between Rocker Academy and Smog Alpha, where we kind of expected things to go one way or the other, and it ended up being a 3-0 in the end, although the Map 1, Map 3 were hotly contested and definitely winnable for the Latin American represented squad for the most part.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think map 1 probably going to be a little bit frustrating for those guys because, I mean, again, going back to it feels like it was a while now, but, you know, there was 3 different attempts where they had the early setup for P3. It was clean. They had the spawns in the back, and every single time Rocker were able to break. And we almost looked at what was an insane comeback in that map number 1 being down by about 100 points. So the fact that they were able to get to that point, I think was still impressive, but not being able to close it certainly stings just a tad bit. And then the S&D, I think, was the biggest surprise, right? Because 5-1 in the S&D records. These guys have iced up in map 5s twice throughout last week. That's where 2 of their wins had come from. So the fact that they kind of just got steamrolled and Rocker were just all over them obviously meant that they had done some homework. They were blind countering a lot of their plays. They were shutting down a lot of the big moments, and they were clutching up a lot of the big moments as well, Alan.
Yeah, hard agree. And now with that, taking a look over towards what had happened in that T-Fal Enterprises and PRS Gaming matchup. The first map was hot. It was tight. And for a moment, when we looked at map 4, it was like 160 to 150. And then it ended up being a pretty big blowout. Hotel Control, we didn't see the conclusion of that, but PRS Gaming was able to survive through it. But once again, it's just convincing results for T-Fal Enterprises, especially that Search and Destroy. If they can keep finding ways to dominate one of the 2 hard points and continue to be this good in Search, yeah, they're going to be a major threat when it comes to playoffs.
Without a doubt. I mean, I'm actually really excited. I'm excited to see like a full set from T-Fal. Like, I think this is what we were talking about yesterday, right? Like, we want to see like a full set from these guys. Want to see, you know, how they're doing it, and hopefully we'll get at least an opportunity to do that with the way that they're playing. I'm sure we'll probably see a lot of them overall. But we'll take, of course, now another look back on our 3rd match, where I think this was, you know, an outcome that I had expected to come through for Iron Blood. I thought that they would have been able to be maybe good enough against a Convoy Gaming that was kind of beaten down, but not the case whatsoever. These guys, despite maybe not finding too much success throughout week 1 whatsoever, able to at least come away, grab themselves a dub here in their final match, Alan.
Yeah, it's always tough when we're in these 3-week kind of periods, and really not even that, you know, 3-day periods of these elite seasons, because one day just doesn't go your way. And you must win out the rest of the way through. And the North American Challengers region is always a gauntlet like this. So I tip the composure from Convoy Gaming, who, I mean, let's be honest, like, again, that Cup 3 Grand Finals, like, this is a team that knows they can compete as being one of the best teams in North America, but you let a couple of things slip from you in day number 1. You don't really have the chance at that point then to continue to battle forward and be a threat towards playoffs. You know, hey, at that point, most of the other teams are like, we don't even want to play the Elite anymore. We just want to get into doing our team changes, figuring out what's next. Not these guys, and that's just, again, great composure for them in a matchup that, again, I thought that could have gone either way. This Convoy Gaming squad is not bad considering what their record overall series score kind of had looked like in these first instances of the Elite round-robin matches.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's just like, you lose one reverse sweep, you know what I mean, and then you lose a second. Like, yeah, I know I would be down without a doubt. Like, you're just one map away, you know, a couple moments maybe where they could have just been one hold away to kind of close out some of those maps to secure the series win. So definitely a tough one for those guys, but we'll see if they can try to have a bounce back going forward, at least with that new roster.
That said, that brings to the conclusion the round robin phase in Group A. As we'd already kind of mentioned, the setup for who was going to make it into playoffs is already pretty much known, but now we go into a very different ball game because Group B still has 4 teams out of the 6 that are still kind of in limbo. The only comfortable squad is Affili on Esports, and our focused match will be Boston Academy. It's going to be wicked smart. Don't miss it. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back there, friends, family, COD fanatics. Boy, you guys all out there are looking great today. Almost as good as my co-caster. Sorry, you're not going to take that one away. He's looking too darn good today. I'm just looking okay, if I say so myself. But what's looking maybe better than all of us combined, this upcoming matchup, Group B, takes our focus. Affili Esports already locked away for the #1 seed. But Beantown Academy, this is a win-and-in situation. You win this one, you're immediately into playoffs because of the tiebreaker situations. You lose this one, well, maybe not so much.
Yeah, it's no longer maybe in your control anymore. So you got to come out here. You got to win this versus the #1 seed right now here in this group. And overall, at least it's been a lot better, you know, outside of day #1, where I don't believe they won a single map. They go to day 2. They started to put it together. And since day 2, Alan, they haven't dropped a single respawn. So it's been a lot cleaner since then. We have to see a lot more of that day 2 Boston Academy here for day 3.
Oh, yeah, man. That's huge. Absolutely massive when it comes to being able to flip a switch in less than 24 hours and put together a possible playoff run to get into the mix for you. Woo! Spicy for sure. But on the other side, this Affili Esports squad almost takes the exact same storyline as T-Fal Enterprises that we were just talking about, because looking at the roster, I don't think any of us expected them to be at the top of the group. Sure, they've got some solid players in the mix, and they've all done some great things at times in their careers, but not to this level. This is definitely one of those things that you look at and say, this is taking the cake for sure.
Without a doubt. I mean, I think you just look at players, you know, that we just haven't really seen come through in the elites, like, whatsoever. You look at, you know, people like Gwyn, who was just kind of maybe making it through the, like, top 32s, maybe the odd top 16 here and there, like on a really good cup day, but was never really being able to make any kind of a name for himself into Sundays, into the elites, was always struggling. So overall, this has been kind of one of the key highlights. We look at people like Cryptic, who obviously has a little bit of experience behind him,
sure,
who is maybe leading the charge overall with this squad. But it has been impressive with the names, at least, that we have in front of us there to be able to put together what has been a 4-0 run so far.
Unreal things. Unreal things. We love to see it. I mean, we talk about this every single year. There's always a player or maybe even a collection of players on one particular team that just kind of completely blow expectations out of the water. And then the storyline going into Season 2 immediately turns into, is this person or these players the truth? Like, are they the future of the CDL?
Sure.
We've seen it happen a couple of times. Not to say it's absent from those boys right there. But on the other side, of course, I think everyone who's in chat is waiting for it. They want to see it. Everyone's asking, when does Boston play? Boston plays right now is when it happens. Behind Coach Magic, how about these boys? Beans, of course, no introduction needed there. But I will say, one of the players that we've really kind of been impressed by, how about Shawnee? He's really turned up this season.
Johnny's been great. I mean, overall, I think a lot of people look towards Beans and Kremp when it comes down to being able to put together the win. But the problem is you can't constantly rely on two members in the four to be able to find the dub, and you need a third person to kind of really step up with the slaying. And so you have to look to Shawnee. Shawnee's been that guy. He had a couple of huge moments. I mean, even like a 1v4 moment in the control last week as well. To be able to actually give them a chance. I believe that was versus the Wubble Bob's NA. So when you're getting moments like that out of Shawnee, and you got Sensor who's dropping 3 minutes in the hill, all of a sudden this Boston Academy squad really starts to come together.
Absolutely the case. Predictions are live right now in the chat. Throw down your stream credits. Throw it all out there. Who do you got? Boston or Affiliate Esports? Again, the biggest condition we talked about for a moment, Boston has to win this matchup. If they want to have a chance at playoffs, they have to complete the run and go 3-2, because the rest of this group is really, really tight between 2nd and 5th. Phase 1 has a must-win matchup, and then Team War and Amit are not locked into their positions. But let's take a look at the map set. I know in particular you and I, partner, are looking to see if there's going to be any Hotel or Mercado hard points, because for Affiliate Esports, they have been destructive on those map mode combos, and they will get the benefit of playing not just one, not just two, but 3 hotels all in a row.
Yeah, 3 hotels all in a row. Really good to get that El Asilo out, because that is something that Affilion have kind of been defaulting to as well, but they are still also, I believe, flawless in, or almost flawless, I think, coming in that game mode. Yeah, 4-0. So they've been fantastic when it comes down to winning a lot of those really important maps. So I like what I'm seeing, at least so far here, at least for both sides. I think that there's potential, as we gassed up Shawnee, to kind of come in, be that big AR player, if he can continue to slay. And let, I think this was also the map that Sensor had got like 3 minutes in the hill on. Like that is really good news, at least coming on in here for the potential Boston boys to pull off an upset versus 4-0 squad.
It's all about efficiency. That's what has to be here for Boston. It's what they improved upon from day 1 into day 2. But you have to have it once again, because on the other side, spawning in is Gwyn, dude. And this kid has been disgusting. I mean, all 4 of them have been unbelievable. We could have picked any of these 4 players to take a look at how they've been performing over the course of their first 4 round-robin matches. But you've mentioned some of the history. Gunzy, part of that Strike X team that made the heroic run to get into the Pro-Am last year. And then you've got players like Cryptic, who was a part of a number of different very successful teams during the NA Challenger season last year, including some elite performances. But for Gwyn, brand new name when it comes down to what we've kind of come to see as a major threat in North American Challengers, and he's one of the biggest statistical leaders, not just for his team, but in North American Challengers Elite Season 1. He's been out of this world as we take a look into the cinematic fly-through of Mercado, or pardon me, I'm reading the words on the screen. The Mercado of Hotel. Map 1, let's go.
Map 1, let's go, Alan. I'm excited. I'm sure a lot of you guys are excited out there. Boston Academy, a must-win situation versus the 4-0 demons of this group. No one expected to be at the top, but here they are. A chance to be able to also go flawless with the 5-0. See if it'll happen. Either way, Boston, they've looked a lot better. Respawns have been a lot cleaner since day 2. Haven't dropped one since. See if that continues now going into map 1.
Boston immediately onto the hard point, actually. Very successful as far as breaching and clearing from the favored side, and the kills on top of that, uber successful. Kremp from the side, that will be the full 4-man wipe, only dropping a single member in the effort. Second attempt through arches, shut down. Sensor trying to follow up the contest, but as he's put away, now Affilion can make a play to neutralize, if not find some time of their own.
Good news, at least. Boston able to come away with 24 seconds, so it does give you the chance to start to rotate here, and you take a look at what's happening in the back. That was a huge one-on-one battle, because you could have got here to kind of support Beans, who's now left all alone. He's got members surrounding him. It doesn't look like they know he's back here just yet. There's a chance for Beans to still try to hold the zone, but Cryptic will come all the way around the back. This is a really good move out of him. Try to get here to secure some of that early time, but now it's up to Shawnee to do the same.
Yeah, and Boston will spawn in. A chance to reinforce, while the fight is imminent right from the front, but the nades, the SMGs clear the way. And the last one left is Cryptic, and he's deep over through Chandelier, so no immediate threat from him. But Boston do not have the ability to bump out of the hard point and try to set up a perimeter. It's once again a kind of respond and react situation, and it's not going all that well. Kremp, last one left, drops, and the break once again good for Affili with still 30 seconds to fight for.
Oh, good shots coming through. Won't be able to finish that one off in full. Shots that time will be good. There's the turn that ends up following. Be doing exactly what he needs to do, but following it up will be Kremp, will be censored. They'll break back through, trying to secure some of that scrap time. Gunsy's going to give it one last go. That's always a tough gunfight to take, and Gunsy's like, all right, I'm going to give that one up. Let's just make some cross moves anew. This, of course, will be Affili Esports with the early setup. It will be uncontested, at least right away. Now we'll see if they can lock down some crucial time here in Kitchen.
Yeah, but the thing about it is Geo dying on rotation from Garage means that Affilion cannot stay in Shops or Chandelier. They have to kind of scramble to defend the spawns, and Boston are clean on their push around the back. Holy cannoli! Boston looking really good on these break attempts. They're over 70 points, 45 seconds still to fight for it. Affiliate Esports are going to have to do it the hard way through Restaurant.
Yeah, a little bit too clean, and oh my goodness, Cryptic also just takes out Gwyn, so that really puts a halt to this entire push unless you want to go 3v4. Cryptic is able to find one through the outside, and now numbers not looking as good inside, but Censor, how about it? Finds two, Beans gets the third, Censor able to get the fourth. Big plays out of Doug, Censor, Martin, 7 and 5 for him. Almost a minute already in the hill, and he'll get that minute off the back end of that scrap time.
And he's knocking on the door of early streaks as well for Boston as they crack the 100-point threshold very rapidly. And they still have a little bit of a fight in them here on rotation. Shawnee's in a great position, backside desk, but overwhelmed as both sides were hit at the same time. So bar will open. Affiliate Esports with control of spawns, looking to get into the hard point itself, but Cryptic from the front will make sure that there is a little bit of a safety net, bit of a buffer in front of the hard point. And while he makes the play forward, Boston work away around the back, and wow. I mean, this is what we were missing in day one. We were just watching this Boston team kind of fall apart, crumble on rotation, but boy, these break setups have been flawless, and they've been executed with just as much efficiency.
They've been just so clean. I mean, 3-4 players all dropping down at the same time. It has been fantastic to watch out of a struggling Boston in week one, but that resurgence you mentioned certainly look a lot better. However, Gunsy is able to come up with two after quite a slow start, and that should maybe now allow Affiliate Esports to move in some critical time. They need it just about every single second they can get, but more importantly, they need this rotation, and the only one really there was Cryptic and Geo. They both end up dropping. Now this allows Boston to get set up early. We'll see if they can now in fact try to hold here in the new hill.
I mean, they were great through the middle of the map on P1. You would assume that they should be even better here around Restaurant, with nothing but tight choke points for Affiliate Esports to work through. Beans, good kill mid-map. Kremp right behind him, trying to hit a bit of a pinch in case the hit from the front does start to grow some legs and start to run forward. And there it is. There's the play. Wow, okay, that is just as good as you could ever draw up. One more player in the corner. Good double chow. Sensor working with Kremp to get in. And that will be a confirmation of not just the first 30 seconds. It's looking pretty solid that Boston could contest for another 15 to 20. Hit on the way for Affiliate Esports. Shawnee, he is just elusive. Finds the final kill, and it's not just another 15 to 20. This is near full 60 at Restaurant for Boston.
Yeah, I mean, this is just clinical, man. Like, what do you say? Boston Academy, like, are just so good on their breaks, so good on their holds. They have to get through. Geo is doing a good job of at least slowing down this push before we'll see point number 6. But overall, Boston Academy now have so much breathing room. That's a nice follow-up there from Kremp. Johnny's able to find the second, and they deal with Cryptic in the back, who was really responsible for locking down those spawns. Everything just going awry here for Affiliate Esports. They can't hold on to a setup in Boston Academy. They might just hit 200 points here before we see that next set of rotations.
It's almost like Affiliate Esports is like gasping for air at this moment, just not allowed to breathe at any moment in time. Even this setup, Gunsy trying to get through mid-map is shut down, which means Affiliate Esports have to try to break from the front. Shawnee up high. Play just below him as the contest will start to come through, and finally, Affiliate Esports get something convincing in the kill feed. But Censor is playing with a different type of fever right now. Nearly goes back into the hard point to try to 1v2 the zone, but not successful, and Affili Esports will take that as a chance to lock in this scrap and get over 100 points.
Well, they get over 100, but need a lot more participation here from Gwyn, Gunzy to really start for any kind of a comeback. Shots from Kremp, solid, but not good enough to finish off any kills. However, Sensor able to move in there for the double, man. Not often we see Sensor keeping up with his teammates for as far as the slaying. And when that's happening, again, you're just filling the holes that we typically see from this Boston Academy roster. Things are coming together now. Bean's able to find one off screen. Gunzy now needs to make something happen for P1 time, as this has just been all Boston here thus far.
And in the kill feed, the trades continue to favor them at key moments. And Affiliate Esports just, yeah, you take a look at the kill feeds across the board, and there's really not anyone standing out from either the positive or negative side of things. But you look to the other side, and you've got nearly 3 members of Boston in the hard point for over a minute at a time, plus all of them positive. I mean, the non-traded kill percentage for Boston's going to look unreal on this final scoreboard if this trend continues, which at the moment, it's showing no signs of changing. Geo pushed off. Trophy system will get down, but he's stunned, stuck in the corner. Actually, the trophy does not fully get down, or it was just a little bit too deep into the corner to be effective. Now Beans is on the long flank around the back. This will block the spawns, possibly even flip them, as Boston's got a lot of numbers kind of flooding through the backside. Cryptic from the front establishes a feeling staying on the zone for now, but now Beans comes in, finds himself both, and Boston get the break again.
It's just one big moment right out of one of the individuals. This time it's Beans is there for the double up, and now Boston Academy look to put this one away. Another one there for Beans. You'll find kill number 4. Ready for number 5, and oh my goodness, Beans is just lining them up, knocking them down, ready for another. This would be for the streak. He's got the knife out, ready to go rogue. And Beans up close and personal is just going from one doorway to the next. They are just flooding into the man, and he is just relentless, as Beans is the one to make sure it will be put away. Boston Academy, they strike first, 250 to 123.
Yeah, talk about setting the tone. I mean, this is a squad in Affiliate Esports that, you know, we kind of raised an eyebrow at last week after day 1, and then after the second day, them staying flawless is like, all right, okay, this is the best team in Group E. But Boston's turnaround from day 1 to day 2, and now this? I mean, this sets the bar super high, and I mean, we're going to get a deeper look at that scoreboard, but even in the brief look by, the non-traded kills, I mean, it had to have been 75 to 80% efficiency in confirming and then staying alive in the kill department, because, that was a masterclass in holds, setup for breaks, and execution on them. Yeah, 14 out of 16 non-traded for Sensor, 21 out of 25 for Beads, 16 out of 20 for Shawnee Crip, not able to find the same kind of success, but he also puts up 2,700 damage, so you can't complain about the guy who's largely been going rogue for his team and finding value on the rotations from point to point.
Wow. Boston Academy, man, still flawless in respawn since day 2. Gonna continue to throw that one out there until they drop one, but you talk about, you know, the pressure really being on these guys to make sure they grab this series win versus a flawless squad. It is certainly the start that you want to have coming through, looking this dominating. 250 to 123 again, but yeah, you mentioned just a couple of those crazy sprees happening in the end. I mean, it ended a little too early. Beans might have been able to hit double digits with the way that he was just flying back and forth from entry point to entry point. And he had the streak just in case it were to go one more. But this one's a little more interesting, right? Like, Shawnee's the one with the most hill time. It felt like Sensor was actually getting a little bit more involved and kind of finding and picking his moments to actually push outside of the hill, which is not what we're used to seeing. But action continues. Timor, Omit going head-to-head. This is also map number 1, a very tight affair here thus far, Alan. Yeah,
these two squads in Group B are essentially fighting a battle that could very well determine who is the number 2 seed out of this group. Amit only dropping a series to Affiliate Esports, whereas Timor are 2-2. But that second seed would be super, super coveted, because I believe you would play up against Smog Alpha, depending on if you do lock yourself into the playoff bracket as the number 2 out of Group B. Tie game, though. Looking to the rotation over towards New. It'll be back over towards Stables, and we've got a whale of a game from Capsule. 34 and 29, nearly a minute and a half of hard time. On the other side, Lau gets to 30, so we've got some high kill sprees kind of building for both sides as we take the fight back over towards P1.
Really do, and Fire has now just found nice little 3 kills on transition, making it 4. Lau's able to follow up. Nice little double for him, but Fatty under pressure. That trophy system really stops the stick from likely coming through there onto Parasite, who does chow out. And now 236 to 223. Team War, they can put it away right now on P1. Fires on 5. Fires on 6. And he's able to cut down 2 more. They are pinned in the back. There's a quick little flip that does come through with the spawns. Capsule's got to make a big heroic moment, but Fire's there for the trades. 3 seconds here. Fire looking to end it and should be able to do so. No last second Dolphin dive. Team War come away with map 1.
Looks like it's going to be a tight one over there. That match in its entirety and full coverage can be found on We Are Clutch GG, second stream. Touchdown and Jake casting the coverage on this action, but boy, I mean, these two squads are, again, you have to think coming into today, they're both thinking that we could be the best team in North America, no problem, just based on some of the recent results they've been able to put together for Team War, a lot of success over the course of Cup weekends, whereas on the other side of it, comes off a very convincing first 2 days worth of Challengers Elite, so both of them have things going for them. It's going to be a really interesting matchup. But to get back into the one that's kind of our main highlight and focus, that's a key win for Boston Academy to take map number 1. This Affiliate Esports squad is a great search team. You expect them to be able to take some advantage when you get to the 2 and the 5, pending we get all the way to 5. But having to now almost win this map is kind of what it feels like after dropping map number 1 in convincing fashion.
Yeah, it's looking that way. Have to really have a strong response. I mean, you know, sometimes teams, they go 4-0. You know, they're feeling really good after week number 1. They know they solidified playoffs. They don't really play with the same intensity. But you'd love to be able get yourself a nice little 5-0 in this group. Just looks a little cleaner. I'm sure they feel a little bit better about it, but let's see what they end up doing. Attacking round coming through for Affili Esports first. Bomb just hovering through mid, but it's Boston that have just taken full mid map control here, kind of watching the crosses. This does leave open B, but if you try to cross to A, you are going to get cut down.
Yeah, and the only way you break this setup if you're Affili Esports is if Cryptic gets around the back of this. Because if you have to turn and respond to somebody in kitchen, if you're Boston, you're not going to feel good about what that rotation would look like. And as we continue to talk about it, Cryptic continues to get so much space to work with. And Affiliate are just going to continue to wait until he makes point of contact. There's no reason to make a move. And now from Catwalk, he gets one. Does he? Oh, goodness, Pat. And then, yeah, there's the play afterwards. Boston started to turn to deal with Cryptic, and all of the kills turn up in favor of Affiliate Esports. Oof. That's tough to plan for if you're Boston.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you made the right call. Like, it was a beautiful call for as far as Cryptic has to be the one to break open that setup. And as soon as those gunfights, you know, start to come through, then it all starts to come together. You can kind of see Affiliate Esports then making their push out, knowing that the cross is a little bit safer. They win those battles up top, but I don't think a single member ends up dropping. No, everybody actually wins their individual gunfights there off the back end of Cryptic, getting in from behind. So Boston, do leave open that B push through. Might change it up going forward, but now we'll see what they have in store for us for their first attacking round.
Trophy in for Shawnee. Working alongside him is Beans, who, of course, is sniping. As if we were to even second guess it. But the bomb not even attempting to give us a hint at which direction they want to go. And oh, Beans sees him through the crack of the window, but isn't able to confirm the kill. Shawnee following up does at least get the first blood, and Beans with the quick snipe to Geo. That will open up the space needed for Sensor to make a move on towards A. On the cross, though, Cramp right behind Gwyn. That was the only attempt the Philion would have had to stop the bomb plant. So it goes to Gunzy for a 1v3. I wouldn't want to take that fight.
Nope. Yeah, it's not an S&D for Boston without Beans at least having the scope out in at least one round, right? And this is why. I mean, he finds that nasty quick scope. He slowly works this angle onto Gunzy. Doesn't have too many options here working through the top side of Platt, but Beans connects onto the second, and will be able to respond with an attacking round themselves. It's really patient play, good information, and the big thing about Beans is that he just works every single angle to get as much information as possible, just kind of, you know, squeezing the defensive end for as far as their setup, figuring out how to break it down. Nice response.
And Affiliate quickly to A this time. You expect go, go, go here. Boston once again putting some pressure through mid-map, but the difference this time is that they are looking for Cryptic through Restaurant. And he's actually successfully pushed off 2 Boston members, but is this just a sleight of hand? Boston looks to kind of re-wrap back to keep this focus towards mid. Gwyn baits out shots from Beans. That confirms his position. Nate also tags, stunned there to follow, but no push for Boston's defense. They're just happy to keep their setup.
Shots there on the Cryptic. He's trying to see what he can get away with. Working this kind of island roll over here. Sensor will be able to play his life very wisely. We'll see if this pulls members away, but Beans actually takes the opportunity to then challenge at the back of A. That's a huge kill. And now Shawnee's also able to find a second, so everything slowly collapsing here for Affili on Esports.
And that's just essentially Boston with the 2 members initially taking a look towards B, saying, hey, Cryptic, you're not going to get away with that same play again. And as soon as they confirm it, everyone just re-wraps back into that same setup towards mid. This is a good problem that Affili need to find a response to, because even though they won their first offense with that play from Cryptic around the back, if they were to have funneled through mid, that setup is still an advantage to Boston. So that is something that Affili is going to have to really keep in mind when they decide what they want to do in their next attack. We'll have to wait around to see what it's going to be, as Boston have a chance to go up by 2 if they could repeat their success on this attack coming up.
It's extremely clean here so far for Boston, and you feel like they maybe even have options to test out a different site at some point in time if they want to, but Beans might decide to bring this scope back out as well, just kind of work these angles, which also makes you play a little bit different for the defensive side. Grenades over the middle, and that B play that I did just call might just be coming through. It's really up to Gwyn, the player we've been hyping up, to try to stuff this or at least find one.
He will be stunned. That just completely breaks his ability to move his right joystick. Just stuck trying to hold down the trigger, so Boston will get the plant. Post-plant setup would likely include a bit of a lean back towards Shawnee, and that's exactly the case. Everyone bails out from kitchen. They'll leave one nearby. It'll be Kremp kind of finessing on the close cut. Everyone else just worried about the flank. Nothing's been seen as of yet. Now you have to kind of almost retake the site, though. If you're Boston, they've given up a lot of space inside of B. Cryptic gets the opening first blood on the retake. Double stack here from Beans and Sensor. Shots not convincing enough, but they do keep the bomb safe, at least for now. Double Chell on the way, and Affili, they will successfully get the out trade. Just enough time with a little to spare for the defuse. That's a great retake for Affili Esports.
Yeah, it really is. Once you get inside of the site, I mean, it's a little bit tough because you either have to make the decision, you know, do we push them out? Do we go searching? Or do we make them check the bomb? And I think they make the perfect call there to kind of lay down on the bomb. One player watches over. One Sensor doesn't find that first kill, and then Beans doesn't follow it up with a snappy trade. You're left in this position where you kind of have to wait for them to come to him, and he almost does line up too, to be fair. He gets both extremely weak and finishes off the first, but just can't get the job done there. So nice response, Affili and Esports. Little 3v4 to make sure things do not get out of hand very early.
Yeah. Really good stuff, and maybe a bit of consideration for Boston of, maybe we should have kept somebody at least inside of the site. After the very successful opening break towards B. We don't often see that either. Doors open. Beans a chance. Shawnee gets the first. Beans gets the second. 2 for 1 the trade, but the defense starts to now continue to flood forward, leaving Cryptic by himself as the nades connect. 1v3. Dead silence already in play. Does have both sets of nades to work with, and Cryptic's going to go the long way around, seeing if maybe he could surprise that initial defense, but no. Not going to happen, and Boston still as convincing as ever on their defense.
That's kind of the factor when you're like the island player, like Boston's like, I wonder where he is, right? Like he's probably working through the back or maybe wrapping back through his side, like one of those two things. And just nice little read there in the back from Kremp to get there for the final kills. But that's just a nice little tempo change. Just Boston's like, listen, let's just switch it up a little bit. Let's throw some stuns and nades over the top. We're going to open the doors, bottom luggage, and just kind of spray through those back desks and really stop you from getting an initial stance around the desk to set up on the power position. So
yeah,
very clean. Boston just throwing some little changes into these rounds here so far, Alan.
Another different look here for Boston. Full flood on towards A. This time, Affili also changing up their defensive looks with a stack over towards luggage. Kremp behind the play. Yep, catches Gunsy just before he can rotate back. Now a bit of valet control for Kremp. Oh, you know he wants this gunfight, and rightfully so. Gwyn shut down. Bomb already planted. And this feels familiar for Cryptic, but not in any good way possible. 1v3, pardon me, 1v2. And he's even going to create a little bit of noise here, as he does not have dead silence in play. Ooh. How has he gotten that? Predict Shawnee on the cross, who just stays underneath the gunfight long enough to confirm the kill and get Boston to 4.
Man, that was an incredible read. Shawnee likely just, you know, kind of waiting for him to maybe make a move to the back of his side, but just ready, waiting, has a little bit of that high ground, just able to hit the shots, and with the help of the heady really coming into play there will allow Shawnee to get the trade, and that allows Boston now to go up by 2. So Affili on esports just really unable to kind of adjust, it feels like, throughout a lot of these rounds, offense and defense. I mean, Boston's just been so good at throwing that little tempo change in over and over and over again, and now you can kind of see some desperation from Affili on trying to make something happen over to B, maybe.
Oh, and then once more, this is that same round 1 defensive stack for Boston Academy. The difference is Kremp is trying to feel things out to see if they're entering aggressive plays. Even the double back from the rest of the defense through mid, not seeing any nades towards A, gives them the cue that there could be members stacked up waiting for a B hit. Affiliate have not committed to this yet. But you say that with a certain level of hesitancy because Gunzi has taken the bomb to catwalk, and that is not where you want the bomb to sit. As Beans gets to his 8th elimination, and the numbers are back to a 3v3, but as the bomb is collected, it's a quick route as Cryptic is wrapping back over towards A, and he's got cover. Beans shut down by Geo through mid.
Required kill. Able to take him out of the picture makes things a hell of a lot more likely here to bring home the round, and is a wrong read, of course, for Boston, just kind of sticking over by that site, hoping that the play would still end up going over there. But look at this spread that you have for Affili on esports. Gwyn's going to get some great info likely right through mid, but doesn't win the battle. So Shawnee keeps this alive. Spencer's got dead silence, and you need him to find one.
Stolls a Semtex to use. Does he see the feet of Geo? It doesn't look like it. He's going to try to hop. Yeah, it's not going to work out. The last thing they needed to clear. And Affiliate Esports will keep us to within 1, but time is running out on rounds to keep this kind of back and forth affair. Going to have to win a defense at some point in time, and you'd like it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you really would. And Beans, you know, still has that streak in his back pocket here. So we'll see when he decides to bring that out. And, you know, I'm really curious for Boston, you know, do they decide just to slow down a little bit after throwing a little bit of aggressive play calls into the mix here, over by B, over by A?
Yeah.
Try to work some picks. They've been great at working through mid, at least so far on the defensive side. We'll see if maybe it's something they lean towards here. Sensor, just quick little stun. Still looking for his first kill, mind you, despite Boston being up 4-3. Now Kremp might be that island player that decides to make a late pinch.
Affiliate do have Gwyn forward further than we've seen them try to play in the past. Gunzi dropping may have to move this defense around, or at worst, you leave Gwyn by himself. He's not going to have any coverage. Yeah, Gio's got to go back to make sure nobody's over towards B, but Boston are not kind of biting on that opening first blood. They're still looking for kills as the defense moves. And they get awarded another onto Cryptic. Sensor through mid. Gwyn's behind this play. Oh my goodness. If he catches this timing, he may be able to line up a couple. Gwyn for the double. One more down low. Good help from Gio at range. And the last one to find is Kremp. Dead silence about to expire for him, and not a lot of time to make the full wrap through garage. He's got to cut through mid. It's going to be a very noisy boy on this play. And how about the play from Gwyn? Oh my.
That play out of Gwyn right there. I mean, just so patient. And there are so many moments where you probably want to peek that corner. You want to be able to, you know, come behind the play, but you have to know when. And he picks the perfect time to do so. Able to get there for the double. Might have even had a chance at the third by the way that he was able to snap over to his left there very frantically. But there it is. Affiliate Esports down 4-2. They'll combine for back-to-back rounds. We'll tie us up here. And, well, we wanted a response for defense. They're able to do just that, Alan.
Yeah, and in the process, Gio retains his streak from the previous round, now on to 5. And a quick hit towards B. Dead silence is in play, it looks like, for a couple of members. Dolphin diving from booth to booth. And they hop their way into kitchen. No one's home. Does Affiliate feel confident enough to get the quick plant, though? Because the longer they wait to plant, the more likely Boston could be here to contest. But the problem is Beans has a scope. Not that it stopped him from finding special plays in this position from moments in the early stages of Modern Warfare 2. But definitely not the weapon you want on trying to retake. Affiliate Esports, Austin, they're going to just opt to bunker up here. It's going to have to be utility and SMGs from Boston. And Shawnee, how has he found that?
So risky. I mean, it's so risky.
God.
They're just Dropping like flies, the nades, the tacticals. Geo's gonna fall. It's so clean out of Boston Academy. They don't lose a single member on that retake. You called it. They're bunkering down. They're waiting for the push. But Boston, they throw every single thing they have, and I don't think there's really a trophy system. Maybe one, but, I mean, they just get completely bombarded here in the kitchen.
Yeah, we'd have to look at it back. I mean, you could kind of hear all the dead silences being popped on the playthrough restaurant. Was the trophy not ready, though, or was it down and then just got, soaked up by the different prep lines between the bomb and the other defensive members on that post plant retake? Right. So it's hard to say. But the result is convincing in favor of Boston Academy, who now are 1 round away from going 2-0 up in the series, and they're going to go back to the old faithful, get the nades out, get the trophies down, and get Sensor for a quick plant. Geo not in a position to respond to this, and the defense is going to have to wait even a little bit longer because they don't even have control of bedroom at the moment, really, outside of Geo being up top. Gets one off the exit. Sensor's down low. The pre-fire, the spam, it works out for damage, but no kill, and Sensor bails out as he moves forward into the fray.
Yeah, Sensor's just out of options. 30 seconds left. Kremp is in the key position here, though.
Whoa.
He can come behind everything. Beans just has to try to stay alive, but what a gunfight from Cryptic! Beans decides to use the streak, and now they have to know that he's at the back. He's got the sniper. It's not going to happen. Streak is gone. Affili and Esports, they respond with a flawless retake for themselves. And Alan, we're going round 11, baby.
Oh my goodness. What a map this has been. Brother, this is going to be a grueler. And of course it's Gwyn kind of getting through on the other side again. But you mentioned it, I mean, Boston, you're 1 kill away from securing the map, no problem, if Kremp wins that gunfight top at bedroom. It's going to be Boston on the defense, Affilion attacking. What do you call here? And we've seen a variety of options from Affilion. They've done these hard stacks towards B. They've tried to force through mid. They've played patiently, looking for picks. This is the round 1 setup. They're going to play passive through mid. They're looking to see if Boston's going to go to that defensive setup through mid-map, and it's not the case. They're heavy-handed towards the outside of A, and it works out for first blood. Nearly a second. Geo lucky to be alive.
Very lucky to be alive. You've lost a man. You have to get one back, and wisely enough, Boston will back down, but you've lost Sensor over by B, and look at what this is going to likely do to the map, because you can't really afford to give out B. You have retaken it once, but you've used a lot of your tacticals and lethals right at the start of this round. Find kills in the back here, which netted you that first blood, so it's a little risky, and now you can start to see the panic, seeping in here. Player 6, Shawnee, he's going to be the one to slowly rotate over to figure out where this play's unfolding.
Yeah, the mind games favors that of Affiliate Esports. They can just kill noise here and create so much doubt on the defenders, who initially I thought were just going to call the bluff and say, you guys can take B, we'll go for the retake. But you have to check it. It looks like Kremp and Shawnee are content, saying, I haven't heard anything. I haven't really seen much around the mid, although Cryptic maybe forcing a reconsideration. Shawnee through mid-map. Another gunfight in front of him. Ducks up and down, but it's Gunsy for the win. He's tagged up heavy, though. Tries to cut through arches. Bean's not able to see him. Just enough time to get the plant. Oh, it's close. Does he have the time for it? Beans has the scope, and he connects! Oh, my! Of course he does, because it's Beans, and why not?
Beans in round 11, scope in hand, 1v1. He's got those. He wins those. We'll see it again. Nice shot right over the top, as it looks like he did have enough time for the bomb plant, but you have to exit. You have to get out of the line of sight of Beans, and that does not happen. Man, oh man, what a search and destroy, back and forth, just the entire way through, blow for blow, as we kind of expected it to be between these two squads, Alan, but Boston just edging out there in those final moments.
Unbelievable scenes. I mean, that is as much of a chess game as we could have possibly have wanted to see. Boston throwing out so much early defensive consideration where they're playing through mid-map. Affilion didn't really have an answer to it, and that opening setup that we saw from Affilion, that was the same as round 1. Three stack over towards the A site, let Cryptic kind of scout things out towards B, and as soon as he finds the kill on the sensor, you think, okay, this is going to kind of play out the exact same way that it did in round 1. The difference was Affilion did not make the hard call to make the play initially towards B, And that extra little bit of time through mid allows Beans to get into the mix just at the nick of time. Woo! What a map it was. 10-6 from Beans, 11-7 from Shawnee. I guess it's as close as you'd like.
Yeah. Close as you like. And man, just seeing like those couple moments there, I thought Shawnee kind of going for that reach out on the Gunzy was, you know, maybe going to potentially cost them. But I mean, when you got Beans, who's last alive and just has so much confidence to run all the way up to the kitchen door, hold the angle, and know he's going to hit the shot, like, it's fine. He'll clutch up in the 1v1. A lot of big moments, a lot of big picks coming through there for him. But Shawnee, we mentioned him kind of coming out the top of the show. You know, how much more of an influence he has been to this Boston roster.
Yeah.
As we take a look at the maps here so far, the hotel's going the way of Boston. They still got one more in the chopping block, and they might be able to get that one too if they can keep this up.
Well, I was going to try to sit here and say, you know, for Affili, the little bit of light that's cracking through the clouds right now is your control has been just about as good, if not the better than everybody else in North American Challengers Elite. But the problem is, you were looking at the Hotel hardpoint saying that that's ours. You know, they have been so dominant on both Hotel and Mercado hardpoints that them missing out on map number 1 and then not taking map 2, the pathway to a reverse sweep feels a bit dire as we swap over to Phase 1 versus the Wubble Bob's NA. Wubble Bob's NA are officially relegated. They will finish last in their group. But Phase 1 still have to win this match in order to possibly find their way into playoffs. They would also need a little bit of help from Boston losing. But their goal is just to get through this Wubble Bob's NA team, who is not to be slept on. And Estriel, make sure you know that with that little double up and now a 4 spree early for him in round 1.
Yeah, a lot of tough losses, you know, coming through for Wubble Bob's NA, even last week as well. But Phase 1, more importantly, Dak, he's just been going rogue in some of the 8s lobbies I've been watching lately. Keep your eye on him. He's already off to a nice start at 7-2. At first zone, however, going over makes things a little bit tough. Try to defend A, because you just need one good push. You find Purge in the back here, and all of a sudden A becomes very easy to try to stack and capture, and it's just a moment like that where they'll be able to find one in the back, they'll be able to stack it, and that should be the zone.
Looking good for it. Wubble Bob's NA are throwing a lot of numbers here. Nade's coming over the top of this, but none of them will connect. Not quite able to get there to touch. You would have thought it would had to have come from like the top windows by boat. You're just not going to run down that lane. And this is the key moment from Flames to kind of make sure the zone doesn't exchange hands. Phase 1 in control the whole way. And a big offensive win, no problems.
Very clean. Grabbing B. I mean, whenever you get B off like the start, that's the first zone you capture. Like, it typically gets a little bit easier to get over to A. It's a little bit more of a 50-50 battle. So, very nicely done. Again, touching on Dak being kind of one of the big players I feel like to watch out for when you're talking about Phase 1. Mohawk will draw first blood. Dak just flies out. I mean, he is snapping, ready to track down the player that's able to get bottom fortress. We'll see if he can finish him off up close. Nope, Squirt will play his life. So, E position will now allow Mohawk to try to slip on through and stop the clock here on B.
Yeah, this is going to be good when it comes to trying to push Phase 1 spawns deeper away from this B zone. But the problem is you still have to win the individual gunfights from the front, because that will still be an entry opportunity for Phase 1, and you can see exactly how that's kind of unfolded. Relatively even trades. Phase 1's defense will spawn behind the B zone here, and it does not look like Wubble Bob's NA were ready for that. Next try a reinforce comes from Mohawk. Not able to do too much with it. Purge still trying to threaten the A zone, but will be pushed back. And it's a wise call just to play his life. But goodness, little finesse off the bounce. And 3 in a row all of a sudden for Purge as Wubble Bob's NA take a small life lead.
Oh, what a read. Purge gets 4. I mean, this is like a huge individual moment for Purge. And make sure that his teammates can actually fly out to mid. He is still under fire. He's almost able to take out Wiz there, too. A moment there for Estriel to try to lock in that tick, but good backtrack from Cruz. We'll make sure that is stuffed. And now it's a little bit of a double stack for Wubble Bobs to see if they can try to get away with some ticks of progress.
Contestable, though. Yeah, Wiz gives it a try. No more than just a mere effort was all that was really given. Second tick of progress looks good, but across mid-map, Dak gets a double. And maybe they can get on to clear this third tick before it really gets much substantial progress done. That's the intention. Trades are good. Pinstripe goes the kill feed. And as we go to a 12v12, there's only 33 seconds on the clock, and Wubble Bob's NA are stuck spawning top right of the map.
Technical reach out there from Cruz. find that double. Wiz keeping them pinned at the back of maps, and 20 seconds left. Still have a chance to be able to get that final tick, but you got to get through the Phase 1 members. Clean trade follows there from Dak, and, well, that should be the round here. You can only really flood through the gate, maybe flood through top maps one more time. That's about all you got, but this is really the blender that we always talk about, and this is looking good here for Phase 1. But there's a last-second moment to try to touch, but Wiz will make sure that no one gets there.
Yeah, just a little bit of a bump right there. So Phase 1 will go 2-0 up in their control. Back to our focus. Again, it's a must-win matchup for Boston Academy, and their potential of finding some influence in tiebreaker situations with a 3-0 map count could also come into play, considering what the group looks like. Opening it toward B, finding a lot of value in Sensor. 3 in his second life will confirm the full progress at B. And the defense, they're still spawning bottom right. They're going to be a little bit late getting over towards A. There's going to be no effort from Affili to get back in towards mid-map, but as Sensor takes an aggressive route and gets shut down, the pathways start to open up for Affilion's defense to get set up around this A zone.
And this is a situation that we don't normally see, where you have to defend the A zone second, and it all really relies on making sure you don't lose kitchen control if you're Boston. That's the really big key factor. Kremp, though, starting to make some early moves. They're trying to break open this setup. That's 2 players they're going to drop. Good response for Cryptic, who now needs to play his life. Trophy system will drop down in front of him. And how about that pinch that comes through there? Gunzy able to clean up 2 more, and now they get into kitchen. So very nice recovery here for Affili Esports.
And the spawns for Boston are absolutely terrible when it comes to trying to get a look at what this defensive setup is. They could be mid-map. Someone could be trying to go rogue around your back through garage or bedroom. There's a lot of things that you have to kind of mentally think about here if you're Boston. But as they start to stack up for maybe a flood from the front, it's Cryptic who will meet him on 5 in a row. Opportunity for early streaks. Gwyn working with them, doubles things down. And yeah, they're just going to try to play for the full clearance, and yep, they'll get it. Cryptic 6 straight in Boston. Once again, pressed as they have not a lot of time to work with these very far spawns.
It's a situation that you just don't normally find yourself in. Like you almost have to ask yourself, how are we going to do it? Do we come around the back? Do we try to just flood through rug? And, well, maybe that's the moment. That's the chance. One more player you have to worry about from behind. And if not, you might just be good. The stack's starting to come through. 7 lives up against 10, but it's more the clock. The second tick is there. Player 6 doesn't come back to the zone. Geo kind of takes a little too long on this. We'll see if he can get here in time. The kill there for Sensor. Oh, he finds the second. Oh, Sensor turns for the 3rd. Dog Sensor Martin, baby. No dog, no dub.
Woo-hoo-hoo! That is as good as you'd like to see it. Yes, sir. One more in slow motion over the top. Wow. How has Boston pulled that off? I mean, you called it there for just a brief moment. There's a long play coming around the back. I think that's from Geo. Yeah, sure was. And he just does not get there in time. And you start to wonder, like, hey, guys, there are 3 members of Boston stacked on this zone. We can't just wait for Geo. You've got to get in there. But Doug turns up for 4 in a row. The final 3 goes his way, and Boston steal away the offense. Affili on their breakoff go to a 2-2 split, looking to put some pressure on towards B, but Sensor not dropping yet on 5.
What's that streak? Shots a little shaky, but does finish it off. Even if the nade gets him, that's fine. The streak has been earned. So a nice little moment, but with all that said, Affili Esports is still making a lot of progress by B. I mean, Boston is not really in a position where they can get to the front of this for a break very quickly. Play through mid is shut down. You got Gunsy's cutting off the rotation in the back, so this is still a really good position here for Affili.
Yeah, sure is. Still a chance to contest, though. It's just Cryptic on the zone. He's waiting for a little bit of help from behind him. And he has actually gotten assistance from Sensor off the self-Semtex. That will be enough for the defense to concede. 3 life advantage as well, as 2 minutes and 5 seconds are on the clock for Affili to consider how they want to break down this A zone. And Boston have not a lot of opportunity to kind of set up much of a defense in front of the zone. It's all about individual gunfights on these outer lanes. A key win there from Geo allows a chance for Affili to regain kitchen and give themselves a bit of a setup, as they also have a double stack through mid. They may try to pinch this zone.
Being kill there for Gwyn, but Beans shuts down 2 on the pinch. So now Sensor responsible for shutting down everything inside of kitchen. He's been on fire so far. 11 and 6 right now for Doug. Gonna shut the door. 3 players. That's how many you need to take down Doug right now, it feels like. As he's looking for kill number 3. Opening doors. They gotta just push on through and finally clean him up. But Kremp's here now, who almost responds with 3 himself. There is so much difficulty getting kitchen control for Affili on that all of this time has just kind of gone away off the clock here, Alan.
Yeah, it's been very costly towards Affili's offensive efforts. They've lost their life lead, as you mentioned. They've already lost a minute of the zone towards the clock. But Gunzi off spawn takes a very scenic route, and it's going to work out. Opens up space onto the zone. They could try to stack this. Oh, and even worse, Sensor falls from the front. Could the defense take their time to at least get some sort of an onslaught? But it's a 4-man stack. Second tick of progress about to go. Beats, how does he win that gunfight? Nate also gets into play, but you've got to touch. You got to get on, and Cryptic will piece him from the front. A chance to possibly get on late, but not quite in time. And Affili respond with an attack of their own.
Very weird. Hotel control. It's just completely flipped right now, isn't it? Just, you know, the B zone going over first, and then teams have to kind of figure out how to defend A. It's just a situation that I can't imagine too many, you know, teams have found themselves in when it comes down to scrims or comes down to just being in that spot. And both times, the offense has been able to break through, get the stack on the point, and that's all you really need when you talk about A. Just need one good break, get numbers on there, and you got the headies. Just sit and snake away at.
Boston looking to take the more safe approach, so to speak. Making their way towards A. They're going to leave Shawnee mid-map to make sure the defense doesn't rotate right through mid-lobby. And he will confirm at least 1 elimination. More through arches will confirm trades, though. And now Kremp is actually on his way to get into the back of this defense. I feel like I have to kind of be cautious on how they want to try to make a play here. And with that kill onto Geo, it may just be a chalk and let's take bedroom control call. That seems to be the case. Maybe Gwyn will try to finesse something around the back, but as he's taken down, concession of the A zone will have to come through for Affili.
I like that from Shawnee in the back, just making sure if they do decide to send kind of a last-second attempt, and it will be stopped. A little bit of a split now. Beans tries to make a solo play. It will be followed up by Sensor while his teammates off-screen decide to make something happen inside of bedroom. Start to regain that control. A big 1v1 here for Sensor. Not going to be able to spot out Gwyn, who's going to make sure everything in the back is secure. Spawns are far at the moment. You take a look back at Boston as they start to work through Benjamin. Krep finds a big 1v1.
Yeah, Geo giving away his life there allows free reinforcement now for Boston to stack. You got Sensor mid-map. Does he want to hit maybe a route around the flank? No, he's just going to join to try to really overwhelm from the front. Cryptic's pushed back. Stun will connect. Sensor takes down 2 through mid-lobby. That's brilliant. And Gwyn, this is a 1v4. How do you get away with this? Oh my, Gwyn with the double. 1 more down low is Shawnee. Eventually confirms the kill. Second tick of progress locked. But it's just Sensor. Last one left alive, and as he falls, Boston may need to take a breath here. They're up 4 lives, 90 seconds on the clock, plenty to play with. No need to get careless.
That's exactly it. You have all of the advantages right now in your favor. That's a good trade from Shawnee. You just need to wait for everyone to get here so that you can set up the team push. See if they can maybe create some kind of a pinch play again, or they could just stack the zone and just allow everyone to watch over them with those kills coming through in the back. Third tick, well on the way. Desperation now coming in. It's a team kill, but Beans follows up with a trade. Brent from the middle, almost able to find the transfer, but Affili, they're the ones that come out with the favorable trades. They're able to clear the zone, and they keep it alive.
You can't have that happen right there if you're Shawnee. That allows Gunzi now to make a step forward. Once again, you have so many win conditions in front of you if you're Boston. The last thing you want is to give away key bedroom positions and make this offense that much more difficult. Gunzi up top takes the first and gets away with his life, pending he does want to fully exit. But no, he actually tried to stay up top, and Beans will confirm the trade. Vying for positioning around the bed are both squads. Geo off spawn. Just blazes it right up the staircase, stuns his way forward. Gunfight win versus Sensor, and Gwyn mid-map has confirmed extra space for the defense. Boston have just given away a massive advantage and now have to put some major work in this last 30 seconds to try to finish off this third tick.
Spawning deep kitchen, and Gwyn, he's got a clear idea of it. Might be able to come behind everything, but up top, that's a huge win. Shawnee finds the second. Boston Academy, they're still very much alive. 4 lives remaining now for Affili Esports. They can no longer afford to give their lives away for free. 2 more gonna drop, and now the stack for Boston is in. Geo forced to go big, able to find 1, but can't get there. Boston able to break down the setup, utilize the teamwork, and they get there in the final moments.
And there's a moment in there where you kind of feel Affili get a little nervy about what that player on the back is going to look like. And both sides of that defense kind of move from their positions to try to feel things out at the exact wrong moments, allowing Boston to kind of take these 2v1 chows on both sides of the zone and win them both convincingly. So moments of, I would say, just a little bit of shakiness from both sides. Boston giving away some space, maybe too much so. But Affili on the exact same breath nearly do the same after they get forward and give their defense a chance. So it's all offense so far. Boston on this defense are going to completely chalk any looks towards A, which Affili are happy to say, all right, we'll stop the clock, try to feel out some kills, and if bad goes to worse, we can just stack to get the extra 60, which that may have just been met conditionally, as the only player still really left alive was Cryptic for a small moment. First tick of progress locked, but Boston on their way to see if they can fight for A.
Oh, there was a chance there for Boston. Gwyn actually kind of gave away his life with the wild chow there on the beans through mid, but they're able to still recover. Gunfights still come through. This wild chow from Gunzy will be good to maybe lay some early groundwork to the back. To Shawnee, trying to find some shots over the top. Won't be able to do so. Has to kind of backtrack to the back of the staircase here. See if he can try to disrupt everything top bedroom, but he's got players coming in from so many different angles. Nice little jump peek, I believe, from Cryptic over the top here. We'll be able to know exactly where he is. Maybe Gunzy instead. That's a big win for Shawnee in the back, and Sensor still locking down mid-map.
But just gets baited into the gunfight. The tack's still good, even if you're 1 HP. Well, 3 bullet from Geo. Shawnee. One more in front of him. Semtex out. Cleans it up very nicely. One more in the corner. Shawnee!
Oh!
5 kills for him. And right back in to try to spawn trap. Geo will shut them down just before he can really wreak havoc. But the lives stay tight. And there's still 1:35 on the clock, but Affili are, at the moment, pinned in their spawn.
Yeah, they really are. And this is that position that we saw Boston in. They were able to work Affili out of it. We'll see if they can do the same to Boston up top. First gunfight is clean. No trade just yet. Shawnee, though, back into a key position. He's able to find the shots onto another. Simultaneously, Kremp's able to find the second, so everything has to come to a halt. You need Gwyn to try to play his life or at least find one, but every single member ends up dropping down, and now Affili Esports down to just about a minute.
Not looking great at the moment, although they do get Geo all the way around the back. He does not have dead silence. This is the trophy carrier, so this is a very difficult rotation for him to make, especially considering that you look towards the minimap and number 4 in white, Kremp is watching this lane. And any sound cues will make this gunfight, you would think, much easier for him. And while that's still unfolding, or not unfolding, I should say, it's Shawnee from the front who's just continuing to pack a punch into the affiliate spawns. At one point in time, we were looking at a 19 playing 18 life count. It's now a 17v8. Boston just taking over. 4 in a row for Sensors. He just keeps wiggling his way around the affiliate spawns. 4 for Shawnee, and Boston have dominated this defense till this point. Gunzy on the zone will stop the clock. It's not done yet, but it's looking pretty dire. As Sensor once again clears. 7 now for Sensor, streaked out and calls it. Trying to win the game right here, and that looks like it will happen. Could have just gotten it done with the fast stuff, although now they look at it, he's out of ammunition, so that's the last part of kill potential he's got. Get behind him, knife him, throw him into the blender. He's done it. At Boston Academy 3-0 Affili Esports. And with that, punch a ticket to the playoffs in a must-win series.
That's the first control loss as well for Affili Esports. Just not able to show up on the day. You can see how important this was for Boston. And this is the best I've seen Sensor play. This has got to be his best series so far in Modern Warfare 2, right?
Unquestionably.
Like, after map number 1, you know, putting up a lot of big numbers through the first 3 quarters, maybe slowing down near the end. But this one, I mean, no Doug, baby. It's got to be in the chat.
It has to be there.
It's got to be there. It does. It absolutely has to be there. Big stuff from Sensor, man. It's not too often we see him, you know, find himself in positions where he can start to take over. So the fact that you're getting that from him just before playoffs, hey, man, who knows what happens here for Boston in a must-win situation here. We're able to get themselves at least that spot secured.
That throws things into a very interesting spiral. I believe that does confirm our 4 teams for playoffs off this group. Other results as I'm looking at the sheet, Team War 3-0'd Amit. So if I'm not mistaken, that should thrust Team War into the second position in this group,
Right.
which I believe means that Omit would be third and Boston would be fourth. Phase 1, I believe, is still in their matchup versus Wubble Bob's NA. That's a map 4 affair on Mercado Hardpoint, but I don't know if that result matters with the convincing 3-0 that we just got. But regardless, we've got COD to watch, so we're going to watch it. Wubble Bob's NA, down 1-2 in the series, and it is, like as I mentioned, Mercado Hardpoint for us.
We'll see if Phase 1 can get it done here. Another respawn. Mohawk, next one up, kind of watching over mid. See if he might be able to start to make some early plays over to the new hill here. Still lots of time to play for on P1, but you want to make some kind of a movement as fast as possible, and the stuns really just lock Mo down. No chance to really make anything happen there. As Phase 1 able to get some mid-map control and will now throw themselves and soak up some time on P1.
Yeah. Convincing kill feed here for Phase 1 too. Just as they try to close out and rotate, every kill goes their way. On rotation, Wubble Bob's a lot to do here. Mohawk gets the opener. Dak is stunned up. That'll be an easy kill. That should flip things around pretty convincingly here. The second hardpoint's not open yet, though. But as the kills keep coming from Wubble Bob's NA, it's looking good for the spawns and likely also that the hardpoint, unless Cruz can line up a couple. Gets the first, has some good pre-fire, wants to push, and he gets the second kill, stays alive as he drops down. Teammates now here. Dak up top, though, pushed away. And Estriel a chance to keep the hardpoint neutral as he gets the reset.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling a little bit of the pressure, though, from Phase 1, ready to set up their next attack. Over the top, trying to find some shots. He will be able to find Flames. Squirt will try to come up with some kills up front, too. It's just a pepper through the wall, though, and Mohawk able to get in there for a nice little double. Fast track rotation, though. You can already see player 7 off screen. Wiz, he's made his way over to the Tin Hill, one of the big money hills. And with that kill, Wubble Bobs will be able to grab the rest of the scrap time.
Yeah, really important moment there for Wubble Bob's NA. Considering the circumstances, what looked like a Phase 1 setup was going to be pretty darn convincing. Now we've got a 50-50 battle over towards New. Wiz will get a little bit more assistance on the way. Stun will connect. Nade to follow. Wiz try to keep his life backs away. Estriel stuck at the front door. Cruz on the way in, but it's a back and forth affair, leaving Purge and Dak for the 1v1. Good prediction from Dak. Gets the pre-fire in. It works out wonderfully as Phase 1 will win the rotation.
Now they have to hold. As Wubble Bob's starting to set up. Massive break attempt here into Tin. You almost need a required big individual moment. But Squirt being able to get himself outside of Tin, untraded, at least for that time, does allow the rest of the members now to get in. It's up to Flames up top. He's got the whole world to deal with, and he's able to find one more. So nice little play. His teammate comes in from the side to get the second. So Phase 1 will be good for a huge part of this time.
Wow.
And Dak is already frying them now on the rotation.
Just so many individual heroic moments right there. More than we have time to talk about. I mean, even Dak on this rotation is still locking things down through Cantina. And Wubble Bobs are going to have a tough time getting through them. I mean, every second is a good second here. Not just for the scrap time, but also the freedom to give Cruz a little bit of help on rotation to New. Full stack through the back door. Estriel diving across. Cruz lighting them up as they pass. Squirt trying to send back a little bit of damage of his own, but to the pistol, Cruz for 2. One more on the way in, and he's able to pistol whip both. Full shutdown as Phase 1 locked the opening time.
Oh, Dak does so much early good work kind of on those initial pushes, and then you lose the gunfights once you actually finally get to the barbershop. Tough scenes right now for the Wubble Bob's NA, but we'll still try to send some numbers to hit some of the scrap time. I think the big problem, though, is that Wubble Bobs are starting to give up, those remaining like 25, 20 seconds, and I think you can start to see just the desperation kind of coming in there. Purge trying to give it one last good hit. Rotation now in effect yet again. Wubble Bobs, they've been here first, but, can they actually win the gunfights and then hold?
Yeah, that's been obviously the biggest kind of issue for them in a lot of these key moments. Have to have it, you feel like, early. Nice double from Estriel. That'll make life a little bit easier. Still another threat, though. And dealt with very convincingly. Well done here from Wubble Bob's NA. Patio will open. And with more conviction, Estriel now trying to build towards streaks. Dak able to at least deny much past the 5th. But a lot of work for him to do individually, and he will be put to rest as Wubble Bob's NA locked the first 20.
Kind of taking this into, this is like Estriel versus like one of his old duos, right? Playing with Flames just
Yeah.
a ton. So would love to be able to keep them down in their final match. Will that happen, though? We'll have to see. Wiz ready to turn and snap onto Purge. We had a great read on where he was. was able to find the final connecting bullets to really bring it home. Cruz now, good stun, will be able to lock up Purge. That should be potentially easy cleanup for Dak, who's now got a close little angle here with the sub in hand. Flames is even doing good work up top, so everything looking great as far as, moving on the map of Wubble Bobs. They have a great last hill, but they need to have another good one.
Yep, agreed. But back into the mix, no problem. Chance to still fight things forward. Wiz stuck in a corner, or is he? Mohawk will drop. Estriel, last one up. Trophy system denies the nade, but the gunfight still goes the way of Estriel. One more down low. He didn't finish off the reload. He's still stuck on 3 bullets. And Phase 1 will use that as a chance to once again reconfirm and build a bit of a cushion here as we set up for this second floor cantina. Mohawk through the door, good. But the trophies still litter this zone. And oh my goodness, I mean, the Wubble Bobs are just stuck in the mud right here in no man's land. Fortunate to get a little bit of a pinch set up as Estriel gets around the back, and that was not expected by Phase 1. A great break here for Wubble Bobs to keep us tight.
Really important. 15 seconds should be all theirs, and now Estriel, who's actually been quite on point here. Some clean shots, was trying to make some early moves. The final hill here for the first set of rotations. Flames now able to deal with a couple of members, but Squirt comes hot off the spawn, able to get himself into a key position to cut off all the rotators off screen. Won't be able to do so for a second. Dak is there with the response, and now a push through the middle of the map, looking good for a Wubble Bobs as they try to win these 50-50 battles.
Contest. Imminent. Mohawk. Just getting delayed with, I mean, he's being baited essentially. And Dak from the backside through tunnel, able to once again help Flames out here towards this remaining 30 seconds. This would be a big 30 seconds if Phase 1 get every single bit of it. Flames on 3, off the reload, Squirt stuck in a corner. Hey, yeah, you just got to get out of there, brother. I mean, you just don't want to be in that position. There's so many advantages to Phase 1, although they do spawn out here in the last 15 seconds. It'll feel pretty negligible for Phase 1, but all things told, Wubble Bobs and Nave will be happy to be able to secure a break and have a chance to still win mid-map as we look towards New and Market.
Now we'll move towards New, and I have to imagine comms probably aren't too electric right now for Wubble Bobs, knowing the results, but still trying to give whatever they possibly can, seeing if they can find some big moments. Estriel, really the key factor of that. Squirt tries to work something in the back here and grab that cantina spawn for the future hill. Purge, though, he's been able to slip through, should be able to find the first one in tunnel, and he does. So now he can regain this position here for them and might be able to force out some spawns, and that will be a bit of a flip. So nice little moment for Purge to find that angle to push through. They can still fight for P1 time. Now they have an easy rotation to P2 as long as they can hold it. That's a big kill there from Squirt.
Absolutely massive. You see the spawns now for Phase 1 all the way towards the top side of the minimap, while Wubble Bobs NA will spawn essentially on top of one another at Cantina. Still 18 seconds, though, here at P1. Don't want to give away too much space and just default to rotation. Long-range gunfight for Estriel with Cruz. And those Vaznev on Vaznev action right there. But here comes Wiz off the play forward. Help from Cruz off the back. Squirt just kind of holding a corner. Has a lot to do here, considering the hard points opened up and there's still Flames to find. But Wubble Bobs NA with the proximal spawns will get here very rapidly and lock in the hard point they worked so hard for on rotation. Dak may solo and single-handedly break this up, though. He's already gotten second floor control. He's dead silent. Into the hard point, finds more. This is just where the trade's at. Dak is still running rampant. It's Cruz who finally takes down his teammate, and lucky that he had done so for the Wubble Bobs, who will confirm the better part of this back 30 seconds. Phase 1 on the rotation to New.
That's a really unfortunate teammate because Dak probably finds that second, and then they have to worry about the threat up top and the threat out front. So maybe something different ends up happening there, but all things considered, Wubble Bobs are actually back in this game, down by a lot. The P7 hill, you can see the one-by-one chows coming in, but everything's starting to come together, especially off this last couple of hills. Can it continue? Wiz trying to hold the line. Now he's the only one really inside of 10. He's got some help just outside of it. This might be good at least. Still good enough. Dak's on 5, looking for number 6 to earn that streak.
Yeah. Have to have another break here if you're Wubble Bobs NA. Dak just down low. Goodness. Now back towards the hard point. We'll get credit for the assist. Flames got credit for the final blow. And Phase 1 over 200 points. Estriel just a little peek and push right into the doorway, though. Does soften up this defense just a touch. The spawns are not in for Phase 1. Best moment for Wubble Bob to try to break. Need the gunfights, though. Estriel gets 3. Wiz chasing down the kills. Gets the second, goes prone, and nearly finishes off Purge. But with the final scrap time going the way of Wubble Bob's NA, they actually have numbers on rotation here and try to contest towards Barbershop. It just comes down to who finds the timings, and Wiz will realize the threat is imminent as he comes back to the fight, takes 1, wants more than it, and will be pushed away as the hard point will open at a near tied game.
Well, they have the read on the push. Kills now just need to follow. Flames almost able to combine there for 2. Dak, this is the player you have to deal with, and he is just so good, man. So good, especially with this Vazinev. Able to find 2 more up close. Might be able to get this 3rd. No, Estriel there for the trade, but phase 1 climbing to that 250-point mark. They could get it done right here on Barber. Wubble Bob's need a break, and they need it now.
Yeah, they've got a pinch set up. It's through mid and around the back. This will work out nicely. Break does come through. Wubble Bob's NA will not be able to win here. What does phase 1 want to do? Oh, with these 2 kills, they may just be able to just keep pushing forward. Dak on 32 eliminations. Estriel inside the hard point. No match for him. Last one to grab. The cruise missile takes care of it. And now you refocus back towards the front. It stops at 243. No help here for Dak. He would have to do it by himself to the knife and just out of arm's reach, but Flames comes in to follow up. Not enough time to get the final tick by the look of it, or is it? Yes, it is, just barely. And phase 1 will deny a Wubble Bob's NA another chance at a hardpoint rotation. They take the win, but based on the results from Boston Academy, I don't know if it will matter. It looks like Boston Academy have done enough to secure the 4th seed, and phase 1 will likely finish in 5th.
Yeah, they should be good. This would put phase 1, 2, and 3. Boston with that win, leave 3 and 2. So should be good for that 4th seed. I'm sure frustrating, right? Because you win this one, you do everything you possibly can, but you know, not having a strong enough week number 1, unfortunately, is what hurts you in the end there. And that's why we always talk about at the top of the broadcast every time. Yeah. You got to find those wins in week number 1, and when you don't, you get put in positions like this where your fate is just no longer in your hands. So a nice showing in the end, able to get the job done. Nice little tight hard point. Wubble Bob certainly trying to fight. Estriel with a great little map there on top of it. But overall, I believe we have our top 4 teams going into playoffs, at least for this group as well, Alan.
I think you're absolutely right there, my friend. And what a gauntlet this group has been in particular.
So
I mean, North America has always provided some great action, but this group, it really was up for grabs at a number of different moments, and things did get a little shaky here at the final day of round robin action. Woo! Man, what a bunch of fun it's been. And you're absolutely right. It always feels weird. I think I even said the exact words, like, I hate to say that day 1 games are must-wins, but
yeah,
let's be honest, we always go back at the end of the 5th and final match to say woulda, coulda, shoulda on day number 1. And for at least Boston Academy's own mental, they did what was required to an 0-2 start, keep in mind, to win their next 3 matches in a row and showcase some unreal hardpoint dominance. That leads to some great implications and some great, I would say, just kind of foreshadowing towards the playoff bracket that they have now officially made. So great stuff overall, I would say there, bud.
Yeah, absolutely there, buddy. You know, I say her too. But I think that Boston, at least in specific, has been, you know, a little bit more impressive for me. One of the big teams, as you said, start 0-2, they bring it back. Like, that's after some really brutal, like, top 16 finishes and things like this. So, you know, the fact that they've maybe started to finally figure it out and that, you know, Shawnee and Sensor are getting a lot more involved, I think really bodes well for those guys. So I'm excited to see who their matchup is going to be and, you know, how they're going to fare and then going into playoffs to see if they can continue to keep this respawn streak alive since day 1.
Well, as we finish off our final match of the round robin, we take a look back at both of the groups and the final standings as we, of course, turn our attention into playoffs. At Group A, 5-0 from T-Fal Enterprises, only dropping 3 maps in the process. At one point in time, we had our concerns about Rocker Academy, but they definitely kind of kept chugging away and kept improving. 4-1 as they finish off their group, only dropping 5 maps in the process. A lot of those map losses coming in day number 1 as well. Tie between Ironblood and Smog Alpha, but that head-to-head goes the way of Ironblood Gaming, and Convoy Gaming will slip just ahead of PRS. Over in Group B, similar situations, although Affili on Esports will just barely cling on to their number 1 seed as there was a 3-way tie at 3-2. And after everything had all shaken up, it's Team War with the advantage over Omit, who then also, in their own regard, held the advantage over Boston Academy Phase 1, just missing out on a chance, as you mentioned, only going 2-3, and Wubble Bob's at 0-5. So, we get our first look at the North American playoff bracket. Again, this is new this year. With 12 teams, we take 8, and it's a double elimination bracket. Visions, where does your eye immediately go as you look through the matchups we have for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm looking at Omen Rocker. How about that one, right? Like,
Yeah, true,
that
yeah,
one
yeah.
is going to be a really good one because I think Omen, as much as maybe they don't have a great performance today versus Team War, it's a pretty, easy series, so to speak, for Team War with a 3-0. I think that, that roster is capable of a lot more, and up against Rocker will be a really true test, especially with some of the ARs kind of on both sides of that, because they have very similar play styles. So that's the first one that jumps off the page. And, well, this other one, Boston, right? They've been extremely hot. The Respawns is where we've been praising them, and they're going up against a T-Fal where, they've only dropped a total of, 2 maps, I believe, both in S&D, or maybe now 3. I think they dropped 3 because they dropped 1 today. So, overall, that's a squad that I'm excited to see how they match up against, one of NA's best as well for the round 1.
It's hard. All of these, we could write storylines for the next day and a half on what these matchups could mean. Affili on Smog, that's kind of a proving point matchup in the bottom. Smog Alpha looking really clean, even though they did kind of faltered just a touch today. Affili on same situation, maybe looking a bit weaker than we kind of came to know in the first 2 days, and then put a piece of paper between Team War and Ironblood Gaming if you can, because those two squads are also looking really tight to one another as well. Even though Ironblood dropped their matchup today versus Convoy Gaming, it was a very tight matchup. So that's what's kind of on the way for us. Tomorrow's action will include winners round 1, losers round 1, and the winners semi-final. Full coverage will be essentially provided between both the stream here at Call of Duty Bravo as well as at We Are Clutch GG. We'll be doing look-ins as we can here with our primary matchup, whereas the Clutch GG stream will be taking full focus of one of the matches, so you won't miss the action really in any regard outside of the winners round 1. 4 matches going on at once. We don't have the ability of covering all of them at the same time, but the action's going to be crazy, and it all starts with EU tomorrow. Final thoughts over the round robin, maybe surprises for the good or the bad from you, Visions, before we sign off tonight.
Yeah, I think overall, T-Fal and Affili on esports, I think those were the 2 big surprises that were able to come out on top of their groups. Overall, I thought Phase 1 was going to actually make it through into this top 4. I thought those guys, had a really good showing on land. They had a lot of really unfortunate circumstances, of course, last week with some IRL things also coming into play. Yeah. But either way, I thought that Phase 1, would be a little bit stronger. I still expect those guys to bounce back. I think those are kind of the 3 that come together for me. But overall, it's NA. Try to predict what you can. T-Fal and Affili did what a lot of people probably never thought they would.
I totally agree with it. But those 4 teams that miss out of the bracket will have to re-qualify again. The 8 teams that are still alive have guaranteed their spot for Season 2. But of course, the big prize waits at the end of the road of the double elimination bracket, which again continues. It starts up tomorrow. Be right here, 2 p.m. Eastern time for the start of Europe, and then going seamlessly right into North America. It's a full day of Challengers Elite action, and you're not going to want to miss it. So follow on your way out, and we'll catch you at 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern tomorrow for Europe. Till that point, keep holding it down. Bye-bye.